My forecast is saying cloudy all day, no rain.
Which is usually slightly more accurate on the BBC.
Chance of rain. Just depends, isn't it? It's 80% chance of that. Could be just crease. Coats on.
Good morning everybody, and you're most welcome to join us here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Day 2 of the LV Insurance County Championship Division 2 fixture between Leicestershire and Glamorgan. Ball by ball commentary brought to you by BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Wales.
Yes, and the first thing to remark on this morning is that the floodlights are just coming on, which is quite what you expect for mid-July at 11 o'clock in the morning, but it is slightly murky out there. Morning, Richard.
Morning. There's the voice of Nick Webb. My name is Richard Ray. Eddie Bevan also joining us, if I can get a word out between coughs and splutters. Just went down the wrong way there. Leicester about to resume their first innings on 387 for 5. Vian Mulder, 147 not out. Harry Swindle's 52 not out. Together they've so far added 137 for Leicestershire's 6th wicket. 250 for 5 at tea yesterday. Innings could be just about described as being in the balance at that point. but this stand has put the Foxes in a reasonably strong position. The wicket played reasonably well yesterday, very well really. However, there was a little bit of swing around. It was, as Vian Mulder described it, heavy conditions in terms of the sort of atmosphere. It's a bit cooler today, well, quite a lot cooler today, but plenty of cloud cover, and we anticipate plenty of swing. Again, Michael Hogan will be certainly looking for swing. He picked up 2 wickets in 2 balls yesterday. He's going to be coming down the slope from the Bennett end and bowling 2 Mulder bowls on his legs, clipped away to mid-wicket. Eddie Byram dives to his left to field, blocks the ball up towards mid-on. Mulder thinks there might be a quick single in it, but he is sent back by Harry Swindles.
What's Salter doing at mid-on? That's most unusual.
Still no stream, alas. I have no idea why. That is not something that is in our control. Hogan turns, gallops almost down the slope, bowls to Mulder, who turns him off his legs for his first run of the day. Oh, we do have a stream. Well, Nick has a stream. I don't for some reason. How are you accessing it? Via YouTube or?
I don't know. I just went to Leicestershire and clicked.
Okay, well, I'm trying to get it via YouTube, but it's not there, so I shall go via the Leicestershire club website, which I should probably do anyway, shouldn't I? Boost the old figures.
It's there.
Jolly good.
Somewhere.
Hogan is in, bowling to Swindles. Oh, that bounces a bit. He edged it. He's caught behind. He's looking for confirmation. Yes, he's gone. So Harry Swindles' first ball of the day. That bounced, took the outside edge, went through low to Chris Cook, who dived to his right and held the catch. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester, as it does every half an hour. But that is just what the Glamorgan doctor ordered.
Yes, it was a good take from Chris Cook, low down. Batsman just checked that it had been cleanly taken, and Vian Mulder, in his interview with you, referenced the bounce that Hogan had obtained through the day and late in the day even, and that one, just a little extra bounce, was Swindell's undoing.
Here comes the update. It was yesterday, but it hasn't been so good this morning, I'm afraid. We're just 3 balls into play, and the Foxes have already lost their first wicket of the day. Harry Swindles, who was 52 not out overnight, got a ball that just bounced a little bit from Michael Hogan, very much the pick of the Glamorgan bowlers yesterday, the tall Australian, and it took the outside edge, was well caught low down by the Glamorgan wicketkeeper Chris Cook. So after that stand of 137 between Vian Mulder and Harry Swindles, just naught today, unfortunately. The Foxes therefore have moved on to 388 for 6 because Mulder picked up a single off the second ball of the day. He's still there, thankfully. He's 148 not out. Hopefully he can go on to help Leicestershire go on to a target of around about 450. That's what they will like, but a little bit of something there for the Glamorgan bowlers this morning, and it's not been a great start for the Foxes. 388 for 6. And Ben Mike comes out to join Vian Mulder.
Second bowling point for Glamorgan, so at least they've equalled rivals Middlesex on that front.
And a little bit of reward for Hogan, who had Vian Mulder dropped twice yesterday. Once, most critically, when Mulder was on just 16. Cook again diving to his right. Got a good hand to it, but couldn't hang on. In comes Hogan to bowl to Mike, who is carefully, tentatively rather, forward. Thick outside part of the bat, angled bat perhaps, guides it along the ground towards gully. Salter, who is at backward point rather than sort of wide gully, moves to his left to field.
That's strange. Salter's back in his correct position. Billy Root was at gully a few moments ago.
Captain keeping his fielders on their toes, perhaps. In goes Hogan and bowls Fuller. This time Mike is leaning forward on off stump, blocking it out into the offside. There's no run. Oh. an eventful start to the morning's proceedings. As I said, just said to BBC Radio Leicester, Leicestershire will want to get up to sort of 450 or so. Ideally, obviously, from their point of view, nearer 500, and be thinking in terms of perhaps only batting once in the game. Hogan is in, a late leave from Ben Mike, but a good one outside off stump. A little bit of swing there for Hogan, as there was for much of yesterday. Not pronounced, but a little bit of something there for the Australian, who has now 3 for 57, and I think those sort of figures probably reflect more accurately the quality of his bowling yesterday, really. As one of the, perhaps, Harleys from the Outlaws headquarters, which is just on the other side of Milligan Road, to the ground, goes down the road.
Yeah, it's quite noisy, whatever it was. 388 for 6 then. Leicestershire just 12 runs away from completing the set of batting bonus points. 400 to get 5 batting points. As Michael Nisa will come up the slope today, having bowled, I think, all his overs previously from the Bennett end, as he's in to bowl to Mulder, who forces off the back foot through the covers. That may be his 150. Sliding stop on the boundary by Salter, but they're comfortably back for a second, and Vian Mulder has 150 next to his name on the scoreboard off 183 deliveries, so backing up his 235 not out against Sussex. And Richard Ray was driven to statistical research this morning.
Don't tempt fate. Yes, it's a long way to go yet.
Nisa is in to bowl to Mulder, who plays gently to Carlson at cover, and there's no run. 23
fours in that 150 for Vian Mulder. No sixes as yet, but still not too bad on the back of 235 not out against Sussex at Hove in his previous innings. And what's that? 385
not out at the moment.
Not out, yes.
Nisa in to bowl. A leave from Mulder, close to off stump, but fairly safe as it goes through to Chris Cook, who waves his hand around as if to indicate the bounce that Glamorgan are obtaining with this reasonably new ball. They took it 1 over late, so it's 16.3 overs old and hasn't been changed yet. Be due for a ball change sometime soon. 390 for 6. Nisa bowls, and Mulder again shoulders arms despite the ball coming back in a little bit, and Mulder goes down the wicket to remove a blade or two of grass or a tiny lump of dirt or something from the middle of the track, which Leicestershire are hopeful will aid spin on days 3 and 4. Although there's a possibility of a few showers around tomorrow. Nisa in, bowls, and again Mulder shoulders arms, so Nisa needs to get a touch closer to off stump to force him to play. A few people coming in. The crowd is not huge. It's probably similar to yesterday, despite temperatures being a bit cooler, or perhaps because of temperatures being a bit cooler, depending on your preferences. It is quite dark out there, though, as evidenced by the lights being on at 11:09 a.m. on wherever we are, 21st of July. I suppose we passed the longest day. Here is Nisa to bowl, and that takes Mulder's gloves, I think, or the edge of the bat, flies past the slips and down to third man for a single, but it certainly wasn't under control. 391 for 6, Mulder 151.
Suddenly the wicket is doing plenty. Maybe it was the heavy atmosphere yesterday that sort of flattened everything down a little bit. But Vian Mulder did say that he thought the ball swung all day. So there may be a little bit more in this track than we suspected yesterday.
It is the way, isn't it, though, for players whose teams will be presumably bowling at some point today to talk up the bowling conditions.
It is, but I think there may be a little bit more. Hogan comes down the slope from the Bennett end and bowls to Mulder, who's looking to turn a delivery off his legs. Momentary hesitation as it drops towards short leg. Sees Ben Mike galloping towards him and responds, and it's a good call by Mike, who made his ground comfortably enough. Long way for Chris Cook to go running up from behind the stumps to get to the ball. Mike had the momentum, made his ground. So did Mulder. Leg by taken, 391 for 6.
In case viewers of the stream were wondering a few moments ago when they caught me poking around, I was adjusting the height of the chair.
In goes Hogan and bowls. Mike is leaning forward, playing with an angled bat. Salter scrambles to his left, thinks about throwing from a recumbent position. He's sitting basically on his posterior as he fielded that one, realised he couldn't get any sort of momentum into the throw if he tried, so didn't bother, as Mulder had made his ground comfortably enough. I can see Mike Jelfs has just arrived on the Burrows Terrace alongside, having arrived, I'm sure, by Brompton Bike. You'll have missed Vian Mulder's 150. Mulder watching on as, in fact, he's on strike as Hogan bowls to him wide and Mulder cracks him away through the offside. A poor ball by Michael Hogan's very high standards. It was wide and didn't do too much, and Mulder, seeing it pretty well, cracked it away for 4. The electronic scoreboard seems to have frozen. So does the manual, curiously. What's going on out there?
Manual one kind of frozen,
no, surely not.
Or perhaps they're taking their cue from the other one.
Yes, they've given it to Mike and it's wrong. In goes Hogan, bowls to Mulder, who leaves outside off stump. Gentle outswing. 396 for 6.
Right.
Is correct, but Mulder, we believe, has 156. Who knows? 155. It's switched. That's more like it. That's more like
they
it.
must have missed the single to Mike.
Yeah.
397.
All very confused, and were easily confused as a consequence. In goes Hogan, bowls very straight and on off stump. Played back to him very carefully by Mulder, and then Hogan tries a little back flick, almost a sort of Cruyff turn back flick onto the stumps, but Ben Mike had gone nowhere. Did you watch the football yesterday, Little England? No. It was very exciting. They won in extra time, so they're through to the semi-finals. Congratulations to the Lionesses, as they are apparently known. In goes Hogan and bowls to Mulder, outside off stump, cut away again. But a brilliant piece of work by Salter, diving away to his right at backward point, reached out with his right hand and on the second bounce managed to save 4. Outstanding work by Andrew Salter. 397 for 6 remains the score. Mulder 155, Ben Mike just a single.
Yes, you mentioned Salter not throwing from a recumbent position. I was watching our club side a couple of weeks ago, and our gully fielder did actually make a brilliant stop, hit the stumps from virtually side on from a sitting position. He said, that's the only time I'll ever do that in my life. He ran out a 12-year-old, and our side were well on top, so he's duly accused of bullying. 397 for 6. As Hogan will prepare to bowl to Ben Mike, who does a few extra stretches to make sure all his limbs are in working order, having only had about an hour's worth of warm-up beforehand. Lisa bowls and beats Mike's defensive prod outside off stump through to Cook.
They do talk about the floodlights as well, don't they, making a difference in terms of atmosphere and swing sometimes, so whether they could be having a little bit of an impact this morning. But there's definitely movement there, through the air, that is.
And maybe an additional factor is that the bowler's that little bit fresher than when they took the second new ball
Yep.
last night when
Yep.
they'd been down in the dirt for most of the day. Nisa in to bowl, and Mike defends to mid-on. No run as Harris saunters in. The ball had stopped by the time he got there, but there was no sign of the batsman attempting a quick single as Mulder wanders down the wicket to offer a few thoughts from the other end to Mike, who make a gesture as if he was fending off a short ball, so whether he's expecting one sometime soon. Nisa in, bowls, and an edge from Mike down to third man will just get him a single, but Nisa finding the edge of the bat on a couple of occasions already in these opening overs as Leicestershire move within 2 of maximum points at 398 for 6. Glamorgan will need a little clatter to try to get a third bowling point. They have 10 overs and 3 balls to take 3 further wickets. It is 9 wickets for the 3 bowling points. As Nisa in, bowls to Mulder and beats him outside off stump. So this is looking a very different game from the final session last night when Leicestershire added 137 runs for no wickets. And Glamorgan's bowlers looking fresher and more dangerous at the moment this morning.
It's been a mixed season with the bat for Ben Mike. There have been some splendid innings and a run of low scores as well.
He's watching as Mulder defends to mid-on, no run.
As well as that 99 not out at Lord's when Leicestershire lost their last 2 wickets while he was on 99. There was a 78 at home to Nottinghamshire and a 64 in Cardiff, second innings of that game against Glamorgan.
As Nisa bowls and Mulder gets right behind that and plays it comfortably to mid-off, fielded by Ingram, no run, 398 for 6 at the end of 100 overs.
And he too has got a late call-up for the 100. He's going to play at Trent Bridge.
And we haven't mentioned so far, in case you've missed it on online or social media, Glamorgan announcing the signing this morning of Ajaz Patel, the New Zealand spinner, slow left armour, for the 4 championship matches in September, when both Glamorgan's current overseas Ingram and Nisa will be absent.
Michael Hogan continues from the Bennett end. Down the slope he comes and bowls to Mike. Good leave from Mike. It's very much in the corridor as far as Hogan was concerned, but Mike played for a little bit of outswing. There wasn't too much there, and Cook just took it without having to move at all, slightly to his left. But Mike, well aware where his off stump is at the moment, does a few little exercises, a few stretches, twiddles the bat in his hand.
The thinking behind signing a spinner rather than a direct replacement like for like is that they expect more turn from pitches in September.
There's a logic there, isn't there? In goes Hogan and bowls full big flashing drive that misses from Ben Mike. Swing, went for it, it was there again, went past the outside edge. Mike walks away and Mulder walks down the wicket to him, says it is swinging, it's a bit early to be driving quite as expansively as that.
Mike, with his bowler's head on, will be thinking, oh, I fancy these conditions, maybe at some point before lunch or thereafter.
Waits with bat raised as Hogan is in to him again, straighter, but Mike is more circumspect This time stretches forward on off stump and plays it carefully out to Carlson in the covers and wanders off towards short leg. Have we given our various social media addresses? I don't know.
No, I don't think we have. Foxes Cricket 22, Nick Webb 2017, Ed Bevan Cricket on Twitter.
Will find us all as Hogan is in and bowls outside off stump. A little bit too wide on that occasion from the Australian. Bounces through, allowed to bounce through by Ben Mike to Cook behind the stumps. Foxy Phil, see these two off and cash in thereafter.
Well, there's a point there in that Glamorgan's main two strike bowlers have been significantly more dangerous than the rest.
Two different ways of expressing that same emotion, that same sentiment, if you like. In goes Hogan, bowls. That one goes straight on, but again, it's a little bit too wide as far as Hogan is concerned. So Mike, on the back foot this time, can lift his bat over the line of the ball and let it go through mid-wicket. Who's tended to be Byram in this game, is jogging back towards deep square leg in the desert out there.
Chris Drew says, can we expect Sophia bad come September? In other words, wickets turning like the subcontinent.
Hogan is in straight, but Mike is leaning forward with an angle bat, and this time finding the gap at backward point. Salter's out there on the boundary at point, has to run in and to his left to field. Mike takes one, and with it, the strike. 399 for 6 Leicestershire. Mike has moved on 2-3, still very much finding his way. Vian Mulder 155 to his name.
The point that Glamorgan Director of Cricket Mark Wallace made was that pitches were on their second cycles, that the pitches used in September would be those that have been used at the start of the season, and given a little time to regrow and rejuvenate. One short of the maximum points then are Leicestershire as Nisa bowls, and Mike drives back to the bowler, who flings it somewhere and ends up at slip.
Well, hit Mike's bat.
Right, so it didn't
he flung it
quite
back at the stumps and just
actually
hit the bat.
trajectory there.
Two Foxes supporters listening and watching in Australia. Matthew Hutchinson in Adelaide. Good evening. Yeah, that's the right one. And Fango Fox in Melbourne. Good evening to you.
399 for 6. 1 run for 1 point. Mike swings, and will they get it there? No, they almost thought of going through for what I suspect might have been a leg by, as Mike played a hoik towards the tempting short leg side boundary, relatively unguarded at the moment, but the ball just hit either the bottom of the bat or the pad and trickled out on the leg side. Mulder came third of the way down, but they decided rightly that there wasn't quite a single there. 3 slips for Nisa with this relatively new ball as he bowls, and it's driven to Carlson at mid-off. No run for Mike. 3 not out off 16 deliveries. No pressure on time for him, just has to hang around and provide the support act to Mulder, as Swindells did, really, without a useful 52 obviously on his own account, but he was very much the support act to Mulder through last night's stand of 137, which they added just the 1 run to this morning. Nisa bowls. That will be the 400 for Leicestershire as Mike drives through the leg side. It's a chase for Harris, who slides, ouch, and saves a run just in front of the meet as he hauls it back inside the boundary, but that is Leicestershire's 402 for 6. They have maximum batting bonus points with 8 overs to spare. So they've been rattling along at 4 runs and over throughout virtually the whole innings. Glamorgan will hope to do likewise, but they will face a bit of scoreboard pressure against them, since Leicestershire already have stashed up these runs. Mulder defends. to, well, silly mid-off really, as Carlson has to come in from cover to pick it up. The ball going no more than halfway back down the pitch. 402 for 6 if you're just joining us a few minutes late. The man out this morning was Swindell's Court Cook, bowls Hogan for 52 after the addition of just 1 run to the overnight total. Nisa in bowls, and there could be a run out here as Mike had come a long way down and the throw misses. Well, that was a comedy of errors really. Mulder was the subject of a very half-hearted LBW appeal. I suspect there was a bit of inside edge there, but for some reason Ben Mike had come probably more than halfway down, and had the throw hit, he would have been struggling at the non-striker's end to get back again. 402 for 6 as the batters meet in mid-wicket to try and get back on the same wavelength. What's all this desire for quick singles about?
The only time Mulder looked like getting out in Hove last week was by being run out. He and Ackerman had a couple of moments of confusion, but I think Mike was being a bit optimistic there, especially with Mulder not really sure where the ball was and the appeal still ringing in his ears. Hogan to continue from the Bennett end. Down the slope he comes and bowls to Mike, who is squared up. He's called for leg before as he tried to push across the line. It sounded a little bit wooden. Either way, the appeal is turned down. We will have to see. We are not behind the bowler's arm. We are at sort of long leg as much as fine leg. So we're having to see the replays in terms of how good the appeals are or otherwise.
Maybe doing a little bit much. Sliding down.
Hogan is in again to Mike, who leaves, and again it comes back a little bit from outside off stump, but not sufficiently so to disturb those blue stumps. Dougie, is that what they're calling? Is that what they call Hogan? Dougie? Sounded like it.
It's usually just Hogs.
Good as ever from Hogan this morning. 3 for 63 his figures. Runs down the slope, bowls to Mike, who wasn't quite sure about that one. It was slightly shorter of Hogan's usual length. It did move a little bit about swing. And Mike, who was looking to get forward, ended up staying on the back foot and just blocking it a little uncertainly out to Carlson in the covers.
Have a request from Neil Thornycroft to explain the meat for Welsh listeners who haven't been here.
It isn't meat, M-E-A-T, Neil. It's M-E-E-T. That gives you a clue. In goes Hogan and bowls. Mike does stretch forward to this one and plays it out towards mid-on, thick inside part of the bat. Leicestershire's badge as well. Leicestershire's symbol is the fox, which also gives you something of a clue. In olden times, very much a centre for hunting, the fox, and there are several hunts, I guess, still based around here. The Quorn, notably. In goes Hogan, bowls outside off stump. Mike leaves this time, taken on the second bounce by Cook, turning his head away, forming the long barrier, but taking it cleanly enough behind the stumps. So the meat was as in a gathering of the hunt's meat, rather than that is the verb they use for preparing to go out and do whatever they did or do now. It goes Hogan and bowls outside off stump again and again. Mike lets it go through to Chris Cook. So it's that sort of meat, Neil, essentially, as in a gathering place, and that's how it has its name, M-E-E-T, the meat.
Yes, it's a restaurant, cafe, lounge area on the first floor. I'm not sure what's on the ground floor.
Various club offices. There's also a tea and ice cream parlour and the medical centre, the sort of physios centre as well. So it actually came to this ground from the Ayleston Road ground, about half a mile away, which is still there.
Came?
Yes, yeah.
Gosh.
It was transported. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. 402 for 6 is the score, so I'll just nip in ahead of Nick if I may. As Nisa turns, runs up the slope and bowls, driven by Mulder, just slightly wide of Colin Ingram, falling away to his left at mid-off, so a reasonably comfortable single is taken. Mulder onto 156, 403 for 6. Third slip going in for Nisa bowling to Mike. Well, hello there. Having lost a wicket in the first over of the day, the Foxes have managed to recover to a certain extent from that, although conditions are very much in favour of the bowlers at the moment. There is movement for both the Glamorgan bowlers, Michael Nisa and Michael Hogan. Hogan it was who took that first wicket, Harry Swindle's first ball of the day, edged behind two wicketkeeper Chris Cook for his overnight score of 52, 388 for 6 at that stage. Score has moved on to 405 for 6. Vian Mulder has passed 150 in consecutive innings. He made 235 not out against Sussex, now 156 not out against Glamorgan. Ben Mike is with him, still finding his way. He is 8 not out, but the Foxes building towards a formidable first innings there. 405 for 6.
As Nisa bowls, and that's allowed to go through outside off stump by Ben Mike. A couple more comments. Paul Sussex on Twitter. Ajaz has played just the 2 county championship games. Well, one of them he didn't get onto the field, so effectively he's played one, and he did get a bit of a tuning from Darren Stevens and Sam Billings. I was looking back in the records, and his one realistic appearance for Yorkshire against Kent 3 years ago, Mr. Patel. But of course he has that test record, as that's driven down the ground by Mike. Good tumbling stop by Harris to his left at mid-on, and there's no run. So yes, he claimed all 10 wickets in an innings for New Zealand against India in India last November. Only the third person or third man ever to do so in a test match. 10 wickets in the innings. As Nisa steams in and bowls, and Mike nurdles it away to third man for a single, 406 for 6. The others being Jim Laker and Anil Kumble. So all 3 10-wicket hauls spin bowlers. Mike Jones points out it's not like for like. No, it isn't. Replacing... Well, we don't know whether he's replacing Nisa or Ingram, whether they're going to sign a batsman or a bowler as the second one. Nisa in, bowls, and Mulder defends on the offside, and there is no run. 406 for 6. Edward Bevan. Your thoughts on Patel, maybe?
Well, I'm afraid, like the majority of people following us on social media, I would have certainly signed a seam bowler. I think the last one you said, not replacing like by like, and he's had an excellent season for Glamorgan as Michael Nisa, and alright, you think wickets might turn in September, but also you get the misty mornings and the ball does seam around, so we'll have to wait and see. But are Glamorgan going to produce turn-in pitches for those last 3 games at home? We'll, as you say, just have to wait and see. Michael Hogan starts in the over and bowls, and this is played nicely by Mike, by Sachs mid-wicket and mid-on, going up towards the long-on boundary. It's a long chase there, and the ball has won, racing over this parched outfield, and that's 4 runs to Mike, who's been scratching around this morning and eventually getting a firm bat on that. 410 for 6. I just nipped downstairs a moment ago and a little bit of drizzle in the air.
Was it?
Yes.
Isn't.
But I think it's far brighter as we look out in front of us, and that hopefully is past. Glamorgan seems to have bowled pretty well this morning. As Hogan from the Bennett end, that's the far end, comes in towards us, bowls to Mike again, and Mike gets firm bat on that, plays it into the covers, and there's no run.
Looking at the matches in September last year in Cardiff, Glamorgan had quite a miserable period in early September, losing to Essex by an innings. In that Essex innings, 2 wickets to Salter and 3 to the part-time spinner Stephen Reingold, who had just a couple of matches. And the other one was a defeat against Gloucestershire, where Salter took a couple.
Here's Hogan again, coming in and bowls to Mike. Mike clips this off his legs down towards fine leg and gets another boundary. So an expensive over for Hogan, who started so well this morning by dismissing Swindell's, the second ball of the morning, caught by Cook for 52, so he didn't add to his overnight score. And Mulder is still there, hoping to push Leicestershire up towards the 500 mark.
I suspect what might have influenced Glamorgan was the 6-wicket haul to polish Glamorgan off from Zafar Gohar, the Pakistani bowler for Gloucestershire in mid-September last year.
Hogan again, and he bowled, and this time it's driven past him, and that is another boundary. So 3 successive boundaries, and I think this tells us that this pitch is as true as ever. Hogan just not finding the length that he did earlier on. Score advances very quickly, 418 for 6, and Mike has moved on to 21.
Yes, could well be the last over of Hogan's spell. Well, it would normally be around now anyway, wouldn't it? 37 minutes into the day.
He'll be looking for revenge now, having been hit for those boundaries. He bowls again. This time it's flicked away on the onside, and they'll come back for a second. It's fielded there by Eddie Byram. And 14 then off the last 4 balls, and there is 1 ball to bowl. Now whether Glamorgan will have another signing, we'll just have to wait and see.
Well, certainly in the market for one, from what I understand.
But the problem is, who is available for the last month of the season? Do you get people who have been over here before and are not required? All the top players are probably either playing or not available. Last ball of Hogan's over, and probably his first spell of the day. There's Mike renewing his confidence in this over. Waits now as Hogan comes and bowls a short delivery, pushed away back down the pitch. That's the end of the over, and it's 420 for 6. Mulder 156. Not out to him, and 23 to Mike.
Well, the usual tactic, isn't it, is to sign up players who have been playing international cricket in the UK in August, but that won't be possible this year because the South African Test Series doesn't finish until Monday the 12th of September, unless South Africa have players who are only playing in the limited overs games. One of which is in Cardiff on Thursday next week. I believe that's a sellout. There may be 1 or 2 returns. Hogan bowls, and he's bowled him. Mulder's long occupation of the crease is over. It has been a fine innings. 156 he finishes on, and Leicestershire are 7 down, but he really has put his team in the driving seat to add to his 235 against Sussex, 156 here against Glamorgan. So the best part of 400 runs before he is dismissed. And Michael Nisa has his man finally. 201 balls he faced.
Just played down the wrong line, Nick, looking at the playback there, but he hasn't been quite himself this morning, but a good ovation for a very good innings. Glamorgan did let him off the hook twice, but since then he really played a fine innings.
24 boundaries in that 156, so 96 runs in fours, and just listen to the ovation that he's getting. Trudging slightly wearily over the boundary ropes after his efforts, but held high to acknowledge the applause. 420 for 7, but Glamorgan still need 2 more, as striding to wicket for his first-class innings is the 21-year-old from Wrexham, Roman Walker. One that got away from Glamorgan as he left, hoping to get more first-class cricket. Left best part of 12 months ago, so he's had to wait his time.
His first game.
His first-class game, yeah.
Yeah, and
he's played in limited overs games, and he played in the friendly against India where he impressed, getting Kohli among 5 victims, but that was played under somewhat lax rules with all sorts of numbers taking part, so can't count as first class. Roman Walker then receives his first ball in first-class cricket and allows it to go through outside off stump from Michael Nisa.
he'll get a welcome from the Glamorgan fielders, no doubt, and he will be feeling pretty nervous, I would have thought, coming back to play against your old club, your old mates, probably still his mates, as Glamorgan, what do they have, 3.5 overs to get 2 wickets. I wonder if they'll keep Hogan on.
Possible, as that is driven firmly by Walker, and it's evaded cover, and that is his first runs in first-class cricket. Might have been just half stop, but they'll be able to come back for 3 runs, and Roman Walker will feel a little happier for that, getting off the mark. Kieran Carlson unusually didn't quite get everything behind it and just managed to take the pace off the ball. 423 for 7. Roman Walker up and running with 3. So a little clap of the gloves with Ben Mike, a word of encouragement to the young man. Mike will now have to play the senior partner, as he's got those runs this season, several half-centuries, with a 99 not out frustratingly among them. Nisa is in to bowl to Mike, who's forward defensively and will pinch a single there as he plays it out towards Point. Point was lurking in the deep, so there was an easy single. 424 for 7. Mike with a batting average this season of 29.4, which is pretty respectable for a number 8 in the order, wearing 8 on the back of his shirt. Roman Walker at 9. He did hit a 6 to win a one-day game at home.
Sussex, yeah, I remember that.
Television game. Nerveless. Nisa bowls, and that's hurried Walker up as the ball just ends down at his feet. Says, do you want me to pick it up? Yes, please. Lobs it to Salter.
Yeah, Glamorgan, I suppose, would be quite happy with what's happened in the first 45 minutes this morning. A, to get 2 wickets, and secondly, of course, to dismiss Mulder, who could have really crashed on very quickly because he was a very attacking batsman.
Mike took his toll on Hogan with those 3 boundaries in the over. Nisa is going at 4 and over unusually as Walker plays forward defensively. Ball rolls to Carlson at mid-off. 424 for 7 at the end of an eventful over. 106 gone, 4 for Glamorgan to get those 2 wickets for the 3rd bowling point.
As predicted, Michael Hogan is going to have a rest after taking the wicket this morning of Swindell, second ball of the morning, and will be replaced by David Lloyd. Now, we heard last night, Nick, of course, that David Lloyd has got a recurrence of that thigh injury, but he didn't seem too bad last night, and probably had some treatment. And the reason I say that, because he is going to bowl at that far end, and this is a swing morning, isn't it, with all this cloud about.
Well, Lloyd's just got to grin or grimace and bear it really for the next few days, hasn't he? Because Glamorgan are not gone into this game heavy on bowling. Lloyd is the fourth rather than the fifth seamer, which he was earlier in the season.
Here he is then. Bowls his first ball, and that's just nudged away by Mike, and he has posted after those flurry of boundaries a deep extra cover, deep mid-wicket. Son of the former Nottinghamshire, the Derby all-rounder, Greg Mike, where most people remember quite well. The trolley of the first lunches are being prepared. You may probably hear them in the background. Lloyd bowls, and that's driven nicely to extra cover. That probably is it. No, it's going to be collected just inside the boundary by Billy Root. They run through for 2 runs.
Yes, we don't quite have the delights that we used to here at Grace Road, but we better pass over that.
Certainly not.
Yeah, David Lloyd. Well, Glamorgan have got next week off, and then there's a friendly against Wales National Counties 50 over game.
Lloyd bowls, Nike is forward, angles the bat this time, and it just trickles down to Nisa on the third man boundary for a single. Will give one man from North Wales to bowl and another from the northern parts of the Principality.
So Glamorgan's next competitive game at Derby on Tuesday, the 2nd of August, which is when Leicestershire will be at Guildford for their first one-day cup game against Surrey.
Yes.
Pleasant surroundings, Guildford.
Very fast scoring ground, if I remember.
2015 Graham Wagg double century.
Yes, indeed. Lloyd bowls to Walker. Walker plays forward, gently up to mid-off, where Hogan will field.
And I remember Graham Wagg telling me after that innings that his score of 200, which he'd never got before or since, was predicted by his then young son Braden. And I was playing against young Braden, who's not quite so young, on last Sunday.
And grown. Here's Lloyd from that Bennett's end. And bowls, is it bowled him, is he? No, I think he's appealed for, what is he?
Appealed for a catch behind off the inside edge, I believe, but Walker's stood his ground, and umpire Baldwin is not interested.
Well, I'll have to have a look. Like, I wasn't sure. Everybody threw their arms out and
obviously flicked something on the way through.
Yeah, it might have been a pad. Kept a little bit low. I'll try and keep an eye on this. It's just 30 seconds or so late.
Yes, we get the replays in the slight delay, but difficult to tell from the angle we saw there.
I think it brushed the pad. This didn't, because it's played firmly up to mid-off. Glamorgan in that game at Guildford were 132 for 7, if you remember it. Then Mark Wallace came in and shared a very big partnership with Wagg, who went absolutely berserk.
He's whacking him into the petrol station over the road.
And also onto the railway station that goes up to London. And then Hogan stays with him, and he got that double-handed. It was helped Glamorgan win the game.
Indeed, it was a memorable match, that, in scorching sunshine. So I hope Leicestershire followers who go down to Guildford enjoy their day down there. 4:27 for 7. Leicestershire followers are certainly enjoying the day and 50 minutes so far. 2 wickets have gone this morning as Nisset bowls to Mike on 27, who defends everything behind that one back down the pitch to the bowler. James Wheel is on mid-off as a substitute fielder, wearing 29, tall shaven-headed figure, quite athletic in the field.
See him in the 50 overs, no doubt.
I expect so, but Glamorgan, well, against some of the Nisa bowls, and Mike drives to Wheel at mid-off, had to get everything behind it and did so. It'll be interesting. I think they're planning to pick what they see as their strongest available side, which is just minus Michael Hogan as things stand to the 100 franchise tournament. There may be one or two late additions when injuries strike, as they did last season, to fairly small squads that they have in that. Nisa in, bowls, and a pull shot from Mike, misses. He's trying to target that short leg side boundary, but
a bit too quick for him, that.
Went through him. So
Michael Nisa is available, isn't he, for a few games?
For a few games, yes. Colin Ingram, I think, for
2?
6, no more than that.
Oh, that's good.
Maybe half a dozen.
And as far as Leicestershire are concerned, I think 3 or 4 they're losing to this
Yes.
competition.
Short ball, pulled away, dispatched through mid-wicket from Ben Mike, who really latched into that one, hit that one down to the meat building, and that's gone away very quickly for 431 for 7. Mike has 31 of them. But when you consider the likes of Dan Douthwaite would be expected to come into the reckoning. Joe Cook was the competition's leading wicket taker last season, possibly Callum Taylor, young batsman come spinner. Nisa bowls, and driven to mid-on by Mike, no run. Tom Cullen, the reserve wicketkeeper, might get an outing or two. Alex Horton, the young wicketkeeper, could have a case for a caller, but I would suggest, I'm not sure that's going to happen. But I think if Glamorgan end up playing some second 11s effectively as they did last season, full of teenagers, then they might as well make a few changes. Nisa bowls, and
but as you
defended to Mike, no run, and the over, 431 for 7.
Well, if they're going to play their strongest team, they'll have to decide on a team, and if they win the first couple of games, they'll have to stay with it. They mustn't start knowing that they're going to lose Nisa and Ingram. They'll want their strong side and not chop and change, I would have thought.
I think if Glamorgan find themselves facing, for example, as they did Nottinghamshire last year in Cardiff, and who are all out for 70 odd, there's no point in playing your 11 best against a side with no experience at all.
But you don't know until you get to the toss. That's the trouble.
Well,
excuse me. Here's the first ball of Lloyd's over, which is driven by Walker down to third man, and they go through for a single. No, I take your point.
You know that some sides are minus 8, 9, 10, 11 players to the 100. And you can adjust your selection accordingly to make sure it's a good enough side to be able to beat those weakened opposition teams, but giving a couple of players experience at the same time.
In comes Lloyd and bowls to Mike, who plays a good length ball out towards cover, and there's no run.
So I think that is the opportunity of the One Day Cup, isn't it? That
it'd be very interesting.
Gives you the chance to give your fringe squad players a bit of experience. Anyway, it's not my job to select it, so I have absolutely no input into this.
David Lloyd comes in and bowls, and this time is nudged away this time to deep extra cover, where it's fielded and returned. 433 for 7. So not the quick scoring, apart from a spurt of 3-4s and an over by Mike. Not the same quick scoring as yesterday, but they only have 3 wickets left. Now Glamorgan, what have they got? This is the 108th over, looking for those bonus points as Walker pushes a ball up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, 108.4 on the board, so just 8 balls for 2 wickets.
Yes.
Time is starting to run out on them, and they'll be hoping that Middlesex don't beat Sussex, who piled up 523 yesterday. Let's have a look at
they were going well last
reply.
night, 107 for no wickets, so I wonder.
Lost a couple. 131 for 2.
In comes Lloyd and bowls, and this time is defended by Walker up to cover. Again, there's no run.
2 wickets to Brad Curry of Sussex. Nothing so far for the magnificent Aristides Karvelis, the
About
Greek-
8 overs for 11, didn't he? or
Greek
something?
South African. Yeah, he's quite economical.
Lloyd turns, comes in from that far end and bowls to Walker, and Walker again pushes forward. Pitch looking as good as it did yesterday, 433 for 7, and that is the end of an over.
One more then for Glamorgan to get the bonus point, seems unlikely now. Derbyshire in the other Division 2 game, 191 for 2 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 618 for 8, with Guest and Madsen both having passed half centuries. There's only 3 games in Division 2 this week, and there's no play before lunch at Edgbaston down the road.
What's that, 40 miles or so? If that.
Warwickshire against Kent. 433 for 7 as James Harris will take over. Still looking for his first success of the match, not for 85. Will it swing for him? As to bowl to Ben Mike, who's managed to take most of the strike since the fall of Mulder's wicket. Harris in up the slope to bowl to Mike through outside off stump, no shot played. There's also a rain delay at Northampton at the moment,
Again, East Midlands, isn't it?
where Northants are 40 for 2 in their second innings, a lead of 143 runs over Lancashire, who were bowled out cheaply on day 1.
Trouble is with this sort of drizzly air, it doesn't move because there's no wind at all. And if it stays there, it's so irritating.
Harris in to bowl to Mike, who defends. Ball just popping down in front of him, and he allows Harris to come and pick it up. Game fairly advanced at the Oval, where Essex are 65 for 3 in their second innings, but that is a lead of just 17 over Surrey, who had a remarkable innings from young Will Jackson, 150 not out, batting at 6 rather than his other job as an opener, hit 8 sixes. So it's quite the blast. 433 for 7 here, Leicestershire. Harris bowls, slapped away off the back foot by Mike, a muscular shot, but just pick up the single because Byram is sweeping out in the desert away to our left in front of the manual scoreboard and the Geary bar.
We were talking about me last night in the hotel, like about Surrey and how they bring their young players on. They played Yorkshire with a side. There were about 4 or 5 I've literally never heard of up to Scarborough. And Yorkshire got 500 and the game turned out by Surrey winning. And a lot of those young players making notable contributions.
Harris bowls, outside off stump, no shot played by Walker. Glamorgan must surely be disappointed that Walker chose to move counties in search of more regular first team action, because fast bowling prospects, as Walker undoubtedly is, having represented England's under-19 level, are few and far between in Wales in recent years.
Yes, indeed.
Especially when you consider the struggles as Harris is in to bowl and beats Walker's defensive prod through to Cook. The players like Rory Smith, who can't get on the park to bowl this season because of constant injury problems, and unfortunately Lucas Carey, a player of distinct talent and considerable promise over several years, has now dropped off the radar.
Yep.
And it'd be a surprise to see him in Glamorgan colours again. 434 for 7. Harris is in to bowl and Walker defends. That is the end of a tidy enough over from Harris, just the single off it. He's bowled 21 overs, 0 for 86. 434 for 7, and that is the 110 overs up, and Glamorgan have to make do with 2 bowling points to Leicestershire's 5 batting points. 434 for 7 to 110, so still pretty much 4 runs and over. As Richard will return to update BBC Radio Leicester listeners in a moment, as the first ball of Lloyd's over is defended out on the offside. Fielded by Carlson. No run. 434 for 7. Welcome back, Richard.
Thank you. Doing loads out there. Loads.
You've been watching from straight on, have you?
Yeah, just seeing a little bit.
A little bit of an angle here over long leg as Lloyd bowls, and Mike turns it down towards fine leg. Harris is able to field, and they'll take the single. 435 for 7.
The one that bowled Mulder just did enough.
Yep.
Nothing spectacular, but just enough.
Under the floodlights, still quite dark cloud around as Lloyd bowls, and Walker edges and has got 4 runs. His first boundary in first class cricket, not maybe in the style which he would have aspired to, but they all look the same in the scorebook, as that was a thick edge past second slip, running quickly down the hill and evading Nisa. 8 to Walker, 439 for 7. Yes, no play before lunch at Birmingham and off at the moment at Northampton, so bit of dampness around. Lloyd into bowl and played on the leg side by Walker. Came a couple of steps down, but Mike correctly sent him back.
Yeah, happily, none here. Northampton around sort of 35 miles away to the south.
How far is Birmingham, roughly?
Roughly sort of the same, sort of 40 miles but away to the west, so we are happily forecast to remain dry.
Fingers crossed. It's a little murky though, as Lloyd bowls and Walker clips him through mid-wicket. Byram might have got a fingertip on it to slow it down. They're running hard and they'll surely be able to come back for 3 runs. Second time Walker's been able to run through for 3. An all North Wales battle between Lloyd and Roman Walker. Probably the first time for decades that we've been able to say that in county cricket, if ever. Having a batter and a bowler from the Wrexham area. 442 for 7. Lloyd in, bowls. Mike drives to mid-on, no run. Update for BBC Radio Leicester to come, then Richard Ray will be joined by Edward Bevan.
Yeah, Lloyd thought he had Walker a couple of overs ago, but there was no sound, no noise having been out there. Here comes the update. Foxes continue to build towards a formidable first innings score. They've moved on to 442 now, but for 7 they have lost another wicket. That of Vian Mulder, who was finally bowled by Michael Nisa for a magnificent 156, came off 201 balls and included 23 fours. That made the score 424-7, but Ben Mike has picked up the initiative. He's 34 not out of 51 balls. He's been joined by Roman Walker, formerly of Glamorgan, making his first class debut for Leicestershire, indeed his first class debut full stop. He is 11 not out of 18 balls. The Foxes will be targeting around about 500 by lunch, maybe just before then. They're going nicely at the moment. They're 442 for 7. Back with you online and on the stream. Harris turns, having seen his previous delivery solidly defended by Walker, who raises his bat as Harris is in. Bowls full outside off stump, driven away through the offside by Roman Walker. Could be 4. It's slowing down a bit. Is it going to get there? It is. It trickles over the ropes just in front of the chasing Carlson, around about a foot or 2 short of dragging it back. Walker picks up 4, moves on to 15, 446 for 7. Just starting to play with a little bit more confidence now, Eddie.
Yes, and I had a look at the playback on that. I think it brushed the inside pad, that catch at the wicket. It's confident appeal, but I think umpire Baldwin was absolutely right there. I think both sides will be fairly happy this morning. Leicestershire, that they're advancing well, and Glamorgan to have picked up those 2 wickets, especially Mulder.
Harris is in from the pavilion end, straighter delivery and slightly shorter of a length, and Walker, having played it back down the pitch to James Harris, indicates with his right hand that there's still a little bit of movement there. Maybe, I mean, as long as the floodlights are on all day, and once they switch them on, they have to, unless it comes blazing sunshine, which isn't forecast. It's forecast to stay cloudy but dry all day. They stay on, don't they? So
waste of money.
Well, yeah. Be interesting to know exactly what it costs to run them for a day. In goes Harris and bowls full outside off stump, looking too dry, a little bit too straight though as far as Walker was concerned, to get it to the covers, that is. It was full enough, and he did drive, but only as far as Ingram at mid off. The club might tell us. We'll have to ask them what it costs to run the floodlights between.
We know what it costs our houses,
7. Well, exactly.
So it must cost £30.
An arm and a leg. There is none for 90 at the moment. Turns, runs in and bowls. Walker's driving again, not quite as full a delivery, but on the front foot, out into the covers it goes this time. Carlson can move to his left to cut the ball off in the covers, and it now being the last ball of the over, Glamorgan still pursuing this policy of being prepared to give Walker 1. Have sent Byron back from fairly conventional point to deep point, and square leg has gone back to the boundary as well. But Walker's starting to play a little bit more confidently, so I'm not sure it's necessarily the right policy. He waits with bat raised as Harris is in to him. Short, nice little short-armed pull around the corner. Salter chases across from square leg. Isn't quite sure where the ball is. He's managed to stop it though, and the work is completed down there on the boundary. Who's out there?
I think
it's Van Hoogten. So
the 2 opening bowlers have gone.
So they've done their work and they're going to put their feet up for a while.
Mrs. Hogan and Nisa.
So Walker picks up 2. He moves on to 17, 448 for 7. End of the over.
The way that Walker, as number 9, has come in and played perfectly all right suggests that this pitch has no demons as it was yesterday. Interesting to hear that you had spoken to the grounds people who said it would do things on the 3rd and 4th day, and the umpers said it wouldn't do anything. So who can read pitches these days? I certainly can't. Lloyd starts near over, and this is pushed up to mid-off. I love the way that they go out there and they stare at the pitch, people, and they say, even when I played for many years, you get a hint from the groundsman if you were playing home. I bat a ball, but really when you look at it, no idea. Only this is a very good batting pitch. 448 for 7 as Lloyd from the Bennett end comes in and bowls, and Mike just defends a good length ball out into the covers, and there's no run. Yes, Mulder looked a little bit tired to me this morning. He wasn't the same fluid, and just played a little bit outside it, played down the wrong line. Didn't do a lot. I don't know where you were sitting.
No, right behind him, right behind Nisa. So you're right. It just did enough.
Did enough, yeah. Lloyd bowls and Nike pushes that away gently down towards the cover boundary, and they take a sip.
He's a dangerous player, Ben Mike. He can hit a long ball. Got a half century at Cardiff earlier this season in the second innings of Glamorgan's win against Leicestershire. Seems a while ago now.
It's late April, wasn't it?
It was match 5, so that was first week in May. Sophia Gardens.
Yep. Here's Lloyd. Bowls. Hogan pushes it away, gets a single, batting now with ease, both these batsmen. And that is the 450 coming up in 40 minutes. 40 minutes, an hour and 10 minutes this morning. So another 100 runs, if they can, would probably be enough. What do you think?
I would think so. They'd certainly, obviously only want to bat once now in the game if they possibly can. And if it does do a little bit, that is a possibility, but they will want well over 500 on that basis.
Here comes Lloyd and bowls, and Mike is just nudging away for a single. And advancing by singles rather than boundaries at the moment. Because for Mike they have the 2 men posted out.
Run rate's pretty good, still at 4s, so...
Partnership 2, building, 31 I think it is, yes, 31. Since Mulder was dismissed.
I can talk about it. And I was looking up this morning to see if I could find a Leicestershire batter who'd made consecutive double centuries, double centuries in consecutive innings, and I couldn't. But I did find Maurice Hallam in 1959.
I was going to mention him. Here's the next ball. Attempted hook, fails to connect, and goes through down the leg side. 451 for 7.
And I was quite excited about that because he made 200 against Derbyshire at the end of May in 1959. Then I found him making 210 not out, funnily enough, against Glamorgan at the end of May, 30th of May, June the 1st, the same year. But then you look at the schedule and you realise, oh, actually, they played 2 other games between those two. So they just basically played almost every day throughout 1959. So he did have a couple of failures in between.
I touched towards the end of his life when I was starting off, and Don Shepherd, a great Glamorgan bowler, always used to talk about Maurice Hallam and said he was a wonderful player. I don't think he ever played for England. Many thought he should have. And as I said, I was introduced to him, an absolute perfect gentleman, Richard. He used to come and just have a little wander down here and sit down.
Everybody's waving at the pavilion. Batters,
Balls,
all sorts of waving at the pavilion. Well, in that game against Glamorgan, in which he got 210, he got 100 in the second innings as well of that game. So I would imagine Don remembering that very well.
Yes, tall, upright man. I think he coached Jonathan Agnew at Uppingham School, if I'm right. And I know that Agnew always spoke about him. If you look back at some of the players, Ken Higgs came here, of course, Illingworth, some fine cricketers, Barry Duddleston, former umpire, John Steele, who moved to Glamorgan, Jackie Birkinshaw, Illingworth. We're going to see a little bit of spin here, Richard. Andrew Salter having to have a ball, his first of the morning.
I thought he bowled pretty well yesterday, for the most part, in relatively unhelpful conditions. 1 for 87 off 25 doesn't really reflect that. He used flight fairly well. Did pick up 1 wicket. Lewis Hill.
It bounced a little bit, didn't it?
It did. And he's going to be bowling from the end from which he captured the wicket of Hill, the pavilion end, 21 on his back as he steps in and bowls. Drops it very short to Ben Mike, who goes back and turns it out towards mid-wicket. It's not picked up cleanly by the fielder there. It would have been interesting had it been, because it was quite a tight run, but Carlson, bending down to his right, wasn't able to take the ball cleanly at the first attempt, and he's cross with himself. But it wasn't a great delivery, it has to be said. Mike moves on to 37, 452 for 7. Salter in to Walker, again a little bit short. Walker goes back and whips it nicely away down towards the man on the square leg boundary. James Harris it is out there. Walker moves on to 19. This, remember, his first innings in first-class cricket. So, acquitting himself admirably at the moment, as far as Leicestershire are concerned, that is. Salter is in. That's a better line and indeed length, and Mike stretches forward and blocks it back down the pitch on the onside. And Maurice Hallam made his debut for Leicestershire in 1950. He played his last game for the county in 1970, so 20 years as in goes Salter. And again, staying on the back foot, Mike, although he might have got forward to that one. It wasn't a bad length delivery, just drops it out into the onside, and there's no run. Van der Hoogten, who's still out there, jogs in from square leg. Lime green heels to his cricket boots, Tim Van der Hoogten. As Salter is in, again, line and length is good, and Mike stretches forward, defends it back up the pitch. Classy, did you say?
Not for me.
Yeah. I haven't seen many lime green heels to the boots these days. They were in fashion for a while. Salter is in. Big hit from Ben Mike. Straight back over long on for 6. Lovely pick up by Mike, and Salter, hands on hips, looks back. But he has not much to say in those circumstances. It was a very, very clean hit from Ben Mike. May not have been too much wrong with the delivery in those terms, but it was a little bit in the slot, and Mike took full advantage. He moves on to 43 of 60 balls, and Leicestershire on to 459 for 7.
And I half expected that, because he had his mid off and his mid on up, and as you say, he's an attacking player. Of course, with nobody out there, I suspect there will be someone out there in the next over that Salter bowls. But it was a very, very good shot. I once saw the biggest hit I've seen here, and I'm told there are bigger hits, when Anzi Cronje, batting the far end, Richard, struck Stephen Barwick over the everything and into the pub. Is it still there? I don't know.
The cricketers, yes. Yeah.
It's an enormous hit, but somebody said that there has been a bigger hit. Whether it was Phil Simmons, I'm not sure. But it's a long hit.
Paris changing ends.
Yes, and here he comes for his first ball, and bowls. Pitch is just outside leg stump, help on its way, and they're only going to come through for a single. Mike has moved on to 43 and Walker on to 19. And the ease which these two are playing at the moment suggests that the pitch hasn't changed much, Richard.
No, there's a little bit of swing, but it's also perhaps a reflection on the sort of, with a certain amount of respect to Harris and Lloyd. They aren't Hogan and Nisa, who bowled really nicely this morning. I thought both of them got good movement. Quality opening bowlers.
Lloyd has given way now to Harris, who's swapped ends. Hasn't done too badly this morning, Harris. The wayward yesterday, 0 for 93. He comes in now and bowls to Mike, and Mike gets a full delivery, and it's driven but not really timed up to mid-off. 460 for 7. I would think, as we say, that Leicester should be looking to go past 500, I think, just to rub it in.
I think so.
Here comes the next ball, and that's pushed away. And the Foxes supporters can say, look, we may be bottom of the table, but my word, we can score some runs.
they really don't want to go through the season without registering a win in the county championship, that's for sure. And it tends to be what people see, don't they? They don't look at performances in games that, 14 games, no wins.
Harris just steadies himself at that far end. Comes in and bowls to Mike, and Mike gets another good ball, which is just pushed away gently back to the bowler.
But it was definitely a good toss to have won.
Yes.
I suspect that Lloyd would like to throw the ball to Van der Hoogten at some stage, but
yes, he'll be
available.
back in September. Yes. It becomes Harris, bowls again, and it's a useful bouncer. He was ready to hook it, but it gone past him. That's his first off the over. Harris walks back, and just the one single off this over. Mike is on 43. This is the last ball, and Walker is on 20. Whether the fast bowlers union have come back for a cup of coffee. In comes James Harris bowled. That is pulled away, and it could be out. Oh my word, what a mix-up.
Oh my goodness.
Well.
They both looked at each other and nobody moved. Hogan
and Byron, I think.
and Byram.
Byron,
And I think it was Byram's catch. He was the closest, yeah.
But, Harris and Glamorgan missing out there. You'd think it was a plan because they were two back. And it went straight up in the air and landed in between them. So,
But they were only, 15 yards apart, and it was in the air forever. And they were both looking at each other, and I think Hogan assumed that Byram was going for it. Byram kept sort of looking at Hogan, then looking at the ball. And in the end, they both left it to each other, and it landed in between. It was a simple catch.
So two very good, I think, they're good catches of the ball. But surely that is the position where one of them says, mine, when you freeze.
Well, they're both pretty experienced cricketers.
Well, Hogan certainly is. Byram, obviously, has only played a few games for Glamorgan, but that's the basic rules of cricket.
Goodness me. Well, in goes Salter and bowls to Mike, who took a single, probably anticipating turning round at the end of it and walking back to the pavilion, but finds himself still there. He pushes that one out into the offside. Poor James Harris. Harris. In goes Salter and bowls. Fuller, quicker delivery that is jammed back down the pitch off the bottom of his bat to him by Mike, who almost overreached himself stepping out to drive that one.
Got his long on there now.
Salter in, bowls, good length, and Mike is forward carefully, defending that one, not getting to the pitch, indicating again a little bit of something there for Andrew Salter. It might be mind games, it might be Leicestershire's batters trying to get into the Glamorgan batters' minds that there's something going on, as Salter is in, quick delivery, pushed out into the offside by Mike off the front foot. Only as far as Sam Northeast, who was absent for the first sort of 20 minutes or so of play. James Wheel was out there. I don't know whether he was a little bit late. In goes Salter, grunt of effort from him, and tries to put some revs on that. There's no turn there, and it's turned by Mike off the back foot as far as Van der Hoogten at square leg. Maybe just a sort of bit of tired thinking between Byram and Hogan. They've been out there a long time, Glamorgan now. Salter is in. Mike is turning his wrists on that one as he's forward defending out into the onside towards mid-wicket end of the over. I think it was a maiden. Yeah, Salter's 27th over he's bowled in the innings, and his very first maiden. 1 for 95, his figures.
Looking at the scorecard, there's only one Leicestershire batsman who's yet to get into double figures. Not yet, he won't. Ackerman out for first ball duck. But everybody else, it just shows you how consistent they've been right down the order. And I see a wry smile on Hogan's face.
Yeah, I bet Harris isn't got a right smile on his, poor soul.
I suspect it was planned because these two are here in longish boundary, and he's going to try again, but he's bowling at Rowan Walker now. And he comes and bowls. Walker then just gets out of the way. There's a ball sailing down the leg side.
Hard to reach. You wonder, and it's obviously one for the over, but generous that it wasn't signalled wide, really. But yes, Harris, who has laboured away, this is his 24th over without taking a wicket, finally sees the trap sprung. And
it would have been a good wicket to get Mike out. But he's still there, as is Walker, as in comes Harris and bowls, and is pushed away. They think of a run, but they see Eddie Byram lurking there at cover. .461 for 7 and 35 minutes to lunch. Harris starts his run, but aborts it because quite know why, probably either fly on the eye or something. He rubbed his face there, did the batsman, Walker. Harris just steadies himself as he passes umpire bowling on his way and bowls. This is a good looking shot there by Walker. He's going to get a couple of runs out to deep mid-wicket as the return comes in from Andrew Salter on that mid-wicket boundary. Close of play last night, Richard. I walked right in a straight line across the outfield and didn't realise how bumpy, quite naturally with this weather, and it was more or less like a football field, so credit to the fielders. If you look out there, it's very, very rough, which can't be helped at all, but
I'm afraid so, yeah. It was drilled for drainage.
Right. Harris bowls, Walker tucks this away down to fine leg, where Hogan waits and returns.
And when you look down on it from here, you can see how the holes haven't closed, essentially.
I'm telling you, yesterday.
And when it's dry, they open even more.
Yeah, as if that was a running track. Do you see it?
Yes.
2 lines.
Well, yeah, that's part of it. They were part of it.
Drains.
Channels, drainage channels that were dug. But this all took place a good few years ago now.
But I suppose we haven't had weather like this, although it should work really.
No, but it's true of many grounds, isn't it? The good drainage that's been put in has drained.
Yeah.
It's almost gone too far in some respects.
In comes Harris. And beats Mike, who plays an aerially looking shot outside the off stump. A couple of good overs here from James Harris.
It does mean we don't get puddles on the out. Very, very rarely get puddles on the outfield anymore. And once it stops raining, it becomes playable much more quickly. But I know a lot of grounds staff throughout the country are concerned about the squares as a consequence, that the water is now drains away too quickly from the squares.
Harris in and bowls. That is pulled. Might well bisect the fielders. Oh, good stop there by Hogan. Throws with his on his knees. The 40-year-old once see him as surprises again. 465 for 7. Mike is on 45 and Walker is on 23.
I don't know how Glamorgan saw Roman Walker, obviously, while he was there coming through, but I think Leicestershire have decided he's definitely an all-rounder in the making. He's I mean, he's worked hard on his batting.
Has he been injured? Has he all season?
No. He's been playing for the seconds. He himself is the first to say hasn't bowled as well as he would have liked in terms of forcing himself into contention, but he's begun to. He has forced himself into this game, partly on the strength of his performances in the seconds in recent games, but also he played against India in the touring game and took 5 for, including some really good wickets, and he took advantage talking to Mohammad Sami and Jasprit Bumrah and people like that. Salter is in to Mike, who's down the wicket, clipping it firmly on, driving it out to Nisa, who forms the long barrier down on the long on boundary, throws back to Salter. Mike takes 1, moves on to 46, 466 for 7.
To be half as good as those 2 you mentioned, you'd be a fine bowler.
But I think in the last sort of month, maybe 6 weeks or so, Salter is in to him. Very quick delivery that he's leaning forward to. Thick inside edge goes between his front and back legs and out towards sort of short legs. Salter thought he'd squeezed one through there and very nearly did. But he's taken a lot of confidence from his performances in recent weeks, and now he's got his chance to impress for the first team. In goes Salter on towards middle and leg, and Walker works it only as far as Carlson at mid-wicket. No run, he remains on 23. Coming up to updates time for BBC Radio Leicester as Salter steps in and bowls, tosses that one up a little bit. Forward goes Walker, drops it out towards point. Burst of music in our headphones, and there is no run. Bit of Cyndi Lauper in our headphones.
Very nice too.
In goes Salter, back goes Walker, looking to work it to long gone. Doesn't get quite enough power on it, and Carlson is able to run across from straightish mid-wicket to intercept before it goes down towards long on. Salter is in, tosses it up, trying to tempt Walker, but all he's prepared to do is work it towards mid-wicket. Carlson chases to his right, picks up and throws, but misses the stumps, and Walker makes his ground. Here comes the update. Hello, Foxes continue to go well in their first innings. They've moved on to 467 for 7, so 47 so far. The partnership between Roman Walker, who came in to replace Vian Mulder when he was bowled by Michael Nisa for 156, and Ben Mike, who is 46 not out of 74 balls. Half an hour to go until lunch, another 6 or 7 overs perhaps in that time. The Foxes will be hoping to be somewhere around 500 by the time the interval comes around, and looking to perhaps even build towards 550, maybe bat just once in the game. They're well on the way towards doing that at the moment. They're 467 for 7. I'm afraid probably not. A little bit early. Cake usually in mid-afternoon, courtesy of the Friends of Grace Road. It will probably be a sandwich, yes. No, I'm not, because we're on commentary as well online, so that's why. Thank you very much. We will.
As Walker deflects one on the leg side for a single, 468 for 7. Don't you just love radio presenters who don't understand that you can't engage in protracted banter because you're serving thousands of other people as well. 468 for 7. Walker moves on to 25 not out as Mike is on strike. A boundary potentially short of a half century as he forces that one through the leg side. Will that go all the way? It is a chase for Billy Root. I think it's going to reach the ropes. Root will put in the dive. Oh, that was acrobatic stuff.
But they've run 4.
They've run 4 anyway. Oh, Billy. You needn't have bothered. Ben Mike reaches a half century with another 4 runs. It wasn't a boundary. 472 for 7. Well batted, Mr. Mike.
75 deliveries for his 50. And, well, does that... I was going to say 4 4s and a 6, but is it 5 4s and a 6? It's a 4 anyway, isn't it?
It's a 4, yes.
So 5 4s and a 6.
5 fours and a 6, albeit only 5 boundaries total.
Correct.
If you want to be pedantic about these things. As next delivery is a short one and top edged over the keeper for 4 more. Well, Ben Mike didn't know an awful lot about that one. James Harris banging it in short, but it flew safely away and down to the sight screen.
I think it came off his helmet. So it might have to be checked.
It's gone to Mike on the scoreboard.
Yeah, no, top edge onto the helmet.
Yes. I see what you mean. There will be a break anyway because Wheel and Van der Hoogten are chugging on with an array of
well, it looks
drinks.
like Van der Hoogten is heading off to catch a train or something with a wheeled suitcase he's brought out. I haven't seen that
Any
before.
ice creams in there? 476 for 7. Yes, I think this season is probably not the best time for BBC Radio Leicester presenters to engage in the banter about marvellous lunches, because, well, times are hard here and they're not quite as marvellous as they were, but we're not being ungrateful. 476 for 7. The top edge from Mike, did you think that the fielders were leaving it to each other or lost the ball in the lines?
No, they're both looking at each other. They saw it all the way. Absolutely. Eddie Byram did. He was looking at the ball, then glancing at Michael Hogan. Hogan was sort of looking calmly at him. Byram knew. They both knew exactly where the ball was. It was in the air for a long, long time. It was very high. So it wasn't a problem seeing it. It wasn't a problem picking it up. But they both simply left it to each other, and it. But, you know, they were no more than 10 yards apart. And
Isaac could have caught it.
It was ridiculous.
Yes.
And poor James Harris, you could only feel sorry for him, having set the trap and seen it sprung. And it just required one of his fielders to finish it off for him.
Just required one of them to yell mine.
Yeah.
Either of them.
Completely.
Or indeed yours.
Yes.
Might have worked if one of them didn't fancy it. I think we are going to have a helmet check, as you suggested. Well spotted, Richard. Because there are various signals during this break in play.
Will Graves, Leicestershire's physio, for I think it may be his last game. I don't know, there may be one or two more. He's moving on to other things, but he's out there with bits of helmet. And
comes Buren Hendricks with not a complete helmet, but possibly a replacement
side
part
piece or something.
If something's got damaged. As Ben Mike has asked what day of the week it is, or who's the Prime Minister, or one of these quite difficult questions, really, because
it is at the moment.
Who knows who's Prime Minister and who knows what day of the week a county championship match is played on. 476 for 7, which reminds me of a joke maybe a bit. Well, is it? I'm not sure if it's tasteful enough to. Is one of those health checks where someone has asked the Prime Minister and didn't know, and the question said it's Mrs. Thatcher, and said no, it isn't. She's just resigned on the television behind you. 476 for 7 as the checks continue. Mike is 50, Walker is 25. 2 wickets have fallen to date this morning. Those of Harry Swindells, who was caught behind without addition to his overnight 52, caught Cook, bowled Hogan, 3rd wicket for Hogan, and then eventually a first for Niso when he cleaned up Vian Mulder after Mulder's excellent 156, which left him just short of 400 runs between dismissals, which is quite some record. 391, I believe. If my maths are correct, you are not missing any action.
No, it's taking an awful long time to sort out. Ben Mike's been down on whether he's been putting his helmet back together again.
Anyone know how to fix a helmet? Let's have a look at scores elsewhere in Division 2 in this interruption. Then at Lords, Middlesex 166 for 4 in reply to Sussex's 523 all out. Glamorgan will be hoping that Middlesex do not collect too many points, and Brad Curry of Sussex is doing his best with all 4 wickets to fall. so far in the Middlesex innings. And at Derby, it's down as lunch there, strangely. 223 for 4 Derbyshire in reply to Nottinghamshire's huge 618 for 8, with Brooke Guest, the young keeper, 78 not out. Wayne Madsen made 74. Why would they be? Are they on odd times at Derby after the?
I was just thinking that, yes, because of the short day one, they might.
Did they take? I didn't notice them.
But I didn't know they were one of the heat affected.
But they might have added them Derby to it.
But they might have lost play due to light or something like that.
Yes,
and I don't know.
Anyway, they're not playing at the moment.
No,
Derby.
but we are about to play again here after.
Hallelujah.
What, 6-7 minutes at least? I would think. And that will. Well, it will be allowed for in the over 8, which is still +1 anyway, but it will extend the day's play in terms of completing the 96. James Harris, still searching for his first wicket, is going to finish his over.
Eventually. 2 balls of it to come. Harris from the Bennett end to bowl to Ben Mike, who is still on 50 not out, and bowls another short ball that Mike just ducks underneath and then plays a pull shot afterwards as it went through to Chris Cook, who gives James Harris some loud encouragement that you may have picked up on the effects microphone. Actually calling him James rather than his usual on-field name of Bones. For 76 for 7. Harris into bowl to Mike. Another short ball pulled around. Can Hogan get underneath it? No, it's bouncing down to fine leg. This one not as aerial, not really under control. Single to Mike, 477 for 7. We're through 119 overs here on BBC Sport Online, also via the Leicestershire and Glamorgan websites.
This is Ben Mike's 10th first-class 50, but he has yet to go on to 3 figures. That 99 not out at Lord's, obviously, the nearest he has come thus far. So
I imagine he was a little less than pleased with losing 2 partners on 99.
Well, it sounds odd, but he walked off at Lord's to, obviously, hugely sympathetic applause from the members there in front of the pavilion, but his arm was round Buren Hendricks, who was inconsolable at not having seen him through to his 100, and it was Ben Mike who was doing the consoling. He's leaning on his bat now, ready for Salter, who is in, and he's clipping him away off the thick inside edge down towards long leg. Harris is in pursuit. It bobbles on down towards the electronic scoreboard. Mike completes a second and moves on to 53, 479 now for 7.
It really was bouncing around, wasn't it, as it made its way over the outfield, that one.
Salter in, bowls. Mike is down the pitch. Salter may have seen him coming and just pulled his length back a little bit. Mike ended up defending that, closing the bat face and pushing it out to mid-wicket where Carlson fielded. Salter is in. Mike is forward this time, more or less getting to the pitch of it, but again just pushing slightly across the delivery. Out to Carlson it goes at mid-wicket. Salter in, bowls. Mike, big stride, but again it's a 3-man game at the moment as he pushes across the line out to Carlson. Ground has filled up quite a little bit, especially down below us as the morning has gone on. Salter is in, and forward goes Ben Mike. This time Carlson doesn't bother because he plays it short of him, and Salter steps across the pitch, picks up. Coming to the end of his 29th over, he has almost brought up his own unwelcome century. He's 1 for 99 at the moment. in and bowls. Mike goes back and defends. High left elbow back down the pitch to Andrew Salter. End of the over. Mike seems to be a little bit all or nothing at the moment, doesn't he? It's going for the occasional big shot,
Yes.
but for the most part content to defend. 53 off 84 balls now.
Well, Bjorn Mulder referenced, didn't he, last night, the fact that Salter was getting a little bit of turn already on day one, and overall I think he's done a decent holding job for Salter, one of the more economical Glamorgan bowlers. Probably wouldn't really have expected to bowl so many overs, 29 now on the first innings of a match, but Glamorgan slightly short in the seam bowling department, with Harris being a bit expensive, and we're seeing Kieran Carlson, who took a wicket with his first ball last week against Nottinghamshire when Glamorgan were struggling for a breakthrough, so he'll bowl a little bit of gentle off spin as well. As Carlson from the Bennett end is in to bowl to Roman Walker, who off the back foot plays it up to mid-off, no run. So just a little variation. Already saw Ingram bowl a bit yesterday as Carlson bowls, and turned off his legs comfortably enough by Walker for a single down to deep square leg. Billy Root does the fielding. 26 to Walker, 480 for 7.
So 93 added so far this morning.
This partnership 60 runs already, as Leicestershire head for 500 and beyond. Back on his stumps goes Mike and punches it towards mid-wicket, but it's well intercepted by Northeast. A mere bagatelle compared to last week's riches, of course, of 7-5-6 for 4. Carlson bowls, tosses it up, driven towards Northeast, who again makes a good stop at short mid-wicket. Mike looking to find the gap, but punching a couple straight at the fielder, but here comes Carlson again, pulls that slightly quicker, and off the back foot it's hit up to long on for a single. 481 for 7. Mike to 54 not out. Roman Walker on to strike.
Well, the Welshness element in the ground has just increased. Freddie Bertie and Norman are in the building.
As on the back foot, Walker hammers that one back to the bowler, and Ben Mike has to turn and make his ground PDQ for somehow he ends up with the ball in his hand. I'm not quite sure how that happened, but 481 for 7. I'm pleased to see that you acknowledge all Leicestershire supporters and all supporters by name.
Well, the four-legged variety. Know most of them now. Welsh Springer Spaniels, 3 thereof have come to watch an hour or 2 of cricket, I'm sure. Andrew Salter is going to be bowling to Ben Mike from the pavilion end. Mike goes back and just dabs it out into the leg side, out towards square leg. Harris has a bit of work to do to get to the ball. He does it, but picks it up on the run, but Mike and Walker had both gone and made their ground comfortably enough. Moves on to 55, Ben Mike. 482 for 7. The way they're batting, as Salter is into Walker, who is forward on off stump, defending the ball out towards point, suggests that Leicestershire are very much keen to go on to lunch and beyond, well beyond. I think that they will have a target in mind of at least 550. Salter tosses that one up a little bit, but a nice little clip out into the leg side gap at mid-wicket by Roman Walker, out to the fielder on the boundary, who's tended to be Billy Root over there. Whether it still is, I'm not quite sure, because he chased one over to the third man boundary not so long ago. From this side, in goes Salter, quicker, flatter delivery, full. Mike steps out and just steers it out towards Northeast at extra cover.
points over on to the side.
Right. As Salter bowls, forward goes Mike, defends out into the offside. Very good. Is the comment of the Glamorgan fielders, encouraging Andrew Salter, who has brought up his 100 now. Joining James Harris in that respect. In he goes. Using his feet is Mike, defending that but just turning his wrists on it, pushing it into the gap at mid-wicket. Harris and Carlson converge on the ball, but Mike and Walker complete a comfortable 1. Mike onto 56, end of the over for 84 for 7, and he keeps the strike.
It's Eddie Byram who's sweeping on short side of the ground currently. Billy Root away to our left in front of the old scoreboard, and the Geary bar, which is shut for this game, as Carlson goes into his second over, and Mike stretches forward and defends. As Richard is saying, there's a lot of defensive prods and the occasional blow of violence from Ben Mike. Fancy taking on Carlson, hitting straight. It's tossed up and driven back to the bowler.
Just short. Just short.
Might be aerial. Don't think it was a chance.
No, just short.
As Carlson has the ball back in his hand. Bowls again, and Mike is forward, defending towards mid-on. Carlson scampers to his right and fields the follow-through. Walker picks up the ball for him. As Carlson gets on with it in terms of rattling through his overs. Mike takes a comfortable single up to long on, just punching it along the ground off the back foot. 57 to him, 485 for 7. Brings Walker onto strike on 27 not out. He'd be delighted so far with his performance on first class debut, as he drives the next one to mid on. There's no run. .43rd over was this ball. Carlson bowls, and Walker again slaps it to mid-off, and again there is no run, so Carlson at least helping Glamorgan get through their overs quickly, but on the other hand it's wickets they need, with Leicestershire, as you suggest, probably not having set any particular target in terms of time for any declaration. I think they'll just let this innings take its course, so Glamorgan have to get 10 people out.
Well, if, and it is quite a big if, the wicket does start to offer the spinners increasing help on days 3 and 4, that there's no mileage in them sort of declaring too soon, is there really? In goes Salter and bowls down the wicket is Mike, hitting it crisply out towards mid-wicket. Nice work though by Carlson. Oh, it was nice work by Carlson. He's hurled it back at the keeper because Mike was out of his ground, but it was just wide of Cook, and it's been allowed to go through past Cook, past slip. Lloyd wasn't really backing up, not anticipating, and it's gone down to the third man boundary for 4.
Buzzers, oh dear, as you say, it was fair enough to have a go because Mike had come forward out of his ground, but there wasn't anyone down at third man to know where the ball ended up, so once it passed keeper and slip, that was it.
Mike into the 60s, on to 61. Salter bowls to him, tosses it up, inviting the drive. It's hit firmly by Mike, but doesn't put his full weight into the shot. Along the ground all the way it goes to Carlson at straight mid-wicket. Carlson is still gesturing at Cook, who's gesturing back. In goes Salter and bowls. Mike goes back and defends back down the pitch on the off side. Wasn't too far from Cook, but it was horribly low to his left, and he couldn't sort of reach down in time to block it, and Lloyd very close to him couldn't get down to block it either. Salter is in, inviting the drive. It is driven by Mike out towards Michael Hogan, who throws and hits the stumps. But there's going to be another overthrow there as it bounces off the stumps. I think that one is a little bit more forgivable on the part of Hogan. Really did well, the Australian. Got to his left, hurled the ball at the stumps, hit the bottom of them, but as a consequence, Salter, who was waiting behind them, obviously didn't gather, and it bounced off the bottom of the stumps, rebounded off the bottom of the stumps out into the leg side, and Mike picks up another extra run as a consequence. He moves on to 63. Salter is in 2, a little bit short on the leg side, dabbed down towards mid-wicket. Carlson runs away to his right to field, and another single is taken. And Eddie's brought the paper bags with our lunch.
492 for 7, 5 bonus runs in this over for Leicestershire, and they are rather toying with the Glamorgan fielders at the moment.
Salter is in 2. Walker, very fat, very flat, very fast, very wide, and not sufficiently wide for umpire Long to signal wide outside off stump. Smart piece of work by Cook to take that. It was, as I say, low, flat and fast, almost a seamer.
Yes, possibly a couple of overs. Well, it should be a couple of overs unless boundaries are struck. I have to be careful in phrasing my report on Mike's innings, because he's had 2 fours that he didn't hit the boundary, as it were. One an all run for, and one gifted to him really in the way of 4 overthrows. 492 for 7. The punishment goes on for Glamorgan in the field as Carlson bowls and Mike drives up to long on for a single.
I'm just looking at his official score, which sort of is relayed via the scorers to the various websites, and he's down now as he's still just down as having 5 4s and 1 6. Now we said,
as Walker clubs another one off the back foot back to the bowler.
So they hadn't given him that 4. And I don't think they gave him the overthrows either.
Or the all-run one.
The all-run one.
Yeah.
Either.
Carlson bowls. Walker leg glances, picks up a single. Hogan had to move just to his right at fine leg, and it was a reasonably comfortable single.
But how you differentiate in the scorebook? Is there a 4 in there? So.
Carlson bowls. Forward comes Mike to defend. No run. Well, you can use different colours in a written scorebook, which I believe Dr. Hignell still uses alongside the electronic system, but stick in a few asterisks or footnotes or whatever. Mike clubs a short one away on the leg side and will pick up a boundary here down towards backward square. Carlson just straying, and a little touch of bats in mid-pitch between Walker and Mike as Mike moves on to 69 not out. Is that maiden century in the back of his mind?
Well, that one goes down to him for sure. Question from Fango Fox you might be able to answer. Nick, why has Ingram bowled so little? Question mark.
Not sure why he hasn't been used this morning. I think he is used as a stand breaker these days, as we saw just before tea yesterday. As Mike takes another single into a gap on the leg side, and it's quite easy for him to milk those runs at the moment. Looking at Ingram this season, he's taken 3 wickets before this match, so now 4.
He'd only bowled 30 overs, hadn't he? So
his bowling has fallen a little bit into disuse during the period in which he played only white ball cricket. I'd better depart for Radio Bulletin next door, and I'll see you the other side of lunch.
Thank you, Nick. We might, this will be the last over, and well, there we go. It is going to be Colin Ingram who's going to bowl now, so look out at mid-wicket. could be heading your way. I am sure Ben Mike, who's moved on to 70, will not want to give it away now. Ingram is in, tosses it right up. Mike waits for it on off stump and waits for it to pitch and just strokes it out to Hogan at mid off. Ingram steps to the crease, really, bowls a decent line, and Mike is forward pushing down the onside. This time Carlson moves across to his left to field. 1 for 14 from his first 4 overs, or from the 4 overs he bowled yesterday. Ingram tosses that one right up, driven hard down into the ground by Mike, but Northeast scrambles rather to his left to make the stop in the covers. Does have long on posted, Ingram, who is in and bowls a bit short, and Mike goes back, chops it out into the offside, but again with insufficient force to get it past Northeast in the covers. Got a little bit darker, and the players are casting shadows from the floodlights at the moment as Ingram is in. Forward goes Mike. That was a decent delivery, good length and good line, nice loop to it, no great turn. Mike defends it out. Well, Mike indicates that he thinks there was a little bit. It's slow turn though at the moment as Ingram is in, bowls, Mike is forward, and that is a very decent maiden from Colin Ingram to end the morning's play. Leicestershire will go to lunch on 499 for 7, so 2 wickets fell during the morning, but Leicestershire added 109 runs, and they will be pretty pleased with that, especially as they lost a wicket in the very first over. Harry Swindle's caught by Chris Cook off the bowling of Michael Hogan for 52, and then Vian Mulder had just gone past 150 when he was bowled, stretching forward to a delivery from Michael Nisa that just did enough to go past the outside edge and onto the stumps. But this partnership worth 79 for the 8th wicket between Roman Walker on first class debut and playing against his former county. He's 28 not out, and Ben Mike, who is 70 not out, and another opportunity perhaps to score that elusive maiden first class century. So we'll be back with you. I'll be doing an update for BBC Radio Leicester shortly, but otherwise we'll be back with you at the Uptonsteel County Ground for the resumption, which should be on time. As I say, it is still a little bit dark, a little bit cloudy, but no, not raining at the moment, and the ground staff not bringing out the covers just in case, so to speak, which they tend to do here at Leicestershire. If there's a threat of rain during an interval, they tend to get them all ready. But I can see the tractor is unmanned at the moment. So we'll be back with you in around about 35 minutes' time. Hello. $499 for 7 at lunch. Leicestershire building towards a really formidable first innings score. They did lose 2 wickets in the session, those of Harry Swindles in the very first over without adding to his overnight 52, and then Vian Mulder on the back of his unbeaten double century against Sussex made 156 before being bowled by Michael Nisa. But Ben Mike has passed 50 for the 10th time in his first class career. He's 70 not out. Roman Walker on first class debut and playing against his former county is 28 not out. The Foxes will be hoping to get somewhere between 550 and maybe even 600 before getting Glamorgan in and trying to put them under a little bit of pressure. It's going well for them at the moment. 499 for 7. No update at 1:30, no, because obviously we're still at lunch and nothing has changed. No worries.
really be? Voice of Wales. He's pretty cocky, isn't he? That's the best He's been doing that, before that.
One each for the athlete will be acceptable.
Good one, boys.
Yes, Andrew.
I am.
Oh, that's, I'll get that one. Oh, no. Oh, you're hooking up.
Just chuck me down the water bottle. I don't know, I think I was mine. Yeah, it's alright, Raheem. Yeah. It's so good. Have I won?
Anybody want a Mars bar?
I've had one.
He
So
didn't give us crisps today, just found it. So
no, thanks. I've had one. So much enough for a day.
Peter Brunty would object to me giving it the dogs.
just be talking to me now. Try and write it.
So, welcome back to Grace Road, where we're about to start the afternoon session of day 2 of Leicestershire against Glamorgan. Yes, it is day 2, and not day 3, as all the other matches in this round. We started a day later because of the Women's International here on Monday. And Leicestershire are very powerfully placed on 499 for 7, so they added 112 runs in the morning session for the loss of 2 wickets. Harry Swindells was caught behind off Michael Hogan for 52, and Vian Mulder was eventually bowled by Michael Nisa for 156, so he scored 391 runs between dismissals, did Vian Mulder, as David Lloyd leads a possibly slightly weary Glamorgan side out into the field. They've been out there for 4 sessions, and a powerful 8th wicket partnership developing for the home side between Ben Mike, who's on 70 not out, has hit the ball hard, benefited from 1 or 2 slices of fortune, a top edge that fell between a couple of fielders, both of whom left it to the other. That was when he was on 43. He's also had some overthrows to his credit. Roman Walker has adapted pretty nicely to his first-class experience, the 21-year-old bowler from Wrexham, formerly on the Glamorgan staff. He's 28 not out. We're way past the bowling points stages, so Glamorgan have to be content with 2. Leicestershire comfortably picking up the 5 batting points, and the batting to come is Callum Parkinson and Chris Wright. Parkinson might be expected to contribute, Wright possibly less so. So cloudy conditions, the lights are still on as they have been since the first over this morning, and Michael Hogan to have another blast with the ball that is 45 overs old. So Glamorgan will be desperately hoping they don't have to get to a second new ball. Edward Bevan is alongside me. Edward, Leicestershire just continuing to pile on the misery for Glamorgan at the moment.
Yes, and I think you'll see them accelerate now, take the odd risk, because we've had a day and a half, and they really want to get at Glamorgan's batting, but it'll be Michael Hogan from the far end to start proceedings. He bowls now, and beats Walker outside the off stump with a ball of full length. It was very much like Glamorgan were deciding when to declare last week against Nottinghamshire, and we saw them coming out after tea and attack everything and bat for about 20 minutes. Because if Leicestershire go on and on for nearly tea time, then it'll be just 2 days left, and it'll be a big job for Leicester to just take 20 wickets. Hogan bowls, and this is driven up towards mid-off, and it's beaten mid-on, and it's going to run away for 4 on this outfield. He just pushed at that, and the applause you may hear is for the 500 coming up. 503 for 7, and Walker is on to 32.
Yeah, James Harris looking disconsolate. He got a reasonable hand on that, I think, at mid-on, and just diverted it away towards long off. So the dive was in vain.
Michael Hogan, 2 slips waiting, comes in, bowls, and that's nudged away. They go through a quick single. There might be a chance, and had that hit, he'd have been out by a yard.
Yeah, I think Ben Mike had virtually given up there, but it was a throw from side on, and it didn't strike the stumps, and Glamorgan have only managed really to hit the stumps when it hasn't counted today.
I can only think of 2 occasions this season where they have succeeded. Michael Nisa once, I think, and you always have odds, not only in Glamorgan's games, but games we've seen on television, test matches. When you shot, you rarely hit. And they practice it so much beforehand.
So many moving parts, I guess, isn't it?
Yes, and it looks as if they are going to take, as I say, the odd risk here. 33 more now, and facing is Ben Mike, who's on 70 not out. And in comes Hogan to bowl to him, and he just pushes it away to another ball full length out into the offside. Still cloudy, warmed up a little since this morning, but the lights are on, and Richard and I were just thinking this morning how much is this going to cost Leicestershire when there's absolutely no need for it. Michael Hogan to Ben Mike, bowls to him, and Mike drives, but straight to Carlson, who's feeling at cover.
I presume that would have been taken in consultation with the umpires this morning. It would have been probably a bit murky.
Although it's only half of them on, isn't it? From what I could see.
I think some are pointing away from us is possibly why they appear that way.
Hogan turns at the end of his run over the wicket and bowls, and Mike gets on a ball that's just short of a length, pushed away. So 5 runs off that over, 504 for 7. Desperate for a winger, Leicestershire, of course, because they haven't succeeded in getting any sort of victory in this competition. They're at the bottom of the championship.
Yes, and hit really, well, I suppose, partly through their own doing, but the docking of points in the T20 that prevented a big payday for the club and a quarter-final place, which they'd have otherwise got. Last season, Leicestershire with 3 victories in the county championship to 6 defeats, similar record to Glamorgan, who got into the 2nd division in that particular setup, but that's changed again, of course. Salter in to bowl to Walker, who's back on his stumps and playing it comfortably through the covers for a single, 505 for 7. And it's just a question of how much this pitch will deteriorate, crack and take turn, because there were some cracks visible before proceedings began yesterday morning, and Glamorgan will be hoping that Parkinson and Ackerman don't get on a roll with the ball.
Haven't seen anything turned yet.
Salter bowls, played comfortably off the back foot, beautifully fielded by Carlson at mid-wicket as Mike clipped it away. Looked like there'd be a couple of runs there, but Carlson making acrobatic ground to his right to do the fielding. Salter in again, bowls to Mike, who forces off the back foot. It's intercepted again by Carlson. Powerful microphone that BBC Leicester have provided, picks up every conversation down beneath us as Salter bowls and Mike stretches forward, defends.
I sense that Mike is waiting for the big shot, but his mid-on is now on the fence at long on. Deep extra cover, deep mid-wicket.
Will he try and go over the top? There's a chance there at mid-off. Salter bowls and Mike is forward, pushing gently, looking for the possibility of the scampered single. They've been certainly looking for the quick ones, this pair, who've added so far 85 for this 8th wicket. As Salter bowls again to Mike, floated up, driven, but again for the 3rd time in the over he's found Kieran Carlson and a shortish mid-wicket. There is no run. 505 for 7, just the single off the over. Walk has 34, Mike has 70.
And 5 of the Leicestershire batsmen have passed 50. It could be 6, of course. Walker's on 34, and I think that just tells you how placid this pitch is. Some people think that it could help the bowlers either tomorrow afternoon or the last day, Saturday. Others think it won't do anything. So that's and there is the threat of some rain tomorrow, according to the umpires. But you never know with weather forecasts; you might go straight through. But we are watching Hogan bowling his 2nd over of the afternoon as he comes in and bowls, and Walker just taps that away wide of gully for a single. He moves to 35, 506 for 7.
News of Glamorgan's rivals Middlesex, who are facing a Sussex total of 523. Middlesex have moved on to 188 for 4 that game. Into day 3, of course, because everything else started on Tuesday.
Well, surely that's going to be a draw.
You would have thought so.
Hogan bowls, good length ball, pushed back down the pitch.
Likewise at Derby, the runs piling up. Derbyshire 244 for 4. Brookcast 91 not out, in reply to Notts 318 for 8 declared. Rain must have dumped on Edgbaston because they still haven't started. There's another inspection around now.
Here comes Hogan and bowls, and this time a few appeals and anguish shouts, but Hogan just getting a little bit of movement there and deceiving Mike.
Wickets continue to tumble at Northampton, where Northampton 75 for 7 in their 2nd innings, 4 to Tom Bailey. Against Lancashire, that's a lead of 178 runs though, so that should be a good contest. A low scoring game.
Pitch be interesting there. Hogan in and bowls, and Mike plays defensively out onto the onside.
But the Oval, not as many runs as usual there. Essex 127 for 3 in their 2nd innings. That's a lead of 79 runs over Surrey.
Yes, and I noticed Hamer took 2 for 95 there. Not his favourite pitch like Chelmsford, where he took 15 in a week. Hogan bowls. That's elegant looking drive, but straight to mid-off, no run.
Interesting to see how Simon Harmer gets on at international level on his recall to the national colours for South Africa.
Thought he might have been included in the one-day squad. Hogan turns once again, comes in towards us and bowls. Catch dropped at mid-on, or did it carry? Look at Hogan.
I think that carried low down to
So do I.
Harris. If we get another view. Looked as though Harris was forward on his knees, and he remains on his knees.
I think that was a drop. Ah, dear. Glamorgan's bowlers are not having the best of times. The feeling hasn't been good, it must be said. I will say, and as I said to Richard earlier, I walked straight across the field last night to get to my car, and I did not realise how bumpy the ground was. Very, very difficult out there.
Yeah, it's we saw one earlier. It's really bobbling along down to the scoreboard as Salter starts a new over to Walker, who tries to cut and misses.
Well, if that was a catch, you know, it's whether it's tiredness or not interested. Of course, he's interested, but it went straight at him, I'm sure.
Salter bowls and turned on the leg side by Walker. Shouts of no. I mean, Glamorgan seem more likely to get a run out than anything else at the moment. With all this, these two batting together for first time in the first team. Anyway, Salter bowls and Walker stretches forward to defend, and there's no run. So they're not taking their chances, Glamorgan.
No.
With Mulder dropped a couple of times, once early on behind the wicket and then again at cover later in his innings. Salter bowls, turned on the leg side by Walker, no run. It has been a very frustrating listen and watch, I'm sure, for Glamorgan supporters in this game. Salter bowls, noodled on the leg side. This time it is a safe single for Roman Walker. 507 for 7. Leicestershire, having spent most of last week knocking up the runs against Sussex, they've followed up in some style against Glamorgan. Walker moves to 36 on debut. As that is driven by Mike down the ground. There is a fielder at long on, Michael Neser, as we stretch around the corner to pick him up. Just a couple of singles then. Salter over, 130 overs gone. Leicestershire grind on and on, 508 for 7.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised with 7 wickets down that there's a little bit more aggression might come from the batsmen. Because with the threat of rain tomorrow, which will probably take some time out, I would have thought that they might just have a go, get 20 or 30 more runs and pull in and get at Glamorgan while they're, not while they're down, but you've seen by their fielding that they're obviously tired and probably a little bit fed up with proceedings, and then you just might lose concentration. So whether they'll go into a full launch attack remains to be seen, as Hogan now starts a new over and bowls to Mike. Mike gets a bouncer which he leaves and goes through to Cook, and umpire Baldwin just signals that's your one for the over.
Yeah, it's looked prospective tactic, hasn't it? Because Mike did sky that what should have been a catching opportunity when he was on 43, and he's looked willing to take on the short ball.
Still the 2-man back here on the fine leg boundary as Hogan comes in, bowls to Mike. Mike leaves outside the off stump.
I think Leicestershire might, if they have the wickets in hand still standing, might be inclined to go on into the evening session if Glamorgan don't bowl them out.
Do you?
I don't see it. I'd be a little surprised if they declared this afternoon.
Hogan is in, bowls. Don't know on earth that anguished cry was for, but it was quite wide of the off stump and led through to the wicketkeeper. Whether they're waiting to see if the pitch does deteriorate a bit, but there's no sign of it as yet. Maybe going past the 7.44.
7.56 last week.
7.56 was it? they got last week.
Yeah.
Let's see Hogan again, wide of the off stump.
That's a
It
awkward
looks
take for Chris Cook.
yeah, as if Hogan is bowling just a little bit wider than his normal, and make it more difficult for the batsman to get after him.
Well, it's a middle-aged ball, isn't it? It's probably gone fairly soft by now.
Yeah, they'll look to change it, no doubts in a minute. Hogan bowls. And cry of catch it, but the bat was nowhere near that. So with his first ball and his fifth ball, Hogan has got his 2 for the over. And no runs off it. Hogan now in his 27th over.
Chris Cook waving his hands around, hands on hips now. What can we try that we haven't tried already?
Try to improve the fielding. Hogan bowls. That's outside the off stump. And that's the end of another over. 5-8 for 7 the score remains. Mo Walker is 36 and Mike is 71.
It's only 9 runs since lunch, isn't it? So tells you that they're not exactly looking to put a spurt on, just to grind Glamorgan down into the dirt before putting in the visitors when their spirits have thoroughly fallen, would be the Leicestershire point of view, you would have thought. And
it is a bit strange, the tactics by Leicestershire. They know exactly what they're doing. I might think that it will deteriorate as Richard comes in and will in a moment give an update for Radio Leicester.
Indeed, Salter's first ball of the over was blocked on the offside, 508 for 7 as we approach 2 o'clock BST. Good afternoon, stroke evening, stroke morning, wherever you're listening. Salter bowls and stretching forward is Walker, defending on the leg side where Kieran Carlson's football skills let him down a little bit as he tries to do a bit of fancy footwork. Salter bowls and Walker works it into a gap on the offside and amble through for a single as Northeast as the fielding. 509 for 7. Edward thought they might press on and declare. I think they'll try and bat into the evening session. No sign of pressing on as yet. Salter to Mike on 71 not out. Drives down the ground and we'll pick up the single to Nisa to long on 5-10 for 7.
I think Mike was so shocked by that drop that he's gone into his shell a little bit as a consequence. It's one of the worst drops I've ever seen, to be quite honest. Poor old James Harris, not having a game to remember.
5-10 for 7, that's a diplomatic way of putting it. As forward comes Walker to defend. I must admit, I just lost sight of the trajectory of the ball. It was about, what, knee-high?
Yeah, just lobbed as gently as you would like to. About knee-high it was, maybe even a little bit higher.
As Salter bowls hammered back over his head by Roman Walker. A rare outburst of aggression, probably the first one since lunch, as he smashes one straight for 4. 41 has Roman Walker. 514 for 7. Maybe we will see a Welsh half-centurion, maybe just not the one that Glamorgan followers would have wanted.
He should also have, had the throw hit from Carlson in the first over after lunch, he would have been out by a yard and a half.
Yeah.
So if he doesn't get his first class 100 today, you wonder, given the chances on 43 and 2 on 70, perhaps it is destiny. Famous last words.
2 since lunch, yeah?
Yeah, famous last words. Michael Hogan, who still shaking his head, I suspect, comes down the slope Bowls to Mike, who is driving pleasantly, steering, doesn't put everything into the shot. Fullish delivery outside off stump, straight to Carlson it goes in the covers, and there's no run. Adjusts his gloves, Ben Mike. Walker eyeing his own personal landmark of that half century in his first-class innings. Still another 28 for Ben Mike to get, so plenty of work to do as Hogan is in. Mike again is pushing firmly out into the offside, and again Carlson must have fielded the ball there in the covers at least 100 times in this innings without being silly about it. Very much in the firing line. Update finally comes through. Bit of swimming news first. In goes Hogan, bowls. Mike clips him away through mid-wicket, and that is going to go the distance. That is a lovely shot by Ben Mike. Leicestershire have moved on to 518 now for 7. Ben Mike has moved on to 76, approaching a landmark for him. It would be his first-class century, and he's been lucky a little bit since lunch. He could have been run out in the first over, and then he was on 70 when he was dropped. A simple chance at mid-on by James Harris off the bowling of Michael Hogan. Roman Walker is with Mike at the moment. He's 41, not out in his first-class innings, so landmarks of his own approaching as well, and together they've put on 98 so far for the 8th wicket. It looks as like the Foxes are going to bat and possibly even until tea, maybe get around about 600 before getting Glamorgan in muggy conditions down here at the Uptonsteel County Ground.
Yes, the humidity seems to have increased. It was quite cool early doors.
Markedly, just very suddenly almost. Hogan is in. Mike is leaving outside off stump, letting it go through to Chris Cook. Previous delivery, when I was talking to BBC Radio Leicester, short ball that was pulled hard by Mike. Crack of wood on leather, but it went straight to Northeast at mid-wicket along the ground all the way. Hasten to add, it wasn't a chance. Hogan turns in, bowls, pulled by Mike in the air. It's going to drop short of square leg. Mike continues to lead a charmed life. Ingram came running in, or Byram, is it out there, came running in. It possibly, he didn't rush in too quickly, to be honest. He maybe took a while to pick it up. It's Billy Root actually out there, got it right at the third attempt. He came running in, but he didn't get there in time, and Hogan hands on knees in disbelief. I don't think you could really put that one, although Root's body language suggests he feels he might have got there really running in from square leg. I'm not sure he could have done.
That went into the trees potentially, that one.
It was it was a lower one, wasn't it? It wasn't like the skied top edger, but, well, Mike, as I say, continues to lead a charmed life. He's moved on to 77, 519 for 7.
Salter is in to bowl to Mike, who's prodding forward, defending on the leg side, and there's no run. If you wish to contact us via Twitter, Foxes Cricket 22, Nick Webb 2017, Ed Bevan Cricket. There's a big swing from Mike. Where's that one ended up? Third man. Somehow. 4 runs off the edge. Probably exactly opposite to where he intended it hit. And those 4 runs bring up the century partnership between these two. 523 for 7. The punishment for Glamorgan goes on as Ben Mike rehearses something that might have been a shot over long on, or it might have been a hack down the fairway on his local golf course. wasn't hugely elegant, whatever it was. No slip now for Andrew Salter, as Mike is back on his stumps defending. He's moved up to 81 with that boundary. And Glamorgan just have 6 saving the single. It's a holding operation and just hold on and hope at the moment for Glamorgan as Salter bowls. Mike hoiks it away towards the leg side. There's almost a mix-up between the two batters as it was stopped at the second attempt at square leg, and they scramble through for a single. I thought he was aiming up into the skies in the next parish. There was looking up in the air, but it was not fully smashed, and Lloyd, who was lurking next to the umpire, managed to stop it and get a throw in. 5:24 for 7. Mike onto 82 somehow. Salter to Roman Walker, who turns that one to square leg, fielded by Lloyd. No run. Lloyd is fielding there because there is no slip, which is where he normally operates. Salter to Roman Walker, who's pushing forward defending. It's the more established batsman, Ben Mike, who seems to be at the centre of all this harem-scarum stuff. Roman Walker is playing quite sensibly at the other end and just picking up his runs where he can. James Harris is waving towards the Bennett end.
Somebody in one of the hospitality... they want the doors closed, the glass doors, I suspect, closing one of the hospitality boxes.
Something is glinting, presumably the floodlights glinting off the glass fronts there.
Just looking back at Ben Mike's 99 not out at Lord's, according to my notes, essentially it was chanceless. So, and he really did play beautifully in that innings. This innings has not been chanceless, but, well, it would be one of the ironies of cricket if he were to go on in these circumstances, I suspect. Have we got the doors closed now? It looks that way.
The weary James Harris to continue to take over from the Bennett end. Still looking for his first success of the match, and
that includes catching.
Ought to have been in the catches column. He ought to have been on the scorecard somewhere.
Well, it could be that his luck will change dramatically because everything has gone against him. Thus far, none for 104 as he comes down the slope from the Bennett end to bowl to Ben Mike, who is driving a full delivery outside off stump out to the point boundary. There is a man on the point boundary in the form of Andrew Salter, who stops it and throws it back in. Mike takes one, moves on to 83. Yeah, 99 not out came off 108 balls at Lord's, included 9 fours and 4 sixes. Chris Wright and Bjorn Hendricks were the men who were unable to see him over the line at the end there when he was on 99. In goes Harris and bowls a swing and a miss from Roman Walker, who does look a little bit more determined to get on with things post-lunch. 41 not out off 66 for him. They can't afford to let themselves get becalmed. Leicestershire, they will want to bat as long as possible, but not just for the sake of occupying the crease. Although it does all, I suppose, add to the anywhere that's going into the pitch.
Well, it's not only that, but the wear that's going into the fielding side. Yeah,
indeed, tiring them out. In goes Harris and bowls. Walker on the back foot, short ball. I think he was getting in position to hook, and whether it was a little bit straighter than he thought, it was on him more quickly than he thought, but he ended up sort of batting it back down the pitch with the bat almost pointing vertically upwards. So quite how he managed to do that, but there's a few sort of hands on hips out there, but well, things have not gone Glamorgan's way today, or indeed yesterday really, but in terms of luck as well. So There are no great expressions of disappointment or derision out there. In goes Harris and bowls a bounce that is just nicely paddle pulled, if you like, around the corner by Roman Walker down towards Michael Neser, who's at long leg, has to run a little bit around towards fine leg. Does so. Walker takes 1, moves on to 42.
The Lancashire Action Group, one of the more busy supporters groups, so they've had a huge response from a leaflet campaign, and they've now put their campaign online against any reduction in county championship fixtures.
Harris is in outside off stump, slightly short of a length. Mike leans back, lets it go through to Cook.
Should you be interested in that, it's their online address is lancsactiongroup.com. lancsactiongroup.com, all one word.
I saw some interesting tweets this morning from our colleague Kevin Howells, BBC Sports, even county cricket correspondent, about a long chat he'd had with Andrew Strauss about the review. In goes Harris and bowls short, pulled by Mike decisively for 4. Lovely shot. Harris just turns away and ruefully walks back towards the umpire. Paul Baldwin sees him signalling 4, but fastened on that one, Ben Mike, and really did middle it out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Billy Root is jogging very slow. He's barely moving, Billy Root. He's jogging, but he could walk more quickly than that out to the Melton Building Society family stand. Some 30 yards over the ropes down there. He picks it up. Walk Mike on to 87 off 144 balls, 530 for 7.
Yes, the principles laid out by Andrew Strauss for the review seem to centre fairly heavily on the performance of the national England side, and somewhat less heavily on the performance of the 18 professional units that supply it with all its personnel. Andrew Salter then from this pavilion end bowls, and Walker driving down to long on for a single, 531 for 7.
From what Kevin said, minimally relying on any evidence from members or supporters or...
As Salter's in and Mike defends. Yes, the ECB is meant to be the product of the counties rather than a central organisation running everything. As Salter's into ball down the wicket comes Mike and swings towards wide long on, 4 runs as Ben Mike moves into the 90s, 91 not out, 535 for 7 as Mike looks for this maiden first class century that so narrowly eluded him at Lord's. Salter in bowls. Mike defends this one too, mid-wicket, no run.
Kevin is going to talk about his discussion with Andrew Strauss, I think, on BBC Live, 5 Live Sport Extra during the tea interval today.
535 for 7. Salter bowls another down the wicket, another swing, and he's caught at long on. Ben Mike goes on 91. Michael Neser taking the catch, chest height, well pouched. Andrew Salter gets the wicket. Well batted Ben Mike, and Roman Walker is accompanying him towards the dressing room. It is a declaration on 5, or is it? No, he's stopped halfway. Roman Walker was marching off there alongside Mike. That looked like a declaration, and then
that's what you call it. That's what you call selling a dummy, isn't it?
That
was harsh.
Ben Mike will acknowledge the applause of the crowd.
He looks very gloomy going off there, Ben Mike. I just wonder, in the circumstances, having been dropped in the way he was, where he'd have been entirely... sounds silly to say he'd have been entirely happy to going to his maiden first-class entry in those sort of circumstances. I don't know. We'll talk to him tomorrow. We'll talk to him tonight, maybe.
He'd have been,
he'd have taken. Probably, yeah, but...
He was looking to get there in a hurry, though, but it's not a declaration as yet. With 2 huge shots played in that over, hit 1 for 4, was caught on the boundary. It was quite powerful, and Nisa had to take it, hands pointing upwards, close to the boundary, but managed not to topple backwards. And Roman Walker stuck his bat under his arms and walked towards us next to Mike, and then stopped. And in comes Callum Parkinson at number 10.
148 balls, 10 fours, and 1 6 for Ben Mike. What was the partnership worth? 535.
115?
Minus, 420, as you say.
So, Walker, Parkinson, and Wright will try to press on, at least for the time being.
There's a few sarcastic cheers as Michael Nisa runs in. He's gone to slip, and Andrew Salter high fives him.
Salter in to bowl, turned on the leg side by the new man Parkinson. Single taken, 5-3-6 for 8.
Just to go back with what we're talking about, Kevin Howells, he tweeted some quotes from Andrew Strauss. Quote, "When we have developed these options, I'll update again and there will be plenty of opportunity to discuss them," unquote. Leaves Kevin wondering how, when and where. And also he's tweeted a quote to the effect that Strauss said, "We'll also be speaking to supporters this summer." And Kevin poses the question, what weight do supporters truthfully carry when it comes to performance reviews? So good luck to the Lancs Action Group, but how much of influence they'll have?
Well, that review was sparked off by the fact that England couldn't win a test match to save their lives for 18 months. They've now won 4 on the bounce in thrilling style. So maybe it wasn't the structure that was fault, it was just a change of personnel that was needed.
We shall see what it comes up with. Harris is in from the Bennett end, goes past the outside edge of Parkinson's groping bat as Leicestershire's captain pushed forward at that delivery that did it swing a little bit. As I said, it's much warmer and muggier now, but it certainly went past the outside edge, and Cook was stepping to his right behind the stumps as he took it, suggesting there was a certain amount of swing.
And David Lloyd, the skipper, is just off for a moment. Wonder whether he's going to have a bowl.
In goes Harris, and this time Parkinson connects with a forward defensive press out to Kieran Carlson in the covers.
Perhaps the review needs to be into England white ball cricket, given the slight struggles at the start of that format in the summer. It's nonsense.
It does feel that way, but I don't like the vibes that are coming. As in goes Harris and bowls outside off stump. Parkinson steps forward, and that one really does move away.
Well taken, Chris Cook, plunging to his right in front of Ingram at slip. Yeah, I mean, you have to acknowledge that the county championship is relatively poorly attended in person, but there are a lot of people who follow it via social media, online, and so on, through the broadcasts and the commentaries.
Harris is in, bowls to Parkinson, who leaves a straighter delivery. That one doesn't swing, perhaps deliberately so, perhaps reversal of the shiny side from James Harris.
I mean, I don't like a financial model of a sport that's entirely funded from the top, with the money trickling down, allocated to the counties, not really giving those professional entities the chance to earn their own dosh.
Harris bowls a bounce that hits Parkinson as he goes down on one knee and hits him on the side of the helmet. Bounces away towards deep backward square. Parkinson seems to be absolutely fine. Harris walks down to make sure he is. Parkinson takes off his helmet, gives his almost shaven head a bit of a rub, but that could be bad news for Callum Parkinson. He is still rubbing his head a little bit. He seems to be absolutely compos mentis. He's not staggering or anything like that, but certainly there will be another longish delay while the helmet is checked. Parkinson again rubs his head. He turned his head away from the bouncer, didn't get up that much. He's not a tall man, Parkinson, and it fairly thudded into the side of his helmet.
No, well, it took his eyes off instead of getting lower, didn't he? And was facing away from the trajectory of the ball almost, so it was a fairly firm thwack on the side or the back of the helmet, and there will need to be a concussion check and indeed further checks on Parkinson's well-being in the morning, because we saw this a couple of weeks ago in Glamorgan's match against Worcestershire when Taylor Cornell was hit on the head by Michael Neser, batted on, completed his innings and was then removed from the match the following morning when he'd failed some follow-up checks despite having passed them at the time. So we hope that Callum Parkinson is finding fit and ready to go. Leicestershire will definitely need him to be bowling quite a lot of overs in the rest of the match, and he is just taking his time. The helmet will have to be replaced. Glamorgan are having drinks and the game grinds to a halt once more.
We had exactly the same thing also a fortnight ago.
All right.
Louis Kimber in the first innings was hit on the helmet by James Pattinson. He seemed to be fine, went on to make a decent 33 before being bowled by the off-spinner, but did not come out the next morning, failing the subsequent concussion test, and was replaced in the match by Nick Welsh.
Well, Parkinson's grinning about it anyway, from what we can see on the video stream. So he feels all right in himself, it would seem. Glamorgan's rivals Middlesex moving towards a reasonable collection of batting points, it seems. They're 215 for 4 of 70 overs against Sussex. Obviously not tearing up the trees in terms of scoring rate. Sussex making 523, and the other game in Division 2 sees Derbyshire replying to Notts 618 for 8, and Derbyshire are now 271 for 6, with Brooke Guest holding them together. He is 93 not out.
Well, whisper it, but were Middlesex to lose to Sussex, a draw here for Glamorgan would by no means be a bad result in those circumstances.
Yeah, it looks as though there are plenty of runs around at Lord's, so those games are a day further advanced. In Division 1 at Bristol, Gloucestershire 181 for 8. They're in trouble, replying to Hampshire's 457 all out. There's still no prospect of action resuming here in the immediate future. Northampton, after weather delays early on, Northampton 100 for 7 in their second innings, but that's a lead of 203 runs over Lancashire in a low-scoring match there. Down at Taunton, Somerset made 424, Yorkshire in reply 259 for 6. Tom Kohler-Cadmore made exactly 100 there. 3 wickets for Jack Brooks. At the Oval, Essex doing their best to set some sort of target for Surrey in the final innings. Essex 154 for 6 in their second innings now, though. That's a lead of only 106 runs, so Surrey favourites to keep up their charge. And play is due to be starting around now at Edgbaston for the first time today, where Kent 198 for 4 in their second innings which is a lead of, it's not on the scorecard, 130 odd. 138 runs ahead.
Parkinson's helmet has been repaired. He's now in discussions with Michael Hogan. Roman Walker on 43 touches, well, hand to glove. He hasn't got his gloves on at the moment, Walker. Parkinson is fully re-accoutered and is ready to go against Harris, who will have one ball left to go in this, his 27th over, none for 110. He has made an impact, if on nothing else, on the side of Callum Parkinson's helmet.
What's the betting on another short ball?
We are ready to go at long last. It could be a late one now as a consequence of all these delays. 55 overs left to be bowled today, as Harris is in bowls, looking for the Yorker in the old-fashioned way that follows the bouncer, dug out by Callum Parkinson. Back down the pitch on the onside. Harris fields in his follow-through, and that is the end of his 27th over. 5-3-6 for 8. Well, the captain is out there, so he will know exactly what, if any, target Leicestershire have in mind. It's been quite slow going since lunch, which was taken with a score 499 for 7, so just 37 runs added in the first, 50 minutes or so.
I'll get through one more over, and then Edward Bevan will be in to join Richard, as Salter is in to bowl to Walker, who steps back and smashes it back at the bowler, who fields in his follow-through. Down in the dirt is Andrew Salter, as Glamorgan have been for fair chunks of the day, and indeed yesterday as well. 3 wickets claimed today. Salter into Walker, who hoiks it somewhere on the leg sides, and that, I think, has been fielded by Neeser at long on. I thought he might have hit it a bit squarer of long on, but it was just the single, which brings the new man Parkinson onto strike. I mean, I don't like to denigrate anyone, but the saying one brings two might apply if Glamorgan get the 9th wicket. I don't think number 11 Chris Wright is renowned for his batting prowess.
Well, he is quite solid, actually.
Is he? Oh,
yes,
right.
in fairness to Chris.
Average. It's, yeah, all right. And hang around then. Take that bat. That's defended on the leg side by Parkinson.
He almost got a century at Derby last year.
Must have been mixing up with some other tail-ender. There we are. Not him. Back on his stumps goes Parkinson and defends to square leg. No run. 5:37 for 8. Update for BBC Radio Leicester listeners coming very shortly. Salter has 2 balls to deliver in this over. The 5th one is defended by Parkinson.
Leicestershire 537, but for 8 now. Ben Mike, the latest wicket to fall, just as he was approaching what would have been his maiden first-class century, albeit he'd had a couple of lucky breaks, being dropped twice on the way. Tried to hit the off-spinner Andrew Salter over long on, could only find the fielder Michael Neeser, who made no mistake. That was Mike gone for 91 after having put on 115 for the 8th wicket with Roman Walker. Walker is still there. He's making his first class debut, batting very nicely. He's 44 not out of 77. He's been joined by the captain, Callum Parkinson, who is 1 not out, and we've had a long delay while Parkinson had to be concussion checked, having been hit on the helmet by a bouncer from James Harris. Happily, he seems to be fine, and that's important for Leicestershire. They will need Parkinson's bowling later in the game. For the moment, he's still out there as Leicestershire continue to add to their huge first innings score. They're 537 for 8.
It will be James Harris. It will be James Harris to continue, and that ball is swung out to deep mid-wicket, and they will run a single. 538 for 8, and Glamorgan's bowlers will be hoping at the end of the innings that they won't be on the field anymore in this game, which is doubtful at the moment. It's rather worrying to see Parkinson out for so long. I don't think I've seen such a check, have you? When he was hit on the helmet. Must have been about 7 or 8 minutes, but he seems okay. As in comes the next ball, and that's pushed away by Parkinson for no run.
I think it was more about sort of readjusting the helmet or whatever,
right.
or getting another one that seemed to take a certain amount of time. They have to be almost mechanics as well, the physios these days, or whatever.
Say that. Get your screwdriver out.
Exactly, yeah.
In comes Harris and bowls to Parkinson, who plays that away on the onside, and it's fielded by Hogan. Moves up to 2, 5:38 for 8. So the batsman out since lunch, Ben Mike. He was caught. As you say, he'd give a few chances, but why he tried to play that shot, I don't know, inside of his first 100. Do you think you try and inject it? Because I heard you say they'd been rather slow since lunch.
Possibly a little bit.
Yeah.
I think he probably felt he was undismissible, given that everybody he was dropping him left, right, centre. I could do anything, you know. Well, they'll only drop it if I hit it in the air. But Nisa made no mistake.
Never seen him drop a catch. But it was a strange shot. But there we are. 5:39 for 8. As Walker waits, in comes Harrison, bowls at him and just digs it out. Yorker length, pushes it away at the offside. The light is okay, would you agree?
Yeah, I think if anything, it's probably slightly improved.
It is bright coming
fractionally.
towards us. Yeah, haven't played all day, 40 miles away at Edgbaston, which is rather surprising, isn't it?
Indeed. See, once you get into the east, Eddie, you wouldn't know this coming from Wales, but it gets drier.
Oh, good. No, we're not used to that down the west. The west is like glorious today, around my wife. In comes the next ball, and that's gone through to the wicket keeper. No, tomorrow I was talking to one of the umpires. They said there's a real threat, and if the rain comes here, they say because of the dry weather, they're a bit concerned it might stay on top because it doesn't sink through. I suppose I'm no groundsman, but let's hope that's wrong as well. Here comes Harris from that far end and bowls. That's chipped away. I'm trying to chip away. Doesn't get anything that he wanted on it, and it drops in front of him. 5:39 for 8 is the Yorkshire score, and they are carrying on batting. Your views, having watched Leicestershire for many years, on the position now, what do you say?
One or two of the Leicester supporters are now starting to get a little impatient, saying we need to crack on a little bit now. Walker will be eyeing his maiden first-class half-century. It shouldn't be, but he's only human, isn't he? I mean, and it's tricky. He doesn't want to give it away, but he's got the captain at the other end, so he can take his He can take his lead from Callum Parkinson, who's 2 off 13 balls. 5:39 for 8. Glamorgan trying to stay enthusiastic as Salter goes in, tosses one up, edged and caught, brilliantly caught at first slip, diving to his right. David Lloyd, thick edge from Parkinson, and he caught it at a roundabout second slip, and really a brilliant piece of work, and a certain amount of irony in that the catches that have gone down, and Parkinson edges one and is brilliantly caught at slip.
Yeah. 300%. There are catches that should have been taken, and had that one been missed, you would have forgiven Lloyd. But it was a brilliant effort, especially at this time of the innings. And another wicket falls. No declaration. 5:39 for 9 is the score. And when you see that he came in, and somebody else, what was the point of him coming in, really? But there we are. What do we know?
Chris Wright will come out to join Roman Walker, so they're going the distance, it would appear, Leicestershire. I think essentially they're also thinking in terms of getting as much wear as possible, both into the pitch and into the legs of the Glamorgan batters, really.
That's the main thing. I think the pitch really is still excellent for batting. But, you know, you often see when a side's been in the field for a day and a half that the concentration levels do drop down a bit. They're a bit bound to be tired, having been out there. But we shall see.
Callum Parkinson will be reflecting likewise on the ironies of cricket, having sat in the pavilion and watched for the best part of, well, certainly 4.5 sessions. Then he comes out, gets clunked on the side of the helmet and is dismissed by a brilliant diving catch at slip.
It was the arm ball, wasn't it, from Salter, who has now picked up 3 wickets, and no one will begrudge him that because he's into his 38th over, and he's taken 3 for 130.
Yeah, I
plodding away.
Wouldn't be surprised if this is as many overs as he's bowled in a single innings. Not often you get close to 40, is it? But
I think he's bowled 40 this year.
Has he?
Let's have a look.
He's got through some long old spells then, and he's got the last man, the number 11, Chris Wright. But as I was saying to Nick, he's no mean hand with the bat. Salter is in to Wright, who is very tall and leans forward, stretches forward and blocks that one out towards mid-on. He will be keen to see his fellow bowler Roman Walker over the line of 50, if nothing else. Salter is in. Wright is turning one off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket.
To answer your question, Salter against Sussex first innings, 41.4, 9, 107.4.
So he has got through some overs this season, Andrew Salter. He is in. Wright goes back and tries to work it into the leg side. Doesn't really get hold of it, and it trickles fairly gently to James Harris at backward square. Salter is in. Wright again is turning into the leg side towards square leg this time, and looked up inquiringly at Roman Walker. But Walker immediately answered that inquiring look in the negative. He had possibly heard the no in the RFX mic. Salter in. Forward goes Wright to a delivery on middle and off, pushing it out into the offside. Salter walks forward, and having bowled his second maiden of the innings, a wicket maiden, can now look at figures of 38 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 130. Leicestershire 539 for 9, and you would sort of say that anything from the last wicket is something of a bonus, but both, well, Walker's already shown he's a perfectly capable batsman, and Wright is as well. I think he's got more than 2,000 first class runs to his name. I will check that. So no mean, oh I say, cake ahoy.
5:39 for 9 as James Harris continues at this far end of the ground, and he's coming into Walker on 45. Bowls to him down the leg side, a little high, but no attempt at a shot.
I'm doing Chris Wright a huge injustice, Eddie, because he's got 3,460 first class runs.
Right.
He is a perfectly capable batsman.
He's probably wondering, why am I batting 11?
So he can hang around, Chris. There's no question about that.
Here is Harris. Bowls. Punched up to mid-on. Surely there was a run there.
Well, there was, but Walker doesn't want to be turning him down because Wright's at the other end, and that would be the wrong attitude, I feel. Because of everything we've just been saying about Wright. He's more than capable of getting his runs himself. It could be a long job if he's going to turn down singles early.
Which would be rather pointless, really.
Yeah.
Here's Harris then. A well-set field. It comes and bowls, and that's pulled away. And it's going to go for 4. And that brings Walker's 50 up. It's maiden 50. It's made.
49, I think.
Was it 40? Oh, yes, I thought it was on 46. 49. So Perhaps he's waiting for his 50. Who knows? We don't know.
Harris just must wonder what he has to do to take a wicket, really. 2 men out there, and it was a sort of short-armed,
Jab.
almost pull hook, wasn't it, really? But he really middled it, and it flew just over Northeast, and who's perfectly positioned for that shot, you would have thought.
Yeah.
It's just not going to happen for Harris. Or will it? Will it?
Not very happy. I think that's the way the best description. Here he is again, and bowls to Walker. And Walker plays that on the onside, and that is his 50.
Huge applause for Roman Walker, and a little yes, I think, as he got to the other end there. Well done, Roman Walker.
79 balls.
Yeah, it'll be that little bit sweeter for coming against Glamorgan. He wasn't forced out. Of course he wasn't forced out by Glamorgan, who I think they were keen to keep him, weren't they? But
big shock to everybody that even Mark Wallace, the director of cricket, didn't know anything about it, didn't have a chance to persuade him. Or anyway, right faces, and plays it away on the onside for a single.
His 50, as Eddie said, came off 79 balls, but included 5 fours.
Now, was it waiting for the 50? Is it going to be 550?
Well,
or does he go on till tea, which will leave Glamorgan a session? I don't know.
How many overs? 51 overs after this. They could give themselves sort of 10 overs before tea, if these two keep going.
Or whatever.
At the moment, 396 would be the follow-on target.
Next ball pulled around the corner, and it's going to be a single.
Walker stood and admired that for a while. He's beginning to enjoy himself out there before realising he had to jog down to the other end. End of
the over.
Poor James Harris's 29th over, none for 119. And he walks off.
Disconsolately.
Yeah.
That's a right adjective.
Probably hating the game at the moment.
Wonder if they're discussing something there, but Parkinson, of course, would have been in, the captain, and he would have told Walker what the plan is.
I guess, yeah, maybe at lunch or before, that we'll just bat as long as we can and try and bat once. And
after a couple of days in the field, try their best.
Hope we get some turn. Salter will continue.
I suspect Mr. Nixon might be behind some of this.
Well, they know the pitch,
coaches,
or they should know the pitches fairly well in discussions with groundsman Andy Ward, as Salter steps in and bowls to Roman Walker, goes back, looks to force it on the leg side, picks out Carlson at that straight mid-wicket position, trying to stay cheerful and, as I say, bouncy and enthusiastic and energetic Glamorgan, but the body language is of a slightly tired side. Back foot defensive push out into the offside by Walker to that one from Salter. Off the stumps he took that, but played it neatly enough out towards Billy Root at deep extra cover, takes one.
You must be reading my mind, because as you say, you went back slowly, the ball, and just, I think that tells you how docile this pitch is. There's no fizz, nothing.
You've certainly got to get the most out of the new ball on it. This second ball is now 60 overs old, as Salter is into right, who is down the wicket and working it down towards the deepish mid-on. Michael Neesa's sort of halfway back. Right, I've seen him caught at long on a couple of times. In goes Salter, tosses it up, says go on, but Wright just leans forward and turns it out towards Carlson this time. Blows on his fingers, runs in and bowls. Right, big stride, and then down on one knee, forward defensive, very correct from Chris Wright. Back down the pitch it goes to Salter. Looks like he's playing with purpose. Chris Wright, defensive purpose at the moment. 1 off 9 for him as Salter is in, and again very solidly forward is Wright. Back down the pitch it goes to the off spinner, who, having picked it up, tosses it a little unhappily towards Carlson. Takes his cap from umpire Leong.
somebody
39 overs, 3 for 131.
Somebody does downstairs say they're batting on. I think it was a Leicester supporter. They want to try and beat the 770 odd they got last week. I doubt that.
That is unlikely. That would be another record partnership for the last wicket. And yeah, I think it's just a case of no occupation at the moment, but picking up what they can, and then maybe having 10 or maybe a few more overs at Glamorgan before the tea interval, which is now 18 overs
18
away.
overs, yeah. As James Harris starts his 30th over, comes in, bowls, and Walker drives up to Hogan at mid-on. 5:47 for 8. Walker undefeated on 52. Right at the other end is on 1. Just the one slip now. The fielders scattered far and wide. As Harris again bowls. This is driven up to short extra cover.
There's something in me for the sake of Harris wants him to take a wicket here now. Wants him to get something.
Yeah.
Just for the sake of his own well-being as much as anything.
Hogan could quite easily have picked up 5 had Harris caught that, and Mulder not been spilled yesterday on 18. It comes Harris and bowls, and that's pulled out in the air, out to mid-wicket, and it's
Dropped.
Yeah, difficult catch.
Billy Reid.
Billy didn't drop many, but it was low down.
It's Harris again. Poor soul.
I don't think he thought that, it was very, very low.
Well, it was when he got there. He was in the air a long time, and he did get 2 hands underneath it. And it's one of those with a pro when, if they get there, having got there, you would think he might have held on.
2 slips now for right. Halfway through this over, as the bowls, and this is defended by right. And easily defended. That, I think, is worth emphasising. Just got right behind it, waited for it to come. Nisa and Hogan just not using them at the moment. Really isn't any point.
I've got 4 chances now that have gone down.
No, there must have been.
And at least 2 run-out chances missed as well.
Harris bowled and pushed away on the offside.
I mean, that's 3 today. Mike on 43, Mike on 70. And the chance on 43, that was the one that Byram and Hogan left to each other. So technically, I suppose it wasn't a chance in that neither of them got a hand to it.
Exactly.
But it landed, either of them could have done easily.
There's Harris again. Bowls, and this is defended. End of the over. 5:48 for 9.
In fact, that's 5 I've got notes of. Mulder on 16 by Cook off Hogan. Mulder on 100.
I thought it was 18. Yeah, go on.
Mulder on 128. Kieran Carlson got his both hands to that drive off Hogan again. Mike on 43 off Harris. Mike on 70 by Harris off Hogan. The simplest chance you could possibly imagine.
Knee high, wasn't it?
Yeah. And that one, Walker on 52. So that's 5. And then there was the at least 2 run-outs, including one in the first over after lunch. In goes Salter and bowls to Walker, tries to clip him off his toes. Thick inside edge and pad, ball trickles out towards short leg. But as I say, Leicester supporters on social media feeling they should either be cracking on or getting out now. Salter is in quicker, flatter, straight delivery, but Walker on the back foot. Could have been caught out, but managed to get something down on it. Thick inside part of the bat runs out towards mid-wicket.
6 batsmen have passed 50. It shows you.
Only one so far has gone on to 3 figures as Salter is in. Stays a bit low and off the back foot, chopped out into the offside by Roman Walker. Billy Root runs in and fields. Throws to a weary looking Chris Cook. Takes a single, moves on to 54. 54949. Would lose 2 for the change of innings, of course. Still 16 and a half overs to go before tea. Swept by Chris Wright, and very nicely as well for 4. Big man, as I say, tall man, stepped forward, got his bat right over the on top of the ball, made sure that although he wasn't at the pitch of it, he wasn't going to top edge it, and swept it away behind square for a very nice 4 indeed. He moves on to 5, brings up the Foxes 553 now for 9.
What do they say on social media, Richard?
Just feeling that it hasn't been urgent enough post
That was
lunch.
my feeling, but it's just a case of is there enough time? I think you agree.
Salter has posted a deep backward square now. Right paddle sweeps him very fine, and that could run away for 4. It is going to run away for 4 as well. Lovely little shot from Chris Wright. Consecutive boundaries to Leicestershire's number 11. He touches gloves with Roman Walker. Well, there was nothing violent about either of those 2 shots, both perfectly correct and very proficient. Hate that as a bowler, don't they, when number 11 comes in and plays really well. Oh, no. They can't all bat, can they? Apparently.
Morgan's tail enders must be rubbing there, thinking, yeah, I can bat on this.
Salter in to right, who's down the wicket and slicing it high. It's going to go wide of Hogan, who is in pursuit down towards the deep backward point boundary. Picks it up around 10 yards inside the ropes. Right picks up 3, and Salter can't quite believe it, really. 11 from the final 3 balls of the over. He tosses the ball into the air, Andrew Salter, in disappointment and resignation as much as anything. That's his 40 overs bowled. 3 for 143, 560 for 9, right into double figures. On to 12 now. Walker 54 off 88. Wright has kept the strike.
Yeah, it's a show of intent there from Wright, and it could have gone anywhere really. As James Harris will continue. 560 for 9.
We have to say a huge and grateful thank you to Martin Brunt, who has been to the meet and to the Friends of Grace Road and brought us all a slice of cake, Eddie.
That's very, very kind. I shall wait for my cup of tea. Thank you, Richard.
What do you have? Chocolate that's got blueberries in it, I think.
I don't know. I can't have the
they all look simply delicious.
Absolutely. And our thanks indeed to him.
I refer you to the meet and the Friends of Grace Road, currently purveying their excellent cakes
and take
on the
this, if
first
I
floor.
may, and enjoy it. And hide it from Nick.
There's a piece for Nick as well.
Right, James Harris to continue, and will bowl to right, who evades a bouncer and goes through to the wicket-keeper. So Glamorgan at the moment, but there will be more runs possibly, require 451. Is that right?
No, 411 at the moment.
At the moment.
To avoid the follow-on.
Here's the next ball. That's played up to mid-off. Remind you that there's all day tomorrow, if the weather is kind, and Saturday, which is cloudy. So we could be here and shaking hands at 10 to 5, or we could be going on further, or it could be over sooner. Harris bowls. Just defended back to mid-off.
Morgan very much in form with the bat, though. A lot of the players have scored consistently and consistently well this season, which is why obviously they're pressing for promotion. So they'll be confident on this of securing the draw for sure.
So, yeah, you've got Chris Cook coming in at 7. Here's the next ball, and this is driven up to mid-on. There could be a run out here if it hits. It doesn't once again.
Hit it gone.
They just cannot hit the stumps, can they?
Who was it on that occasion? It was Root.
Billy Root. Yeah, generally, well, he is a very good fielder. But,
I think Hogan's the only one who's hit the stumps, and that gave away an overthrow, didn't it?
Yes, he did.
Bless him.
in fact, I think down to about number 9, because James Harris has got a first-class 100. And it's Harris who's bowling, and bowls now. Down the right side.
Yeah, 2 centuries for Eddie Byram, 2 centuries for Colin Ingram, and centuries also this season for Sam Northeast. And of course, the now absent Marnus Labuschagne. But a lot of half centuries as well. Northeast, 5 of them. Over 700 first-class runs this season in his 18 innings, averaging very close to 50.
Harris bowls, and this is pulled out towards fine leg for his single.
James Wheel down there, so Nice is
another over.
Still out there. Hogan may have...
Oh, he was running after the ball, wasn't he? He's still there.
Just looking for that. He's a very familiar figure, Hogan, isn't he? And
tall and
very pencil thin, and I can't see him out there. So
didn't he run after the ball?
Well, he did down to he did, but yeah, that was he may have gone off as a consequence. David Lloyd is going over to commiserate and congratulate James Harris, and I think that may be Harris's work for the innings done. 31 overs he has bowled. He's toiled away, but it has been toil.
Yes, it has, between everything.
As in hard labour.
I mentioned the Glamorgan batting order there. If they bat anything like, they should certainly not lose.
Salter continues his toil, bowls to Walker, who goes back to a slightly short ball and pumps it out towards deep mid-wicket. There is a fielder out there in front of the Uptonsteel stand.
Can't see it out of my view at the moment. I don't know, is that Byram?
I think it is, yeah.
Colin Ingram is winding at mid-off.
Salter is in and bowls to Wright, who is leaning forward and pushing the delivery slightly across the line out towards Carlson at mid-wicket. Yep, 31 overs, none for 122 for Harris, as Salter is in. Again, drops a little bit short, and back on his stumps goes Wright and clips it firmly out to Byram, who comes in from the deep mid-wicket boundary to field. Wright takes 1, moves on to 14. And we're probably the best light of the day now. It's sort of getting light away to the west and southwest, where the weather tends to come from here. In goes Salter, back goes Walker, tries to club it into the leg side, but can only do so as far as Carlson, who has had his hands battered over the last day and a half.
He loves fielding, though.
Sure he does at the moment. He's rubbing his right hand a little ruefully and examining it as in goes Salter and bowls to Walker, who is working it back down the pitch towards Salter, who goes down on one knee to field. It rather bounces off his knee.
How dare you say that it always rains in Wales, because it's a beautiful day there today.
I'm sure. I have family down in near sort of Poppet Sands and places like that on the Pembrokeshire coast at the moment, and they've Well, it is glorious down there, judging
we
by
are.
their pictures. In goes Salter, and it's driven high by
Drop short.
Walker, but as Eddie said, dropped actually a fair bit short in the end of Michael Nice. He didn't really put his full muscular strength into that Roman Walker, who, having taken one, he's anticipating staying there a while because he's changing his gloves. He's getting new batting gloves.
So there we are, they're going to be out there for a while. Having said that, I've been to Grace Road on so many occasions.
It's never ever rained here.
Oh my God, I've been watching that side. I know exactly where it's coming from. But touch wood, we haven't been troubled as yet by any rain.
Top of the hour, almost time for an update. We might hear BBC Radio Leicester shortly.
Is going to bowl, as we thought. And he will be trying to tempt Walker and Wright into indiscretion because he tosses it up. And Ingram, if he took a wicket, he would have figures something like 2 for 15. And the others who have toiled have got 1, 2, 0. Anyway, he is going to bowl at Walker on 57. Bowling from the Bennett end.
Update time for BBC Radio Leicester. So a little nip in ahead of Eddie there as Ingram bowls and Walker just pushes it out towards long on and takes one. Happy to give Wright the strike now. Walker moves on to 58. And as at Hove last week, the Foxes just keep batting on and on. They've moved on to 566 for 9 as Glamorgan drop yet another catch. I make that now 7 catches that have been dropped in the innings. On that occasion, it was Chris Wright dropped a return chance by Colin Ingram. Wright is at the wicket. He's Leicestershire's number 11 because Callum Parkinson, the captain, was actually brilliantly caught, in fairness, by the captain David Lloyd, his opposite number, off the bowling of Andrew Salter for 2. 5-3-9 for 9 at that stage. Now 5-6-6 for 9 with Roman Walker 58 not out on his first class debut. How many will the Foxes want? The declaration can't be far away. As Walker chops another one away through the offside for 4 more. Well, Ingram only himself to blame. It was a fairly straightforward chance that he missed, and well, Lloyd actually went down on his knees, sank to his knees in disbelief when that one went down.
That was such a simple chance, wasn't it?
It was.
Straight.
But is it tiredness, do you think, that's a factor, a weariness, or...?
Lack of concentration, I think, as the next ball is driven out towards mid-wicket. Don't like to say it, but it looks as if Glamorgan given up. All those chances have gone. I hope they don't bat like this, otherwise they will be in trouble. Only lost 1 game this season. And it's Ingram in, bowls, tosses this one up again. And Wright defends, 572 for 9. And the umpire having a word with Ingram. Must tell you that after the kicks came along, the first paw in there immediately after I'd been offered it was Mr. Webb, as if to say, "Where is mine? It's not for you," he said. But
hallucinating, Edward.
no, I'm not. I was watching. Many thanks again, friends of Grace Road, for their kind donation to the broadcasting box. Martin Brunt, if you're listening, thank you.
Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Yes, that's thank you in Welsh. And it'll last me half a day.
Here's Salter then to bowl, cracked away on the offside by Walker, single taken out towards point, 573 for 9. Walker on to 64, not out. Chances going down all over the place, I'm afraid, today, from the Welsh point of view. Leicestershire will be very grateful for kind donations. Sweep shots nailed pretty firmly by number 11 Chris Wright. Very firmly indeed. It's gone all the way for 6 to mid-wicket. And Wright races on to 21 off 26 deliveries, and Number 11 looking absolutely at home here.
Which Glamorgan really won't mind. If you see Chris Wright and Walker tail-enders batting so easily on this, he'll think, well, Glamorgan's batsmen shouldn't be any bother, but they are rather down and out at the moment.
Reverse sweep from the number 11. More runs. 4 runs down to third man. As you can hear, the crowd now laughing with the outrageousness of these efforts as Wright goes on the attack and Salter gives it the double teapot in mid-wickets. 3 for 157, his bowling figures. Ouch. 583 for 9. Last man right onto 25. This partnership already worth 44 for the last wicket, as Salter has a word with keeper and former captain Chris Cook in a bid to cook up a cunning plan.
All straight.
Whether there's something coming to create a chance. Flatter and faster, driven to point. Throw comes in, Walker safely home. 584 for 9. Glamorgan have looked as likely at times to create chances through a run-out as anything else.
Social media supporters from Leicester, I'll tell you in a moment.
As Salter bowls, floated up, driven well, stopped by Carlson at mid-wicket. Walker remains on 64.
Some not happy with the tactics, but
What? Are they not happy with?
that they should have declared and had a go at Glamorgan earlier. Surely they said, you've got enough runs.
Give it over. Sorry. Salter bowls, and this one should be out.
Yeah,
it
goodbye.
is Roman Walker has gone. Andrew Salter, a rather ironic celebration, I think, as Walker stepped back and clipped the ball to backward point. He's gone for 64. Well batted Roman Walker on first class debut, and Leicestershire are all out, 584, and the Leicestershire supporters have their way one way or another.
Yes.
Because they will have a chance to bowl at Glamorgan now, midway through the 5th session of the match. Applause for Roman Walker as he walks off beneath us. 64 on first class debut, and just a few weary acknowledgements among the Glamorgan fielders. We'll see how this affects their morale. Been bowled out Leicestershire for 584. The chief protagonists today: Roman Walker 64, Ben Mike 91. The overnight men didn't add too many in the case of Mulder, 156, and Swindell's none at all, 64. But Chris Wright's chipped in with 26 not out, batting at number 11. And the Glamorgan wicket takers, 4 in the end to Andrew Salter, 3 to Michael Hogan, 1 apiece to Michael Neser, David Lloyd and Colin Ingram.
But my reckoning, Nick, 435 is the Glamorgan total to avoid the follow-on.
Thank you, Edward. Shall we take a brief break for 5 minutes, and we'll be back. And just a few weary embraces among the Glamorgan fielders who've, well, not wanted in effort, but they really have let Leicestershire off the hook here with the number of chances that have been dropped both yesterday and today. 584 all out are the Foxes. BBC Sport, Leicestershire and Glamorgan county websites will be back in 5. Welcome back on BBC Sport Online and on the Leicestershire and Glamorgan County websites for the video stream, where Glamorgan will start their reply to Leicestershire's 584 all-out. Now, it's not just the fact that so many runs are on the board against them, providing the proverbial scoreboard pressure. It's the fact that Leicestershire batted for 148 overs and have really left Glamorgan, you would have thought, somewhat dispirited. There were some rather weary handshakes among the Glamorgan fielders when they finally trooped off. Andrew Salter finishing with 4 for 158, Michael Hogan 3 for 88. The leading wicket takers. But Chris Wright, having provided a frolic of a cameo, 26 not out, including a pulled 6 and a reverse swept 4, now has the day job, the ball in hand, and he'll be bowling to David Lloyd, the Glamorgan captain, with 3 slips, and Wright is into bowl, and Wright edges a no ball as that was grabbed at slip, and Lloyd has got away with one. Well, as we were looking down to the third man boundary, and so was the camera, it had been grabbed at slip by Kimber, but it was a no ball. Dramatic stuff to start the innings. Whether Lloyd heard the shout, he went for his shot. Next ball, Lloyd is on the defensive, playing that one up to mid-on, and there's no run. Look from this angle as though Kimber caught it on the full. Lloyd survives. Glamorgan 2 without loss, underneath the lights that are probably not needed at the moment, but they tend to leave them on as Wright is into ball to Lloyd, who's turned round by that one, was looking to play on the leg side, and it's ended up at third man. So a very shaky start from the Glamorgan captain, who we understand is suffering with a leg problem, having had a calf strain a couple of weeks back and missed the final 2 T20 matches. As a result, he's off the mark anyway, and Glamorgan are 3 without loss. Eddie Byram, the left-hander, is on strike. He, so far, has 435 runs in first-class cricket this season at an average of 72, having made a really positive start. But can he continue it under pressure here as Wright bowls and Byram leaves outside off stump? Now for Leicestershire viewers, have to let you know something about Eddie Byram. His leave is virtually indistinguishable from his play and miss. Byram's leave just involves withdrawing the bat a couple of inches inside the line of the ball, so it's difficult to tell sometimes. As Wright is in to bowl, that looked like a play and miss though, outside off stump. Through it goes to Swindells, who made 52. Leicestershire runs from Hill 81, Kimber 68, Mulder 156, Swindells 52, Mike 91 and Walker 64. So 6 out of the 10 batters dismissed made a half century or more. Wright is in to bowl to Byram, through again to keeper Swindells. Edward Bevan rejoins me. I was just explaining that for the benefit of Leicestershire listeners, Byram's play and miss and his leave are virtually the same.
Misleading.
Yes. So an edgy start though from Glamorgan in more ways than one.
Yeah.
In this first over.
Lloyd got off the mark, aiming to mid-wicket, and ended up at third man.
As Wright bowls, goes through lowish outside off stump to Swindells. And the first ball, no ball, ended up in the hands of slip.
Yeah.
So 3 without loss after 1 over, but nervous listening and watching for Glamorgan followers.
Yes, and let's hope that David Lloyd, as far as Glamorgan's, as you say, supporters are concerned, finds a bit of form, because he's had a disappointing season. I suppose you can say, Nick, all round in one day. And in Championship cricket, he did get 60 in the match against Notts last week, but there's no way was it one of his best 60s.
Yes, didn't look at in top form, albeit, well, you have to battle through, and hopefully that'll give him the confidence to kick on again, because we have seen him as a very powerful striker of the ball at the top of the order.
A very attractive stroke maker. Roman Walker is bowling, and this is driven again by Law, but he's looking to mid-on, and it ends up at cover. Pitched up and struck away for a single, but not a convincing shot from Lloyd.
Nice to see Roman Walker given the new ball at his first delivery in first-class cricket.
Yes.
Having had the confidence of knocking over 5 Indian batsmen in the friendly here.
I only saw him bowling down at Sussex. That's the only glimpse I've had of him. And Glamorgan won the thrilling 50-over match. Now then, he's bowling to Byram. Byram is forward, plays it gently down the pitch, and there's no run.
Got a few wickets at Taunton in a T20 game. I'm not sure if you were working on that one or not. Perhaps not.
No.
And has bowled quite maturely in T20 for Glamorgan when he had his chance last summer, but then would have been a member of the one-day Cup side, but withdrawn once his move was known.
Here he is again, wide of the off stump, and Byram leaves.
Looks as though he's concentrating on these first few balls and just getting the mechanics right. Hasn't really bent his back into it. I think he's a bit nippier than these first few balls suggest.
Well, very surprised when we heard the news, of course. And so I think with Glamorgan, there was no inkling that he was moving. Here he is over the wicket, bowls to Byram. Byram plays nice looking shot, but to mid off, and there's no run. Your bowling options for the home side, you've got Ben Mike, who bowls at medium pace, as does Joe Everson of Nottinghamshire here on loan. And you've got the spell, of course, of Parkinson, and also the captain, Colin Ackerman. So they're going to attack, but it's next ball is driven out into the covers. 2 fluent shots at Byram. Score remains on 4 without loss, or 2 to Lloyd and 2 for the no ball, which went straight to slip. Byram had a very good start to his season, the middle of the season for Glamorgan. 144 in the last game. As in comes the next ball, turn nicely. There'll be runs here down toward or a run as Wright comes in pretty quickly. Returns, end of the over. Byram he's off the mark with a single, 5 without loss after 2 overs.
Just looking at the wicket tallies of the Leicestershire bowlers going into this game, Mike 16 as an average of 37. I mean, these averages are not healthy, and while the batters may have been running right in recent weeks, Leicestershire have had trouble getting wickets at reasonable cost. So Mike 16 wickets at 37, Wright 16 wickets at 45.9. As Wright will bowl from the Bennett end once he's worked out where his mark is. Mulder 13 wickets at 47, Parkinson 19 at 48. Apologies to Leicestershire supporters. Ackerman 5 wickets. As Wright charges in, bowls, and Byram plays that one down on the offside. And Everson, of course, is on debut for Leicestershire, championship debut for Leicestershire, but didn't pick up any wickets in the game at Cardiff last week for Notts. So Scoreboard pressure, I guess, will be the concentration after 4.5 sessions in the field for Glamorgan. As Wright is into bowl, Byram is in behind it, defending it back down the wicket, and there's no run.
How long have we got? 7.2 overs before we can get into that delicious cake. Oh no. Oh, have you?
No, I haven't. I haven't indulged, Edward.
7.2 overs left before we have tea, and we're not far off. About 10 minutes, quarter of an hour behind.
Next delivery from Wright is played out on the offside by Byram, the left-hander, and there is no run. If you are just joining us, then we did have a long delay when Parkins was hit by a Harris bouncer and had to replace his helmet and undergo concussion checks and so on. As Wright is into bowl to Byram, who defends on the leg side. No run. Don't think we've had too much in the way of ball changing today, have we? Just thinking back.
Not one.
Not one. But that delay for Parkinson was a long one. And of course there are more drinks breaks than usual, despite the cooler weather today. They've taken the opportunities to get some liquid on board as Wright bowls, and Byram defends it up to mid-off. No run. 5 without loss.
Richard is back. Is it me or you to carry on?
I think it's probably me. So if you have a break, Edward, while we be nearly time to update BBC Radio Leicester listeners on the half hour very shortly, as Wright is in to bowl to Byram, allows it to go through outside off stump. No run. That is the end of the over. Glamorgan are 5 without loss as they look for survival, the first target until the tea interval, and then, as they say, break it down in small chunks, because there's no point in thinking about 584 and getting up to that sort of tally. Break it down into small chunks. 5 for naught. Glamorgan in reply to Leicestershire's 584 all out.
Oh, we've seen some remarkable pieces of cricket in this match, but that first ball was right up there. Roman Walker is in edged. Oh, brilliantly caught by Kimber at third slip. Oh, that's an outstanding catch. Well, David Lloyd did survive one off that very first ball. A quite brilliant catch by Kimber. It was a no ball by Wright, but that ball from Roman Walker wasn't a no ball. Flew off the outside edge. Kimber flung himself to his right at third slip and plucked a quite sensational catch out of the air. Well, goodness me. What else is going to happen in this game? That was extraordinary.
That was absolutely full length away to his right from Kimber. Lloyd trudges off, looking disconsolate. One North Walian dismissing another, and Glamorgan 5 for 1. A long road ahead of the Welsh side to try and save this game as Colin Ingram comes out from beneath us, and the radio update will follow fairly shortly.
Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester as Colin Ingram comes out to replace David Lloyd. Well, stunning stuff. Here comes the update. Got something to tell them. Well, Leicestershire were finally bowled all out for 584. Glamorgan have begun their reply, and Roman Walker, who finished, he was the last man out in Leicestershire's first innings for 64 in his first-class innings, has just picked up his first-class wicket. And what a wicket it was. The Glamorgan skipper, David Lloyd, who was caught off a no ball, the very first ball of the innings, edged one from Walker. It flew off the edge, and and was quite sensationally caught one-handed diving full length away to his right by Louis Kimber at third slip. Amazingly, it had been Kimber who had taken the catch off the no ball as well. Similarly brilliant. So Glamorgan needing the small matter of 434 just to avoid the follow on are 5 for 1. And that one from Walker swung back in. What Roman said he'd decided to do, he said they've been encouraging me to try and bowl fast, essentially. He said, as fast as I can. He said, I think I'm much more effective when I'm just essentially trying to swing it. If I'm bowling according to the conditions. And he's focused enough to stick to what he likes to do, and he's doing that at the moment. He's getting it through at a decent lick, but he's finding swing as that one swung back into the left-handed Ingram, blocked defensively out into the onside.
Yeah, well, we were saying in the first over that he bowled, it just looked to be a question of getting the process right, getting the ball down in the right area. Started off medium pace and maybe just gradually working up as he builds in confidence.
Well, he'll be buzzing right now on the back of that 64 with the bat, and now his first wicket as well. He is in. Bowls outside off stump to Ingram. It climbs a bit. He's working up a bit of pace now, Roman Walker. And Leicestershire supporters, many of whom have been calling for him to get a game and wondering why he hasn't, will be feeling fairly justified at the moment in their scratching of the head as to why he didn't get a chance beforehand. But what a catch that was from Louis Kimber. In goes Walker and bowls. That one stays a little bit low on the back foot. Did swing back in, but Ingram played it well. Got down on it, turned it away down towards deep mid wicket. Ben Mike is in pursuit, pulls it up about 2 yards inside the ropes at deep mid wicket. Ingram picks up 3 and gets off the mark with those 3. 8 for 1.
Yes, Glammy podcast suggesting that a few Glamorgan Centurions could be expected. The win looks gone. Glamorgan must bat for a day and a half now to secure the draw. Well, that looks a long way off at the moment, and as you expect with one side getting a big tally, gets in the head of the others.
Walker is in. Byram is carefully, solidly forward, pushing it back past the North Walian, as I'm probably going to, you've got it into my head now, I'm going to keep referring to him as the North Walian.
Well, there aren't that many of them in first class cricket.
Not.
There's him and Lloyd, that's it.
Fielded at mid-off, and there is no run. End of the over, 8 for 1 after 4 overs, and Roman Walker has figures of 2 overs and no maidens, 1 for 5.
Certainly David Lloyd is the first North Walian captain of Glamorgan since Wilf Wooler back in the 40s and 50s. 8 for 1. Chris Wright from the Bennett end. 6 overs until the interval remain. Can Glamorgan navigate them without further damage as Wright is into bowl and Ingram defends to mid-on. No run. Certainly these two are capable of very big scores. It's just a question of how their concentration has lasted those 4.5 sessions out in the field, with quite a bit of scrubbing around to do in the dirt. As Wright bowls and passes the edge of Ingram's bat through to Swindell's. Certainly it wasn't easy fielding on this outfield, and Glamorgan just have to build patiently and try and turn the tables and make Leicestershire work as hard as they can. Otherwise the Foxes will be eyeing their first win of the championship season. Wright is in to bowl and Ingram on the back foot defends. So Mike and Everson, the change bowlers, do you think, when those changes come? The backup seamers?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, I don't know whether Parkinson might have an over before tea,
yes,
just to see.
It's convention, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but just while the ball is nice and hard as well.
Yeah. Wright is into bowl. Ingram defends back to the bowler. Parkinson. Mulder's bowled a bit this season.
He's taken the new ball in recent games.
Right.
Yes, no, absolutely. That's the other thing. He might just get a bowl ahead of Ben Mike, but they might be keen to get Everson in sooner rather than later. No, they have a few options.
Yeah,
options in the game.
5 seamers plus several spin as Wright bowls, hits Ingram on the pad. Oh, there's almost a mix-up as the batsmen meet mid-wicket before deciding to go through for a leg by. The ball bounding down towards third man. The appeal was not hugely convincing.
It was going down leg side, yeah.
If I were an umpire, I'd say if you can't be bothered to appeal louder than that.
Well, if the bowler doesn't appeal, you know it's unlikely, but... Yeah, Swindles gave it his all, didn't he? But Wright just raised a hand and then realised,
really?
It's missing 2 more stumps on the leg side, really. It swung quite a lot back in.
9 for 1 Glamorgan in reply to 5-8-4. Wright is in to bowl. Byram leaves. 9 for 1 at the end of the Wright over, which is the 5th of the innings, and when you consider we've had the Labuschagne leave to commentate on this season, which is a Zorro-esque flourish of the bat as if he's taking out a baddie with his best sabre or something. And there's an awful lot of movement, and the Byram leave, there's virtually no movement at all.
Not flamboyant.
5 overs to go to tea. Can they get their 1 down still?
Colin Ingram, short-sleeved shirt for him. Byram favouring a long-sleeved shirt. Roman Walker over the wicket to the left-hander who drives pleasantly, but doesn't get it past mid-off, where Parkinson, Leicestershire's captain, is waiting. No, it's not Bjorn Hendricks. I thought Hendricks was out there for a minute. He's one of the acting 12th men. Scott Steele is the other. Both may play a part in the Royal London Cup campaign, which starts a week on Tuesday at Guildford. Walker is in and bowls slightly short down the leg side. It swings, but further on down the leg side. Ingram gestures at it, doesn't get anything on it. And the agile Swindles hops away to his right and takes it nice and cleanly.
Good afternoon to Squeaks on Twitter. Points says the chair no longer squeaks. Enjoy your cake. Thank you.
The cake is anchoring it.
My stomach's anchoring it.
As Walker is in and bowl swings in a little bit, and Ingram was getting on the front foot ready to drive, had to adjust and block it. Rehearses the full drive out through the offside. Leicestershire are inviting the drive. There is a huge gap between Parkinson, who's at a very straight mid-off, and Everson, who is pretty much at point, and he's just in front of point. Otherwise, there is no cover, and there is no extra cover. 3 slips mid-wicket, mid-on, and long leg, and third man, the other fielders. Walker is in and bowls outside off stump. Shapes back in, but from well wide, and Ingram let it go through. Rishi Patel at first slip, Colin Ackerman at second, and Louis Kimber, who is having a pretty decent time of it of late. Now he's broken through into the Leicestershire first team. He's at third. What a pair of hands he's got. Walker is in, bowls outside off stump. Fuller this time, but again a little bit too wide to persuade Ingram to drive at the ball. But that's what he's trying to do. Go on, have a go. See if you get the edge. How many overs until tea? 4 overs and 1 delivery. So it'll be close to 5-4, something like that. which, given we had the 2 long delays for concussion checks today, isn't too bad. Glamorgan got through their overs at a really decent lick. In goes Walker, straight delivery, turned off his body by Colin Ingram. Defensive turn of the wrists, pushing it out to mid-wicket, where Ben Mike is the fielder. But I suppose when Andrew Salter bowls best part of 40 overs, then you should get through your overs at a reasonable lick. 9 for 1 Glamorgan after 6.
Yeah, Glamorgan delivering 51 overs of spin in all, with Ingram and Carlson chipping in as we approach the time when we can address that chocolate cake with the seriousness it deserves.
Oh, they took it off the camera just before I showed it to the camera.
Wright is in to bowl, and that's edged and taken at slip, with Byram not able to get on top of that one, and Glamorgan in the serious mire now as Chris Wright adds the wicket claimed by Roman Walker. Patel it was who went low down ankle height to hold on to that one in the slip cordon. Glamorgan 9 for 2, and this is looking like a very one-sided match.
Early days, and you just wonder what will happen when the sort of new ball loses its hardness and shape. But that one looked to hold its own a little bit off the seam almost, because it left the left-hander Byram, and it was a decent low catch by Patel. For half a second it looked as though maybe it wouldn't carry, but got his 2 hands underneath it. And there were a few remarks to the effect that towards the end of the Leicestershire innings, and of course they would, Glamorgan were looking tired, and you just wonder whether that is fatigue is a factor at the moment.
You just need someone to get their head down. That was not a typical Byram shot, really. He's usually pretty solid in defence. That one did look a shot of a man whose head is not 100% there after so long in the field. As Sam Northeast, well, if Glamorgan want experience, they can't ask more than have this pair at the wicket. Sam Northeast, the former Kent and Hampshire batter, who played a couple of games for Notts and Yorkshire last year as well, but starting a 3-year contract with Glamorgan. And he and Colin Ingram will do their best to dig Glamorgan out of it, but it is a pretty deep hole for the visitors at the moment.
He's always impressed me as a cricketer, Northeast. I was surprised when he left Kent, to be honest. But he'd been there from the start, hadn't he, really? He'd been there a fair old time.
As Wright is into the new man Northeast, still with the 3 slips lurking, and Northeast just drops the bat on that, plays it out into the covers between 2 fielders and ambles through for a single, saying that. That's one to get off the mark. 10 for 2. Northeast this season has 717 runs in the championship at an average of 47. 104 other 50s. It is Ingram on strike though, as Wright bowls, and Ingram edges, but fairly safely down to 3rd man for a single. 11 for 2. Under the lights. Probably wouldn't be switched on if they weren't already on at the moment. It has lightened a little bit during the course of the afternoon, despite the gloom that has probably settled over Welsh followers of this game.
Eddie and I were speculating on what it might cost to run the floodlights for a full day of county cricket now, as opposed to last year.
Rocketing prices. Right in air flopping, bowls Northeast, looking a little bit squared up as he defends on the offside, no run. 11 for 2. Yes, that's the trouble, isn't it? That you're not meant to knock them off again during a session, I don't think.
No, unless I think if the sun if it completely clears or something like that. But essentially, once on, that's it, isn't it? Are they halogen bulbs? Do you have
No idea.
Okay.
As Northeast fiddles at that one. Not sure whether he ended up playing a shot at all in the end, but he went towards it, then I think changed his mind. Whether he changed his mind in time, I'm not sure, as it went through to Swindells.
He's getting good swing here, is right, looking at these deliveries.
11 for 2.
Mulder did say it swung yesterday, didn't he? Most of the day, Hogan got it to move.
Right in. Bowls. Northeast drives through the offside for 4. Make him feel a little bit better. Pleasant ripple of applause, whether from the Welsh followers here or from home supporters, just appreciating a good shot. Northeast moves to 5 and the total to 15 for 2.
Alright, we'll feel a little bit better after that first delivery of the innings. Brilliant catch by Kimber off Lloyd, but it was a no ball.
What a session this has been for Leicestershire, though, adding 85 for their last 3 wickets in the post-lunch period, and then getting rid of both Glamorgan openers with only 9 on the board.
Roman Walker.
Man of the moment.
Indeed. 3 slips behind Colin Ingram as Walker moves in and bowls. Beautiful drive. Outside off stump, it was full enough for Ingram to get to the pitch of the ball, and a lovely, correct, punchy cover drive from Colin Ingram through that big gap in the covers out to the boundary. In front of the meet at deep extra cover, all Parkinson, Leicestershire's captain, can do is turn and jog down to pick the ball up. What a super shot that was from Ingram. He moves on to 8-19 for 2.
Likes a cover drive, does our call.
You could take a picture of that one and show it to youngsters. In goes Walker, drags his length back a bit, and it's left by Ingram, taken by Swindells, diving away to his right behind the stump. So again, plenty of swing after it had gone past the stumps for the most part, but prodigious movement.
You wouldn't have thought this is physically possible. I've remarked on this before, that the ball beats or is left by the batsman outside the off stump and then is taken by the keeper going down the leg side.
Walker is in and bowls again a little bit short, straighter this time. Ingram goes back and just calmly turns it in towards the vacant square leg area. Ben Mike jogs across from mid-wicket to field Ingram. In turn, jogs a single, moves on to 9-20 for 2.
These two will have to draw on every moment of experience they possess between them to not think about the scoreboard, just play what's in front of them.
Northeast, the right-hander then on strike 2. Walker, who is in and bowls squared up a fraction, but plays it well on the back foot. Soft hands, as they say, keeps it down. Thick outside edge, but keeps it down. It runs through sort of 5th, 6th slip areas down towards Vian Mulder, who's down at third man. And at Northeast, in turn, takes a single. He moves on to 6. Walker, elbows jutting, is in, again very full, and it's driven for 4 by Colin Ingram. It was a half volley really from Roman Walker on that occasion. He doesn't run in too hard, he's just trying to not put it there at the moment, but he's taking the edge off his pace, such as it is, and when he does overpitch like that, it looks fairly straightforward for a player as good as Ingram and in such good form as Ingram to put that away, especially when there's no fielders in the vicinity, as there aren't. Still, Walker is in. Ingram gets a better delivery, goes back to thick inside part of the bat as it swings back in, and it runs out wide of Mike, and again there's a single to be taken. So the fight back, the comeback, however you want to term it, has begun on the part of Glamorgan from 9 for 2, and the dismissal of Byram now 26 for 2. Ingram has 14, Northeast has 6.
2 overs until the tea interval then, and I suppose you have to say that when Glamorgan do play decent shots, the runs are available, because firstly there are 3 slips at the moment, so therefore the outfield isn't that heavily populated, and secondly it is a fast outfield and the ball will run away pretty rapidly if it's struck correctly. As Chris Wright, 1 for 9 next to his name on the board, is in to bowl, and on the back foot Ingram defends to mid-off. No run. Might have to bring the shades in tomorrow to try and deal with these floodlights. I think they're slightly glary in the top of your vision all the time. Maybe a hat or a pair of shades on after tea for the floodlights rather than any sunshine, because there isn't any of the latter.
Would that be a Welsh international cap?
It's a right bowls to Ingram, who drives to mid-off. It would be a cap that anyone in Wales can buy, actually. 26 for 2.
Did it have a number on it, incidentally?
No, it's just a baseball cap that I bought, Richard. I wasn't awarded a cap or anything like that.
National team. You'd have thought that, actually, in all seriousness, I thought they'd hand out you'd get an official cap or something.
There are for people who play in the proper games. As in comes right edge that doesn't carry to slip, as Ingram didn't play that one correctly, but it bounced well short of Patel at slip, and it wasn't a chance.
Good stop by Patel. Didn't need to play at that one. Colin Ingram couldn't resist it.
No, that area through the covers is probably quite tempting. He didn't really go at that one, but might be tempted. Wright is in to bowl. Ingram does go at that one and is beaten. As he went for the drive, the feet weren't quite there, weren't really anywhere, as he was looking for that juicy, tempting gap between mid-off and point, his favourite area of the ground, nary a fielder in sight. But it's the ones behind him that he needs to worry about. Ingram survives on 14. 8 balls to survive until the tea interval to try and avoid further damage. It is quite a horrible little session for Glamorgan. Right, charging down the slope. Balls. Ingram does hit this one through the covers. Not maybe with full force, but it'll be a couple of runs at least, as it's hauled up 3/4 of the way back. They settle for 2, and Swindell's trying to catch the return throw on the full, ran 10 yards and then took it diving full length as if he was going for a catch on the boundary rather than just a routine throwback. He could have just allowed that to reach him on the first bounce. Keenness from the young keeper. 28 for 2, Ingram to 16. Last ball from Wright in this session, as he's into bowl, and it is harmlessly allowed to go past outside off stump, with Colin Ingram eschewing temptation. 28 for 2, Ingram 16, Northeast 6. This in reply to Leicestershire's formidable total of 584 all out.
Well, the skipper, Callum Parkinson, is walking towards Roman Walker, but only to take his cap, so there won't be the over of spin before tea, just as a little experiment on the part of Parkinson. It might have been worth thinking about, and perhaps he did think about it, but decided otherwise, decided Walker was bowling well enough to justify at least one more, at least this one before the tea interval. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16 for Roman Walker, and he does have the right-handed Northeast to bowl to start with. He should be swinging it away from the right-hander. 3 slips in eager anticipation go down as Walker is in, and it is edged just past third slip by Sam Northeast, but it looked to be fairly deliberate. He was on the back foot and just deflecting it as much as anything, and it was wide and short of Louis Kimber at third slip, and it runs down to Vian Mulder at third man, and Northeast takes 1, moves on to 7, 29 for 2. Ingram just prods a little bit at the pitch because Walker is going to go round the wicket to him, I think for the first time. He is in and bowls, and a lovely drive again from Ingram. You really could take a picture of some of these finishing positions that he ends in. It was full, swung in a little bit, but full enough to be read all the way by Colin Ingram, and stepping out, executing a flawless cover drive to the boundary for the third time, I think, in his innings. He's moved on to 20 of 28 balls. And Joey Everson, as a consequence, has been moved by Parkinson from sort of point, really, to the covers. Man at third man is moved 10 yards to his left up the boundary to sort of deep backward point as much as anything. In fact, he's being brought in now. Lewis Hill it is out there, jogging in. Parkinson goes a little bit straighter, and Ben Mike goes out to deep square. Nick's going off to update BBC Radio Wales as that one from outside off stump swings back in, but is safely left by Colin Ingram, and there is no run. Ingram, as I say, 20, 33 for 2. And if they don't lose another wicket in this over, although Glamorgan's position is perilous, they'll certainly feel a lot better than they did feel at 9 for 2. Northeast and Ingram in the sort of process of establishing themselves. And Ingram in particular has played some glorious shots through the covers as Walker turns. 3 balls left in the session and bowls, and again he's driving, but now with the strengthened offside field it is a straighter drive, and it goes more or less straight to Callum Parkinson at mid-off, and there is no run. I will be updating BBC Radio Leicester shortly, possibly after the session finishes, 20 minutes behind schedule. Leicestershire, I'm afraid, do not bowl their overs particularly quickly. Walker is in, bowls to Ingram on towards the body, and Walker himself feels as Ingram turns it off the body out towards mid-wicket. Walker continues to run across because Mike was out there at deep backward square and Wright was at mid-on. Ingram takes 1, moves on to 21. So it'll be Sam Northeast who faces the final delivery, assuming it's a legitimate delivery of the session. Well, Leicestershire would have certainly taken probably 2 wickets in the 10 overs that they've bowled in the innings so far. As Walker is in, Northeast is on his back foot, playing with helping the ball down towards third man, using the swing well. Doesn't get there because Kimber running back gets there before Vian Mulder running up, but Northeast takes 1. End of the over, end of the session. Glamorgan will go to tea in their first innings on 35 for 2. They have lost 2 wickets. David Lloyd caught at slip off Roman Walker for 2. Ed Byram caught at slip off Chris Wright for 1. 9 for 2 at that stage. 35 for 2 now. Colin Ingram has 21. Sam Northeast 8. And we'll be back with you here at the Uptonsteel County Ground in around about 15 minutes' time. They are indeed. Players have just left the field for tea. 10 overs was the number of overs that Leicestershire have bowled in Glamorgan's first innings, having been bowled out themselves for 584, and they've already taken 2 wickets. David Lloyd brilliantly caught, diving away to his right by Louis Kimber off the bowling of Roman Walker for 2, and Ed Byram, another good low catch, this time at first slip by Rishi Patel off the bowling of Chris Wright for 1. 9 for 2 at that stage. Glamorgan, Colin Ingram, very much in form, has begun to lead a bit of a fight back. He is 21 not out off 31 balls. Sam Northeast, very experienced former Kent player, is 8 not out after 7. It's going to a good start, a good day, as you say, for the Foxes. If they can pick up a couple more wickets after tea, they'll be confident of enforcing the follow-on. The follow-on target for Glamorgan is a small matter of 434. They're 35 for 2 at tea.
Chris? I'll eat yours. Okay, mate. Nah, won't have time. Yeah, I'll talk to you. Good job. I'm thinking of doing that now. In fact, I did it before. My Lord's that one, but like the ocean, playing for a road. Playing for a road. Yeah. That's good. About 4 doors away. Must be 52.5 hours. 52.5 hours that all we did when I was 36 years ago. When it crossed the road, when the wood was down. Last week was off. They did the first. The thing in there, the mother price out, all goes out. Not like that. It's like the more, or maybe it's paid for. Thought like it paid for my mortgage. So I'm going to say, thought like it, they paid for it. I was right with them. I left them in 2007. Closed down. How many years ago I've been doing Steve, didn't he?
What a great chance you have of winning your first game.
Oh, I'm not sure. Don't see how Ingram looks in good nick, and it is swinging.
I don't know whether Hogan is an opening ball.
I need good batting, so I can understand why they gave him the ball though against us from the county. Momentum and all that sort of thing.
Who's the other case, man? Mike.
Well, there's both Mike and and Bjorn Mulder and yeah, there's
Mulder, medium pace.
medium sharp. Can be sharp.
Well, good afternoon again. Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Final session on this second day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Glamorgan. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Wales. Eddie Bevan, Nick Webb for the latter. Myself, Richard Ray, for the former. Leicestershire about to resume bowling in Glamorgan's first innings. Their reply to Leicestershire's first innings of 584. They are 35 for 2. The men out, David Lloyd and Ed Byram, for 2 and 1 respectively. However, Colin Ingram, 21 not out, and Sam Northeast, 8 not out, have taken the score, or took the score onto 35 shortly before tea, and played some pretty nice shots in doing so, particularly Ingram, who played some absolutely glorious cover drives. But Leicestershire have got the ball swinging, and they will be hopeful of putting Glamorgan under further pressure before the close of the day. It's still cloudy here in the East Midlands, but it's got quite humid. It's warmer now. It was quite cool, relatively speaking, compared to recent days earlier in the day. But it has been swinging a little bit. Chris Wright, who opened the bowling for Leicestershire from the Bennett end, has had a nice cup of tea and no doubt something sustaining, and he's going to continue his spell from the Bennett end, and Eddie Bevan is going to tell you all about it.
I bet he didn't enjoy his tea as much as we did with the beautiful cake supplied by Leicester cricket lovers. Here he is then from the Bennett end, and he's bowling to the right-handed Northeast. Bowls to him now, and Northeast pushes it away into the deep gully position, and there's no run. Just said to Richard a few moments ago that Leicestershire haven't won a game this season, but they haven't probably have as big a chance they have now. They made an excellent start here, and another couple of wickets to a side that has been in the field for a day and a half and are obviously rather tired. Here's the next ball, and that's played away wide of cover this time. There's never been, I don't think, a greater advocate of third man than myself. But I don't understand why Leicester have got third man, because there's a small matter of 435 to save the follow-on. Have him attacking, short leg, gully or whatever. You would agree?
I'm inclined to agree, that is for sure. VN Mulder's doing some stretching down there, so maybe he's going to replace Roman Walker, but yes, it's an interesting field in that respect.
Left-handed Ingram waits and caught, is he? No, he's not a huge appeal, probably for LBW.
His bat hit the ground, so it sounded like there was a heck of a noise as
well, I thought,
and then it went through to the wicket keeper.
Yeah.
So they're appealing for the catch behind for sure, but I think it was bat on. I think that's where the noise came from.
Don't think Chris Wright was as enthusiastic as the others. Try and get this in, and I don't see it. I'm sure Richard will relate what happened then, because it's right again from that far end to bowl to Colin Ingram. Bowls to him, and Ingram is forward, plays it defensively to mid-off. There's no run. The score remains on 36 for 2. Tension here for the Glamorgan batsman, as we didn't get the...
For once the stream is bang up to date.
Yes.
Well, they may show a replay, but I suspect not. Let's see what the reaction on there.
Right in, bowls to Ingram again, and Ingram drives through the offside. Well, not quite through, because it's fielded at mid-off, going quickly to his left. Remind you that Leicestershire made a mammoth total of 584 in their first innings. 6 of their batsmen passing 50. And they struck immediately with Walker, dismissing Lloyd in his second over for 2, and then Byram getting a lifter from right, which he fended to second slip for 1. In comes Wright and bowls again, and it's pushed away on the offside. One thing about Ingram, and obviously this is not a criticism, is he is, as you mentioned, an early driver of the ball through the offside, and he minds people of the very best. But if you plug that off stump or just about, and we've seen it a few times, Richard, this season, that he will go. We saw it once up against Walker. He will go for it and nick off. But having said that, that's his game. He gets runs, he gets out, and that's how he plays. And you're quite right. It's Mulder going to bowl. Takes over from the other opening bowler, Walker, who bowled 4 overs for 21, I think it was, or something to that nature.
Did pick up a wicket. That of David Lloyd. Yeah, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 23. Roman Walker's opening burst, and I would imagine he'll be fairly happy with that. In goes Mulder, bowls outside off stump. It's left by Sam Northeast. Very compact player. No great strides forward from Northeast unless it's really there to get forward to. Prefers to play from the crease. So always admired him as a cricketer. Very solid, reliable accumulator rather than flayer of runs, but very, very effective. Mulder is in. He on drives, but again checks the shot somewhat, and moving across to his left, Chris Wright makes the stop.
The Northeast opened in the 2020s and had a very successful season. Always played lots of shots.
He's had a good season all round, hasn't he? Really,
yeah, 700. I think
he's a good acquisition by Glamorgan. Mulder bustles in and bowls to him. He's driving a no ball, and it's a thick outside edge that runs down to third man for 4. Second no ball of the innings. Leicestershire bowled 22, I think it was, against Sussex. They cannot afford to keep doing so. It wasn't costly, or it cost 2 there, and that makes that 6 off the delivery. But
those were your words when you came down to Cardiff. We can't carry on because the extras then, was it in Glamorgan's first innings, astronomical. 52, I think it was.
It's ridiculous, really, isn't it? It's beyond me, to be honest.
To be a professional bowler, yes.
Mulder is in. Northeast is forward. Good delivery, line and length on off stump. Thick outside part of the bat, along the ground all the way to Ben Mike at point. Mike would be probably the next seamer, sort of off the ranks, if Parkinson decides to go that way. If he decides to continue with seam rather than giving himself or even Colin Ackerman an over or 2, just to see if there's something there while the ball is hard. In goes Mulder again. It's full again. Waiting for it, Northeast then on drives, but only as far as right
You think,
mid-on.
as I say, with professional bowlers, that they go into the nets or the gym or whatever, the indoor school, and just make sure you have no bowling. Look at events at the finals day at Lord's last Saturday. I don't know whether you watched it. At the very end, when that exciting finish took place. And alas, I'll just break off you.
Mulder is in outside off stump, thick bottom edge as he goes for a drive there northeast. It bounces short of Ackerman at second slip, who sticks out his right hand, can't stop the ball, and it runs down to find third man for 4. Well, I've just been saying how Northeast is adapts his game to the red ball to accumulate rather than chase after it, but he chased after that one. Thick bottom edge, almost Q-edged it through the slips along the ground. It bounced well short, as I say, but Northeast on to 17. The runs coming quickly for these two now. Mulder is in, bowls outside off stump. There is swing, but it was wide and went wide at Northeast. Let it go through. End of the over, 46 for 2.
Going back to that, like she wanted 4 to win off the last ball or whatever. Up comes the ball, bowled through to the keeper. Everybody went mad. The Hampshire players ran onto the field and everybody was roaring. And all of a sudden, Graham Lloyd, the umpire, was just giving it no ball. Well, there was utter confusion at the end, but I think the right decision was taken. But what a time to bowl a no ball is the point I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
It's right to continue. His start of his 7th over, and he's bowling to Colin Ingram. Comes in and bowls to Ingram, and Ingram drives, but it's intercepted there at mid-off. I'm talking, I forget who it was. It might have been Steve Watkin or somebody, former Glamorgan. And he said, I just cannot understand how people bowl no balls.
Oh.
You know,
if you're striving for sort of 95 mph or something like that, but by and large, it's bowlers are bowling at sort of in the late 70s and
it wasn't the one bowler doing it in Leicestershire, if I remember, there were 2 or 3 of them. Anyhow, here's right, bowls, and just defended and played it away into the gully. Nothing movement off the pitch as yet. 17 to Northeast, 21 to Ingram. And it costs games, doesn't it? Especially in one-day cricket.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nine overs and 4 balls remaining this evening. Should be alright, I think. Looking away to the east.
The light's as decent as it's been all day, really.
Yes, right. Bowls to Ingram. Ingram defends and just shapes away from him and goes through to the wicket-keeper. A little bit of swing. I do wish we were right behind.
Update for BBC Radio Leicester. We've just resumed after tea. Glamorgan have moved from 35 for 2 at tea, having lost the wickets of captain David Lloyd for 2 and batter Ed Byram for 1 before the interval. They've moved, however, on to 46 for 2. Colin Ingram is looking in good shape. He's moved on to 21 off 38 balls. Sam Northeast has 17 off 16. The Foxes then looking for a further breakthrough. They'd ideally like at least 2, maybe 3 more tonight, certainly while the ball is reasonably new. It is just 12.4 overs old, so it's been a good start, but they know that on a relatively flat track, although the ball is swinging, they do have a lot of work to do to try and chisel these Glamorgan batsmen out, but they're in a strong position with Glamorgan in their first innings, 47 for 2.
"47 for 2, as Richard says, and it will be Chris Wright to bowl. Comes in, bowls, played into the gap between cover and wideish mid-off for another single. 48 for the loss of those 2 early wickets. And, as you say, it is quite buggy at the moment.
It's hard how it's changed in that. I suppose if the clouds lighten, that necessarily increases the amount of heat getting through them. A little bit darker away to the southwest.
You're getting at it, aren't you? Wales in the southwest, always rains.
It just tends to come from over the electronic scoreboard.
In comes Wright, and bowls again, and Ingram has to take a duck. That's poor English, isn't it? That's a duck. He used to get out of the way basically and let the ball go through. End of the over, 48-42, Northeast 18, Ingram is 22. And the batting to come, Kieran Carlson, who has an in and out sort of season, and Billy Root, he has had a couple of good innings lately. Chris Cook, and you've got James Harris coming in, very useful batsman. Andrew Salter, best score of 90.
Mulder is in bowling very straight to Northeast, who covers up on middle and off, blocks it out towards Callum Parkinson, who is at a wide-ish mid-off, trying to cover both extra cover and mid-off, essentially. Keep my eye on the field, but they'll give Wright another couple at least, I would think. He's getting decent swing right, and then got one to straighten at Ingram and go past the outside edge in his previous over. Mulder, looking for a little bit of rhythm, is in and bowls again fairly straight onto middle and leg this time, and Northeast almost on the walk blocks that defensively back down the pitch towards the South African, who's had his family here in for the last couple of games, and then having scored the best part of 400 runs for only once out, he thinks that they ought to come more often, I think.
Certainly. Most of
They
them bring
brought
their
him luck.
families for the summer, don't they, these overseas players?
Turns, runs in and bowls to Northeast outside off stump. A little bit of swing away, but it was wide, and Northeast up on his toes, lifts his bat high over the line of the ball. Lets it go through. Rishi Patel claps his hands at first slip. Ackerman tends to be quieter at second. Former
seen it
Red
all.
Ball captain, yeah. Former Red Ball captain, now Parkinson taken over from him. Kimber, 2 sensational catches in this innings so far, only one of which counted. In goes Mulder and bowls again straight, making Northeast play. Everything behind it, Northeast, almost crouching as he pushes that one into the onside. Lewis Hill runs in, picks up and hands rather than throws the ball to Chris Wright. One of the side's designated polishers.
Yes, every team has one.
Mulder, quite a short run, bowls. Fuller this time,
Shot.
clipped through mid-wicket by Northeast in some style, past the diving hill down to the boundary at deep mid-wicket. 4-4 over pitch there. Mulder trying to make Northeast play. Well, he did, but only to the extent that he was able to turn the ball away to the mid-wicket boundary. Northeast joins Ingram on 22. And he's looking very positive now. He's only faced 22 deliveries. 52 for 2, the 50 up for Glamorgan as Mulder is in outside off stump. Better length, but not necessarily a better line, because it doesn't require Northeast to play. End of Mulder's second over, none for 14. He looks a little bit despondent as he walks away. He's been a little bit expensive. He has been throughout his bowling, really. Throughout his time, I think Leicestershire hoped for slightly more movement from him. They felt sort of medium, sharpish seam would be swing bowling would be ideal for as an all-rounder, but he hasn't really done it too often. Best figures of 4 for 125 and 13 wickets so far for him at 47 in the championship.
That's a high average, isn't it? Chris Wright to start his 8th over. He's bowling to Ingram, who gets the leading edge all along the floor, if you know what I mean. He was looking towards the leg side and it squirted out to cover. 4th county man, isn't he, Chris Wright? If I remember correctly. Middlesex,
Essex, Warwickshire, of course.
And there is one 5 county player. Can't remember who it was. As Wright turns at that far end. In past the umpire now and bowls and is played off the back foot. Nice looking shot up towards the third man boundary, but it's gathered and returned and they cross for 2 runs. Takes the score now on to 54. The chief executive of Durham, or is he the chief? He's very high up there. Marcus North played for, what, 8 or 9?
Yeah, he
One of which was Glamorgan, and he was a very fine servant of Glamorgan, good player. 54 for 2 as Wright comes in, bowls to the left-handed Ingram again, and he drives this time wide of mid-off, and there is no run. Plenty of support there, as there was for the Glamorgan bowlers from the Leicestershire fielders. You feel they have to be patient. They got loads of runs in the bag, and just wait. Salt shot, and there's another wicket gone as Wright comes in towards us, bowls again. Ingram again, you see, looking for that. Did he hear it? I don't know. But to beat him on inside, it came in, went over the Midland leg stump, but another no ball. 56 for 2.
almost bowled him, as well.
Yeah.
It really did almost bowl him.
Didn't see the arm going up, and I thought that was close. 47 the partnership here.
If he bowled Ingram with a no ball there, then that would have been the... Oh.
Yeah. Bowling very steady. Length here as he bowls, and Ingram just steps away and pushes it into the covers. And there is no run. Northeast 22, Ingram 24. Took over as the Glamorgan, one of the Glamorgan overseas players when Marnus Labuschagne went back for Australian duties. Started off with 80 odd, then got 170. But he's away, sadly for Glamorgan, mid-August to join one of the franchises in the Caribbean 20. There's the next ball of Beauty. Balls to Ingram, passes him on the outside. I think it's swing, it could be, but I really think it is swing. It just swings away at the last moment. Good challenge here for these two. Last ball coming up of the 8th over. Right, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 18 if there's no runs of this ball. Here comes that last ball as he bowls, and Ingram clips it away and is short of mid-wicket. I thought it might be carrying, but it doesn't. 56 for 2, and that is the end of the 15th over, and there are 27 overs left tonight.
And of course the man to whom the ball travelled there, Jerry Everson, is also an all-rounder, so I tend to keep forgetting him in my looking at all the seamers.
8 overs for 32 runs last week, and
did he take a wicket?
The second over, the other Everson, 8 overs, 9 overs, 0 for 38.
So no wickets.
There's always a first time
for him
against Glamorgan this year. Gets a third chance.
Mulder is in to Northeast, who is defending on the back foot. A little bit of foot movement, steps across there, blocks it out to Parkinson at mid-off. So there's Mike and or Everson to come in terms of the seamers, and Parkinson and Ackerman in terms of spin options. So plenty for Parkinson to think about. To whom to turn. In goes Mulder. Forward with a slightly angled bat goes Northeast, plays it along the ground through the vacant gully down towards third man.
What sort of season has Parkinson had in bowling?
Again, slightly mixed. He's the top wicket taker, as he was last season. He was a top English wicket English-born spinner last season. 50 wickets he took last season. 19 so far, but they've been a little bit expensive at just under 50, 48. A little bit quite expensive then on that basis. Mulder is in, bowls short of a length. Ingram is up on his back foot, turning his wrists on that defensive push. Down the pitch it goes on the on side. I think he has to overcome the captain's reluctance to bowl himself, which he does possess to a certain extent. This is only third match as red ball captain, I think.
Right.
Or was it his fourth now? So he's still finding his way a little bit in those terms. In goes Mulder outside off stump. Ingram pulls his bat outside the line, inside the line of the ball, lets it go through.
I've been told by Mr. Webb to go.
Oh.
So I go.
I would not dare descend.
He's going to come back up for a chance at it. Oh, he's waiting downstairs if you want to go and see him.
I'm the only back.
Mulder, just the two slips now as he bowls to Ingram, who is driving nicely, but diving across to his right is the elongated figure of Kimber, who's come out from third slip, gone into extra cover and getting a hand to it, keeping it to 1 instead of 3 or possibly 4.
Elongated, sounds though they've been stretching him on the rack. Our fielders aren't tall enough. We'll have to get them a couple of inches extra height.
He extended himself at third slip a couple of times, didn't he?
Yes.
And he's already tall, 6'3", something like that. He goes well over 7 feet when he's reaching out. In goes Mulder. Down the leg side it swings. Ingram looks semi-interested in turning his bat on it. Doesn't bother doing so, and it's actually not taken cleanly by Harry Swindles. End of Mulder's third over. Better in terms of conceding only the 1 run, 14 having come from the first 2, but doesn't look particularly threatening at the moment. 57 for 2. Glamorgan's supporters beginning to breathe an awful lot more easily.
I'm not sure an awful
9
lot
for
more.
2.
If it helps your deliberations, Parkinson was captain in Cardiff because I think Ackerman was out injured. If you're
Yes, I tend to forget that.
you're tallying them up.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He captained at Worcester as well. So 5 plus that one, 6.
Here's right then, continuing down from the Bennett end towards us and bowling to Northeast, who turns it on the leg side and has got a decent pat on that. It'll run away for 4 down towards backwards square. Not maximum amount of effort required in that shot, just helped it on its way, and it is noticeable here, and I'm sure it will be at other grounds around the country, how fast the ball is travelling over these parched outfields, because it'll be similar conditions in most places.
50 partnership.
Thank you. Came together at 9 for 2. Northeast has 27. Ingram has 24. Northeast is going at a run of ball at the moment, as right is in and Northeast plays a strange sort of dab down to third man with a little twirl of the bat. It was all under control. Scored a few down to third man, whether deliberately or not, in this innings. Northeast to 28, 62 for 2, but when you look at 435 being the follow-on figure, you need at least 2 really big innings and a couple chipping in as well. As right bowls, Ingram drives through the offside. We'll pick up a couple of runs here as it's retrieved by Walker. 64 for 2. As Leicestershire had no fewer than 5 people in past half century, and most of those went on to some degree. Mulder 156, the star of the show, though he didn't manage to add too many this morning. He was 147 overnight, I think.
Yes.
So Glamorgan did the initial work, but then suffered at the hands of Mike and Walker. As right bowls down leg side. Ingram shapes to play it, but doesn't make a serious attempt, and it's taken by Swindells neatly, flicking the ball back behind him. 25 overs remain. What time are we going to finish? That's about at least an hour and a half's worth, isn't it? Probably.
It is with Leicestershire, I'm afraid.
A little bit more. 6:25, 6:30ish.
Les Parkinson brings himself on.
As right bowls, Ingram defends, no run. So it's a long spell by Wright, but of course given a little bit of a rest by the tea interval. It's not quite the 9 overs on the bounce that it is 9 overs on the bounce, but given 20 minutes break in the middle. 64 for 2 under the Leicester lights as Wright is in, bowls, and Ingram defends on the offside, trickles out, picked up by Walker. End of the over. Ingram 26, Northeast 28. Have Glamorgan got through the initial storm with certainly the ship still just about afloat, albeit holed in places.
Feels that way, and you just wonder whether Parkinson on that basis might want to make a change sooner rather than later. They're looking, yeah, right, he's still getting the occasional one past the bat, but just wondering whether this is the right combination. Kimber is being brought out of third slip by Parkinson to strengthen the cover area as in goes Mulder and bowls to Northeast. Kimber immediately in the game as Northeast goes forward and pushes the full delivery out towards him. Ben Mike is starting to warm up now in a very interesting little sort of dance he's doing at point, swinging his arms now. Mulder, bustling, short run onto the legs of Northeast. He bowls and neatly turned away by Northeast, who has timed his shots, particularly on the leg side, really nicely. He looks in super touch out there, and he's moved into the 30s already, despite facing only 29 balls. 32 not out to him with that 4 now, and Mulder is leaking runs. Not that the number of runs per se matters, but it is also an indication of the fact he's bowling a little too loosely, and the run rate, which was down under 3, is now fairly close to 4. He is in and bowls, back foot defensive shot from Northeast, playing the delivery out from middle towards right at mid-on.
Steve West on Twitter trying to cheer Welsh supporters up. It may be a dismal situation, but they still have 18 wickets to get. That won't be a task achieved lightly on this particular batting-friendly surface at the moment, but we wait to see how much it'll turn later.
Mulder is in, bowls, full, driven for 4 by Northeast. Dived Kimber in the covers, away to his left, couldn't get there, hit hard down into the ground by Northeast, and it looped through the air for a good 20 yards or so thereafter, bounced for a second time, just wide of the diving Kimber and away to the extra cover boundary. It ran, accelerating almost down the slight slope here at the Uptonsteel County ground, and Northeast continues to look almost imperious. His head is down, he's not sort of carrying himself like an emperor, but he really does look in good touch out there. He's on to 36.72 now for 2, and the run rate has gone to over 4. Mulder is in and bowls onto the legs of Northeast, turned out towards mid-wicket, and you heard the very sort of Kentish no there as he pushed it out towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, well, he's still based in Canterbury. His
that's a fair trek.
His better half and young baby are there.
Oh goodness!
So he's doing a lot of motorway motorway miles to change nappies, I guess, at the moment.
And then round the M25. Oh my goodness, what a trip that is. In goes Mulder, bowls to him, outside off stump. Northeast steps forward, lifts his bat over the line of the ball, lets it go through into the gloves of Harry Swindoors. Mulder 4 overs, none for 23. I think I'd take him off now. It isn't happening for him. Maybe Parkinson will have a go himself. He might want to bowl from the other end with the bigger boundary on the leg side, but left-hand or right-hand combination. He's going to make a change at the Bennett end, though. Ben Mike is coming on to replace Chris Wright.
Nicholas Brill on Twitter says, I know he's the captain. Do you think David Lloyd would benefit from playing for the Seconds or his allocated South Wales Premier League club at the start of the Royal London One Day Cup? Could be a good way of getting confidence back and returning to form before the county championship starts back. It's an interesting point, but I wouldn't expect it, to be honest, because one, I think Lloyd is struggling a little bit through injury, and there is the warm-up game against Wales, the showcase day for the national counties, which is a week Sunday, so you would have thought that Lloyd would target that for his next appearance. As Mike is in to bowl, and Ingram turns it off his legs to square leg for a single, 73 for 2. Glamorgan, looking at the fixture list, and it's probably the same for Leicestershire, have a couple of 50-over second 11 games next week, away to Northants on July 25th, and away to Somerset at Taunton Vale on July the 28th. And presumably there will be a number of first team players playing there to get the 50 over format back in their brains. 73 for 2 here at the county ground, Leicester, as Mike is into bowl to Northeast. 2 drives, and that nearly played on off inside edge and boot and just trickled back past the stumps, and Northeast wouldn't have been able to do anything about it as it came back quite quickly, ended up dribbling through towards keeper Swindells, and that was not far wide of his off stump. So Northeast may be in good touch, but only takes one mistake to get you out.
A lot of scraping around the footmarks. The crease where Ben Mike is landing. Roman Walker helping out there. Perhaps they filled them during the tea interval, and some bowlers don't like it, do they?
Michael Nisa probably made a mess of them earlier, he usually does. As Mike bowls, and Northeast shoulders arms outside off stump. Morgan, second 11 going quite well, with victory in their 4-day game over Hampshire. I'll give you the details when those pop up on my screen. So under live or results now. Oh gosh, it's going to take a while to find that. And the next over, Mike is in to bowl to Northeast, who's defending that one carefully out on the offside, and there's no run. So Glamorgan second 11 won by 173 runs. They bowled Hampshire out for 238 today at the Little Aegeus Bowl, next door ground. Wicket takers, Callum Taylor, the off-spinning all-rounder, took 4. Down leg side, Northeast doesn't get anything on it through the keeper. Couple for Rodri Lewis, who is a fairly long-term trial there. He's played for Berkshire and plays club cricket, I believe, for Swansea. They don't hold me to that. He's got 2 for 25. Dan Douthwaite, who definitely has appeared for Swansea in the Premier League, he's got 2 for 18, and you'd expect Douthwaite to be putting his name forward for inclusion in the One Day Cup if he doesn't get a late 100 gig. Northeast drives nicely, but to mid-on, and there's no run. End the over, 73 for 2, Northeast 36. Ingram 73, and this all in reply to Leicestershire's 584, and Richard Ray has been spoilt for this run avalanche in the last couple of matches for the Foxes.
Yeah, I was rather starved before then, but we had Leicestershire had ground to make up in that respect. But yes, it's good to see 1 or 2 scores being registered by individuals. Well, Mulder is going to continue from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Colin Ingram. In he goes over the wicket, bowls to Ingram on off stump, just short of a good length, so Ingram goes back and defends carefully out into the offside. Picked up there by Lewis Hill, who, having thrown the ball to Callum Parkinson, follows it and has a chat to his captain. Mulder waiting for Chris Wright to throw him the ball. There hasn't been any sort of complaints about it so far. Famous last words from the Leicestershire
There will be soon.
players. Yeah, indeed. In goes Mulder and bowls. Middle and leg this time. Ingram again goes back and defensively turns it into the on side, of course. Ben Mike picks it up. Patel and Ackerman, the 2 slips now. Kimber, as I say, back out in the covers. So relatively, given the amount of runs they've got, and Eddie remarked on this earlier, relatively defensive field with 3rd man and a long leg, just the 2 slips. Otherwise, single saving. In goes Mulder, bowls again. Back foot. Defensive turn of the wrists from Ingram out to mid-wicket.
Yeah, I'd think it'd be the sort of occasion where you'd post someone in an attacking position in front of the bat, maybe, just to get in the batsman's eye line and distract them a little bit.
I think I'd be making changes in terms of the bowling attack as well, trying different things, because these 2 looking pretty well established now. Mulder is in again, back foot defensive, attempted shot this time from Colin Ingram. You'll have gathered from the appeal he didn't get much, if any, bat on it. Thumped into the pads well above the knee roll as he looked to turn it on the leg side, and looked to be high and going down the leg side. Certainly Mulder didn't appeal, though. Swindles gave it a bellow. Should be an update for BBC Radio Leicester very shortly. Maybe between overs, who knows. Looks like it's beginning to take a bit more of an effect as the dark cloud in the southwest begins to drift towards the ground. Mulder is in, outside off stump, chopped hard down into the ground by Ingram. Nice stop above his head by Kimber, who is at point now. Hill is in the covers. Parkinson is at mid-off. Everson is down at 3rd man. He's just acknowledged a word, maybe from Parkinson, so it may be that he's going to get a bowl shortly. Mulder is in, bowls, and back foot, slightly riskily from Ingram, because it was a foolish delivery, swinging back in, but turned out to mid-wicket nonetheless. End of the over, 73 for 2. And here comes the update between overs. And just at the moment, they're not coming. Glamorgan have moved from 35 for 2 at tee onto 73 for 2. Colin Ingram is taking his time now. He was on 21 at tee. He's on 27 now off 62 balls, but Sam Northeast has looked in pretty good touch. He's gone to 36 off 38. They've just tried seams so far. The Foxes captain Callum Parkinson might give himself or possibly Colin Ackerman a bowl soon, see if there's any turn in the pitch for them. Ben Mike is coming in at the moment, but the Foxes looking for a 3rd wicket. They're struggling at the moment with Glamorgan 73 for 2.
So 22 overs remaining still a long way for the Glamorgan ship to get into harbour for the night and steer away from the rocks. But as we've been saying, two experienced men in the middle at the moment. Batting to come, Carlson, Root and Chris Cook before we get the all-rounders. Nisa, Salter, Harris and Hogan bringing up the rear as Ingram drives Mike through the offside. Will that one run away to the boundary? It's being given hot pursuit by two fielders, but the ball beats them both there and in that parched area of the field, and with 500 runs to play with still, you can forgive the fielders for not hurling themselves in a despairing attempt at that one, maybe the last over of a T20, but sometimes discretion is the better part of valour. 31 to Ingram, 78 for 2.
Saw one of those early, didn't we, when Ben Mike ran for, despite a brilliant chase.
Yes.
All the way to the boundary.
Yeah, I think it was Root, wasn't it, who just tapped one back inside the boundary at the top end of the ground away to our left, and looked up to find that his efforts were worth naught apart from morale. Mike in, bowls, plenty of lift there as Ingram shoulders arms, allows it to go through to Swindells.
Umpire Baldwin saying to Ben Mike, now young man, I want you further off the business area of the pitch in your follow through. And I think the Glamorgan batters will no doubt agree.
And the clouds are reasonably high but quite dark still, and you wouldn't rule out the umpires at some point this evening ruling that well, it's the how many angels can you get in the head of pin question, isn't it, as Mike is in to bowl to Ingram, who works into a gap in the leg side for a single, 79 for 2, when the artificial light takes over rather than aiding the natural light, which is I have no idea how they work that out. Whether is there a scientific measurement of it, or is it just a
Presumably
feel?
when they eventually bring out the light meters and do actually take a reading, they do have some sort of scientific
yes, once they've got base
point
reading,
at which,
but they have to.
At which point they have to follow that.
Yes.
But how? Whether there's actual term for it.
Mike in to Northeast, who's pushing forward up to mid-on, no run.
Lux is something to do with light levels, isn't it? But I'm not
Yeah,
quite
I
sure.
think that's how they measure the strength of the floodlights, isn't it? The then Glamorgan Secretary Mike Fatkin did address me at great length on the subject, though I get on very well with Mike. I must admit there was something I switched off slightly. It was his brand new shiny toy at the time when they were going into the revamped Sapphire Gardens. As Mike is into bowl, Northeast forces but straight to cover, no run, and the over, 79 for 2. During the several years of building work that took place in the noughties before the first test match at the ground against Australia in 2009, when the late chairman Paul Russell told us several years previously that Glamorgan were in line for an Ashes test, and he wasn't taken entirely seriously at the time, but it was a controversial redevelopment. Glamorgan no longer hosting test match cricket, getting a day or two of limited overs international cricket a summer, and plus of course winning the right to have a franchise side as well, which is important for the club's finances, even if not universally popular.
Well, Jerry Everson is going to have his first class bowl for Leicestershire. Not his first class bowl against Glamorgan.
No.
Which was just 2 weeks ago? Or a week ago?
Well, wasn't it? I don't think that was his first bowl for Notts, but
no, against Glamorgan.
Oh yes,
against,
0 for 35
Glamorgan.
and 0 for 32, so still looking for his first wicket.
So the Glamorgan batsmen know roughly what to expect from Everson, who is in, bowling full to Ingram. A little bit of swing in. Ingram drives it back down the pitch, but Everson, a pale young man, sticks out his hand and feels in his follow-through.
Tell a lie, he also played at Trent Bridge against Glamorgan, so it's his third time against Glamorgan, and he got 3 wickets. He got Carlson, Chris Cook, and someone else.
Oh, well, he should be reasonably confident then. He is in and bowls a little shorter this time to Ingram. Again, there's a touch of in-swing to the left-hander, who goes back and blocks it out as far as right at mid-on.
So, yes, Joey Everson and Glamorgan are not strangers. 3 times, and it's strange, isn't it? Because someone who's in the first team often enough to play twice against an opposition is then allowed to go out on loan.
2 knots. Members have been surprised, certainly down the leg side, or at least on towards the body, the legs of Ingram, then from Everson. He looks to help it on its way. Don't think he got anything on it. Came off the pad and ran down towards long leg, and umpire Long duly signals, raises his right knee, signals leg by. Little bit of news from the Cricket Writers Club that the Bob Willis Trophy, first awarded in the summer of 2020, will henceforth be awarded annually to England's Player of the Year, male or female, as voted by members of the CWC. Just outside off stump from Everson on the back foot. Northeast just works it into the gap at point being 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. Mike runs across and fields. Northeast takes 1, moves on to 37. So it will continue to have an existence, a meaningful existence of sorts.
Yes. It's a bit of a change.
Everson is in. Again, it's onto the legs of Ingram, the left-hander. This time a thick inside edge. And pad? No, just pad again. They sound so wooden. To me, anyway. Quite high up on the pad. Trickles to backward square. And the leg by, as it turns out, is taken.
Yeah, it's something of a change, isn't it, from being a team award to an individual award?
Everson is in. That's a better line to the right-handed Northeast on off stump. He leans forward, no big stride, and defends it out into the offside. Interesting action from Everson. It's a slightly slingy-ish action. Not classical, but generates a decent amount of pace from a relatively short run. He looks fairly strong. And he conceded just the single from that first over. Glamorgan, though, looking in reasonably good shape now. 82 for 2, an awful lot of work still to do. The follow-on target of 435, but Messrs Ingram and Northeast both well into their 30s now in terms of runs scored.
And in Ingram's case, in the age as well. 36 years old. As Mike is in to bowl to Ingram, who drives to cover, and there's no run, but his knee's only 4 years. One of his knees is only 4 years old, so
does that reduce the average age of his body as a whole?
It's a spring chicken. Yes, he absolutely played through one season virtually on one leg and playing only white ball cricket, which was part of the move towards being a white ball gun for hire. As Mike does not bowl on that occasion, is in to bowl and doesn't let go of it. Something went awry. 82 for 2 on a fairly still evening here at Grace Road. We'll have a little bit of a juggling around to do. We'll get Edward in for Richard for 20 minutes before he addresses the nation in Welsh. Edward, that is, not Richard. As though I'm on the back foot, plays back to the bowler. There's no run. It would be a crash course extraordinaire, I presume, unless you have hidden linguistic talents. I know you have more than one language, Richard, but Welsh not being the other one.
Absolutely not, I'm afraid. The pronunciation isn't always obvious from the letters on the page, is it? In terms of Welsh.
Well, it is, because Welsh is a more phonetic language.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
As in comes the next delivery, and Ingram drives it to cover. If you know how to pronounce Welsh properly, then you should be able to pronounce most words in the language. It's not like English. It's not as irregular in pronunciation as English is, certainly, but then English, I think, is one of the most irregular languages in the world, I believe.
The consonant sounds are not the same, are they, necessarily?
No. 82 for 2. As worked away on the leg side by Ingram, down towards backward square. They'll just take the single as the good throw comes in over the stumps from Lewis Hill to dissuade them from taking a second. His hat's come off in the process,
revealing a curiously old-fashioned amount of hair on Lewis Hill compared to his the fashion in the dressing room, and probably echoed throughout the dressing rooms of the country. It's sort of very short back and sides, isn't it? But Hill hasn't.
As Mike bowls, Northeast drives mid-off fields. 83 for 2. Indeed, it's frustrating, since most of my hair grows naturally at the sides, that it's not the other way around, that it's fashionably be shorter than top, but no, it's the shorter at the back and sides, the fade, and leave it on top, where some of us haven't got an awful lot left.
You'd have to go back to the monks of the 12th century for that sort of fashion
yes,
to be
let's have a bit of
stylish.
That. Let's have a bit of that. The monastic look. 83 for 2. Mike in Northeast pushes forward, thinks about pinching a single, but decides that cover, which is now Hill, having been on the boundary a few minutes ago, was coming in quickly. 83 for 2.
I wonder what they'd say if you went in and asked for a light tonsure. Joey Everson hasn't got a light tonsure. He's almost red-headed, isn't he, really? He's very sort of, would you say, strawberry blonde, something like that. I'm not sure what the colour is, but hence his relatively pale complexion. Everson, say a former Stamford school pupil, where he came under the coaching of Dean Headley.
He claims his lookalike is Ben Stokes in the Cricketers.
Yeah, you can see that. You can see that
in colouring, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. He's chatting to Callum Parkinson at the moment. Parkinson sort of doing it a bit by numbers at the moment. We're finding out about him as captain all the sort of time, and at the moment he's coming across as reasonably orthodox, if that makes sense. He hasn't been inclined so far to try anything really surprising in the games in which he's captained the side. Everson is in. Good delivery to Ingram, who defends on the back foot. A little bit of shape back in, but the pronounced shape. I mean, the overs, we're only still at 23.1, so the ball should still be in pretty good order, but it isn't swinging quite as much as it was earlier, that is for sure. The heavier cloud is beginning to sort of drift back over the ground, and it has gone a little bit cooler again. Could be something to do with that. Everson is in, short of a length. Grunt of effort from him. Ingram stays on the back foot, defends with a straight bat, but then rehearses the pull through mid-wicket. There not really being a mid-wicket. Mulder is sort of, he's at a mid-wicket, but he's sort of edging towards square leg a little bit, and there is a big gap between him and right at mid-on. Everson bustles in and bowls outside off stump, and allowed to go through by Ingram.
Disappointingly, his nickname is listed as Evo. If I could turn back time, his entry in the Cricketers' Who's Who He says, I would back Leicester City to win the 2015-16 Premier League. Well, you could probably retire on the winnings if you got a bet on that.
5,000 to 1. They were at the start of the season as Everson is in. Fuller goes for the drive. Good delivery and misses. Ingram might just have held its own off the seam, but may just be beginning to get a fraction frustrated. And Eddie Bevan said if you can, he said it is a way to ask questions of Ingram because he does like a drive, and if he does get frustrated, he will still go for that drive outside off stump. He did on that occasion and missed it, so got away with one on that occasion. In goes Everson, bowls to him, doesn't get away with that one. He drives it firmly, but Parkinson scrambles to his left at that very straight mid-off, makes the stop. Tell you, I know those odds because we did have a bet on Leicestershire winning the Premier League title that year. But what we did was, and I say we, Jason Bourne and Ian Stringer, then both of the BBC Radio Leicester sports department, and myself went to the bookmakers, which is very close to BBC Radio Leicester. In goes Everson, bowls back foot, bounces a little bit and swings, looking to turn into the leg side, hits the pad, was going on down the leg side. Everson doesn't bother to appeal. End of the over. 83 for 2. But the three of us went into the betting shop and said, what are the odds on Leicester City winning the Premier League? This was around about Christmas, so they were quite close to top at that stage. Leicestershire getting promoted, and it was a good year. It was Andrew McDonald was in charge, and they looked in decent shape. And the Tigers winning the Premiership, and I think we got 5,000 to 1 on all three happening, which was a bit skinny, really. But we all had a fiver on. But come the sort of following August, Leicestershire had won 4 games. When mid-season, and we were in the game for quite a long time, put it that way, and we were starting to get tolerably hang on here, we could be in the dough. But sadly, Leicestershire fell away, although Leicester City did their part, and the Tigers weren't able to win the Premiership either.
Speaking of the Tigers, the fixture rounds are out for European rugby, and they'll be travelling to Swansea to play the Ospreys in the first round in December, as first ball from Mike is outside the off stump and there's no run, so there'll be a few Tigers fans heading down to Swansea.com stadium to support them against the Ospreys. That second weekend in December, I think.
Those fixtures just come out then? Just wondering where else they were.
Yes, the weekends have come out anyway, not the precise. I think they knew.
Oh, they knew who their opponents were going to be.
But okay. Now it's just who plays who on which weekends. As that is off an edge from Northeast, and it's run away through a diving slip. I thought for a moment that it might have carried low, but it didn't seem so, and Kimber was not in business on that particular occasion.
Coming off the pitch somewhere. Just maybe comfort break, something like that. Normally he'd been at second.
Andrew Chapman on Twitter is not impressed with Glamorgan signing a spinner with the current seam attack, as Northeast drives but straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run. If you missed it earlier, then the Glamorgan signing for September is the New Zealand spinner Ajaz Patel, who unfortunately auto-corrects on my device to Ajax, which I'm sure I'll call him sooner or later, but it's Ajaz Patel, born in Mumbai, but his family emigrated to New Zealand when he was a young boy, so that is his international country. Mike in bowls to Northeast, plays to mid-on, a few oohs, and etc. as they try and generate some enthusiasm in the slip cordon. Sad news for Leicester Tigers and Fred Slater, the former club captain, diagnosed with motor neurone disease today, so obviously we wish him all the best in that particular battle ahead. 87 for 2. Mike down the slope towards us, bowls to Northeast, plays into the offside, and there's no run. The tournament kicks off, the European Champions Cup, on the weekend of 9th, 10th and 11th of December, which is when Leicester will be in Swansea. The week after, they host Clermont-Auvergne from central France, and then the reverse fixtures are in January with the Tigers in France and hosting the Ospreys on the final of the 4 weekends. Pulled away by Northeast, nailed backward of the umpire, racing away. No need for Everson to chase that one, who was very firmly struck indeed by Sam Northeast, who's 45 not out, and Glamorgan 91 for 2, which sounds a reasonable enough position in most games, but when you consider the follow-on figure is 435, it shows you the extent of the mountain still to be climbed. It's base camp, if you like, I guess.
Parkinson's still showing no real inclination. I know Mike's only bowled the 4 overs, none for 15. Everson just a couple, and he has beaten the bat of Ingram once. But having a word with Sam Northeast, that have been opponents for a few years, one way or another.
Well, I guess if Northeast can cope with travelling back and forth between South Wales and Canterbury and a young child, then batting in county cricket is probably a welcome relief.
Indeed.
To the driving and potential sleepless nights.
But he has signed a 3-year contract, hasn't he?
Yes.
So maybe they'll look to rent a flat or something in Cardiff. Everson is into Ingram, bowls outside off stump. Ingram steps forward but leaves the bat raised. Only after it is in the gloves of Swindles does he practice a cover drive.
Yes, I imagine it's a question of having a bit more family support in some parts of the country rather than others at the moment.
Everson turns, leans forward, bowls again in swing. Ingram stepping forward into that one, almost blocks it out into the on side as it shapes back into him. Chris Wright is the fielder at mid-on.
I would say get through the initial stages of parenthood, but that's 18 years, isn't it?
And the rest. It never ends, as I'm sure many of you know out there. 91 for 2.
Bless him.
Everson is in, bowls looking for the Yorker, swings in, but played well by Ingram, just waited for it and steered it out wide of Lewis Hill. At point takes 1. Moves on to 34. He's been careful since tee. He took tee on 21 off 31 balls. He's faced 51 deliveries since then for another 13 runs, so relatively careful. Northeast relatively expansive. Waits as Everson is in, bowls to him, doesn't really get up just outside off stump. He went onto the back foot because it wasn't a good length delivery, but it didn't really get up too much, so looking to play it out into the offside, he had to sort of come down on it a bit, and it came off a thick inside edge into the outfield on the onside.
Middlesex, Glamorgan's nearest rivals in the table at the moment, 336 for 6 in reply to Sussex's 523.
As Everson is in, bowls straight to Northeast, who is respectfully careful in defence. Back down the pitch to Everson, he plays it.
John Simpson is 75 not out. Howard Milan was the first championship victim for the magnificent Aristides Kavalas, our favourite Greek international. Last week, apparently, played for Greece.
With a name like that, I am not surprised. In goes Everson, bowls to Northeast. Who's a little bit squared up by that one. Pitched leg. Sort of swung a little bit back in towards sort of the middle. And on the back foot, Northeast blocked it out, went out into the off side. And say, still a little bit of swing there, but continues to be very little indeed off the pitch, although we still haven't seen the Leicestershire spinners. Ackerman is back with us, so presumably just a comfort break.
Middlesex have only got 3 overs or so left of the bonus points allocation. They're on 340 with 3 overs to come, so they'll get 4 batting points to go with their 2 bowling points, so 6 from the match there. They've dropped 2, so Glamorgan need to press desperately to keep up with them in the table. As Mike is in, but not delivering for the second time in as many overs. So Glamorgan got the 2 bowling points. How many batting points can they accrue?
So four equals the Middlesex haul.
Yes.
And then 8 for the draw. So
yes,
it'll be all square.
A while ago, Middlesex started a point ahead as Ingram shoulders arms to that one outside off stump, but a long way to go for Glamorgan to get any sort of safety in this game, facing 584 and then being 9 for 2. Couldn't be much more staring down the barrel, but these two have done their best to rebuild so far, and
played well.
Best part of an hour though to play here. Mike in, bowls, and Ingram jabs it down into the ground. The ball rolls down into the slips. No run.
Just saw Parkinson there just start to do a few sort of chest expansions, and that's a slightly unconvincing touch of the toes from him. Slightly bent knees.
No, I'm not going to criticise him for that.
No,
my toes are down there somewhere.
He's worked very hard on his sort of general athleticism, Callum Parkinson. He does look like he does run like an athlete these days. Didn't used to. I know that sounds odd.
Mike in to left-handed Ingram, and Ingram drives into the offside, but it's parried by Walker at cover. Did well there to get something on it and save potentially 3 runs, because it was hit fairly firmly. 93 for 2, and noticeable with Ingram taking strike then and Northeast now. You can actually see the the reflection of the floodlights flashing off the back of their bats, which shows you the murkiness.
Foreshadows that Walker is casting as well.
Yep. Mike in, balls to Northeast, up in the block hole, dug out by the batsman, played to cover, no run. Ben Mike's already had a good day with the bat, making 91, having had several let-offs, but getting to within sight of a maiden first-class century before he drilled one to long on. Down the hill comes Mike towards us. 0 for 16 so far. Bowls, Northeast drives to mid-off.
Updates time. With just 1 ball to go in the over. Well, they're going to have to work hard for that first win, because Glamorgan are recovering nicely, having been reduced to 9 for 2 in reply to Leicestershire's mammoth first innings score of 584. They've moved on to 93 for 2, and the men in the middle for them at the moment. Sam Northeast, formerly of Kent, of course, the Kent captain, is 45 not out off 56 balls. Colin Ingram is 35 off 85 balls. The Foxes have just used seam so far, and it may be that the spinner will make a difference if and when Callum Parkinson brings himself on, showing no inclination to do that at the moment. They do need at least one more, ideally two more breakthroughs before the close. No sign of one coming at the moment, with Glamorgan 96 for 2.
And we'll give Richard Ray a sadly brief break because Edward is addressing the nation in the language of heaven. Or I can plough on anyway, unaccompanied if you want to go and get a cup of tea or something, Richard. 96 for 2 as Edward Bevan joins me, and Ingram flicks one off his legs, and that has run away to the fine leg boundary as we peer around the corner. And Glamorgan, is that the 100 up? Has that gone on the board? Now it has, and Glamorgan are 100 for 2. Colin Ingram has 4 more. He's on 39 not out. Relatively sedate since tea. And Northeast 46 off 57, so he's going along at a reasonable lick.
Yes, and the run rate is 3.7, so nearly 4, and that's been the story of the game on this very placid pitch. Glamorgan were in trouble, as you say, at 9 for 2, but then these two, Ingram has had a few flashes outside the off stump, but Northeast has played so well yet again because he's had an excellent season and rescued Glamorgan. They still need 435 to save the follow-on, so now it's 335. So lots of batting in front of them as Joey Everson starts a new over at the pavilion end, and he's bowling to the right-handed Northeast, who drives but not very powerfully up to mid-off. Much of a muchness, the attack so far. As Richard was saying, probably he'll bring, or he will bring himself on, Parkinson, the spinner, and possibly we'll see Ackerman bowl. But there's no hint of any turn or any movement. We saw that throughout the Leicestershire innings as Everson comes over the wicket and bowls and draws Northeast forward, and he just pushes it away on the offside. There is no run. 46 to Northeast and 39 to Colin Ingram. It's quite a pleasant evening, quite warm, in fact. And it's been a nice day at home, so I am told. And that's home for me, is near Swansea. Home for Nick is, as they say down there, Cardiff. Then comes the next delivery and brings Northeast forward and pushes it away. We see a lot of the batsmen for Leicestershire just coming into the ball because they're confident that there's no appreciable movement off the pitch. 2 slips and still waiting for a chance. Remember that the 2 batsmen dismissed, Lloyd for 2 and Byron for 1, were both caught in that area. As Everson, medium pace, is in and bowls again, and this time it is pushed forward in a similar direction. 100 for 2. 2 balls to go this over, and then there will be 14 overs left before the close. As Nick rescues my glasses. Either leave them...
You're always leaving them somewhere.
Yeah, in the house. I left them in the fridge the other day. In the garden the other day. Oh, yeah. Here is Everson bowls now, and big appeal for LBW. Surely that was high. Huge appeal from behind, and Everson wasn't all that wicked, all that worried.
But he was a bit squared up there, Northeast.
He was squared up, I agree, but it looked to me if it was a bit high, and the test umpire there agrees with me. That
maybe cut back a bit too much as well.
Nigel Long, the presiding umpire. The other one is Paul Baldwin. Last ball of the over. Bowls. The batsman leaves, and it goes through to the keeper. Maiden over. useful over that, and the Glamorgan remain at 100 for 2.
Well, Everson started tightly, hasn't he? 4 overs, 0 for 2, but as long as the naught is still there, Glamorgan will not care one jot about their run rate at the moment. Everson didn't take any wickets against Glamorgan at Cardiff last week, but did claim 3 wickets in the match at Trent Bridge, so he's facing Glamorgan for the 3rd time this season as the umpires come together for a little consultation.
Don't think there's anything serious.
Whether they're thinking about taking a light reading.
No, surely not. I'd be very surprised.
Floodlights are
coming full on.
In full effect, really, aren't they?
Yes, I think they're all right.
It's strange, isn't it, when we're, a month after the longest day of the year, but we think of it as high summer, but we've had lights on since the first ball this morning, or the first over anyway. I think they flickered into life just as play started.
Change of bowling at the far end. Chris Wright is coming back to her ball.
Yeah, bowled a long first spell either side of tee, 9 overs, 1 for 25, and his first delivery back in the attack is deflected by Ingram down to Everson at 3rd man in front of us, and they will go through for a single. And this is sort of pitch where these little deflections using the pace of the ball will pay dividends, because they'll run away quickly down the slope.
Well, anywhere on the ground in this weather, because it's rock hard and it just races away.
And possibly in recognition of that, Leicestershire drops square leg back. How far is he going?
So either for the hook or the double bluff.
About 3/4 of the way back, that'll do. As Wright is in to bowl to Northeast, who plays gently into the covers. And there is no run. Northeast isn't really a man in red ball cricket for the big hook shot, is he? So I'd be surprised really if he took that on. He does generally play it in a fairly controlled manner.
Well, we saw in the 2020 he can hit a very long ball.
Yes, it was strange, his T20 campaign, because he started off playing the anchor role in the innings. As Wright is in to bowl to Northeast, and he leaves that one go to Swindells outside the off stump. But then about 2/3 of the way through the competition, he absolutely went berserk in that game against, was it Middlesex in Cardiff?
Yeah.
When he and David Lloyd set a record stand of 150 odd.
Yes, remember that well.
And followed it up with some other good blasts as well. Got 33 in the final match against his home county Kent, as Wright is in. Bowls. Northeast does take on the pull shot, but plays it technically well and hits it out towards mid-wicket and dashes back for a second run. It's a controlled shot, isn't it? Northeast's pull. Waits for it and tries to get on top of it, rather than trying to just lash it as far as possible, because that is quite a long boundary away to our left, in front of the old scoreboard and the Geary bar. 103 for 2. Northeast 48, and gets an edge there, or a thick deflected angled bat anyway, down to 3rd man for a single, moves to 49, 104 for 2.
Yeah, Glamorgan Middlesex 171 for 7, and Lloyd and Northeast put on 150 for the first wicket. 67 Lloyd, Northeast 89, and Glamorgan won with some time to spare, so that tells you how aggressive he can be.
Yes, I'm not sure if we're allowed to talk about the T20 after Leicestershire's frustrations in that. As Wright bowls, Ingram turns it off his legs for a single, 105 for 2. Leicestershire denied by their indiscretions rather than the scoreboard from a place in the knockout stages. Glamorgan really lost realistic hope of qualifying before the last weekend. Finished up 1-5, lost 7, which was an improvement, but not as much as an improvement as they wanted. 105 for 2, Northeast 49, Ingram 41.
Yes, get 1 over in. I have invited Richard, if he wants to do my report in Welsh, he's very welcome. But I suspect he might find it a little troubling. It will be Everson who's bowled a couple of not threatening overs, but accurate, conceding 2 runs of just 4 overs. And he'll be bowling to Colin Ingram, 2 slips. And in he comes, bowls the first ball, and it's clipped off his legs nicely, and equally well fielded there at mid-wicket.
Well, there were years when you were out in the field and I was working in the office, Edward, when I joked that you could get away with diwrnod siomedig, disappointing day.
Yes.
And that would apply most days in the Glamorgan report, but thankfully there are a reasonable number of ups to go with the downs at the moment.
Yeah.
Indeed, more ups than downs in the championship this year.
Talking about that, Nick, I'll never forget a report I wrote down in the GS Bowl once, where Glamorgan had all the game. They were 5 down, Hampshire and about 150 behind. Everson bowls, and this is forced away off the back foot, but there's no run. And my opening line was, it's not a case of if Glamorgan win tomorrow, it'll be when, because they're in an unassailable position. Well, the next day, a chap who made his debut, got 100, didn't play again, got a massive score by around tea time, and Glamorgan were bowled out in the last session. And that was rather embarrassing, so you can never tell in this game. As in comes Everson, bowled a controlled pull there, but it's beaten the fielder, and they will be content with a single.
Yeah, good half stop from square leg, otherwise it would have gone through for 4. It's our young Welshman there.
Yes, it was well controlled. He played right, his wrists were right over it, and they take the single. Talking of a single, Northeast needs another 1 for his 50.
9 boundaries so far.
And it comes the next ball, and this is turned around. He's going to get a run, and he's going to get 50. Sam Northeast again, proving stumbling block to opposing attacks. Very good innings by him. He was moved to 50. Ingram 42, and this partnership now is worth 100 and. It's not worth 198. 98 rather.
98. Northeast 59 fours, 68 balls.
Yeah, that wasn't a bad delivery by Everson. 2 balls to go as he bowls, and that is going to be 4 runs. Down towards the vacant third man boundary.
Oh dear.
No, I'm
You're right with
I'm all right because
at the moment. Yeah.
I told Richard Lee agreed.
500 on the board, you can have a vacant
5-8, nearly 600. I give him that. Nelson is now on the board, and Ingram moves to 46.
It's a rare day for our Leicestershire listeners that Edward Bevan agrees with the absence of a third man, but today the Foxes have earned it.
Couldn't work that out. Still can't. But he is very square now. He's been moved from fine to square third man. So Everson has conceded his first boundary. Ingram on 46. I'll be off after this ball as Ingram goes back, and that's appeal and not given by the umpire. I'll leave you with Nick at 111 for 2.
Thank you, Edward. There's Leicestershire had rather interesting slip alignment for that last delivery. It was something like a first and a third slip, as if they weren't sure whether the ball was going to carry off the edge. Ingram has been willing to work the ball down to third man, so he's willing to dabble in that area. And Northeast, having come in a fraction later than Ingram, there wasn't much between them, has reached 50 to Ingram's 46. Now, the players are coming off, and the umpires are making sure they have their light readings. Indeed, 111 for 2, and that will bring a pause in proceedings. Now, will it be a terminal pause for the day? There's a bit of lighter cloud on the horizon. Not sure whether it's drifting our way quickly enough, though.
I suspect and fear that might be that the umpires are waving at the ground staff. We will see what happens. But well played, Sam Northeast and Colin Ingram, from a position of some peril. A partnership unbroken as yet of 102 means that honours at the end of day 2, if this is the end of day 2, could be said to be roughly even.
I think you're being fairly generous to Glamorgan there,
well,
Richard.
In terms of the day as a whole, perhaps.
Yes, I suppose so. Leicestershire having started overnight at, where were they, 380 odd overnight? 387 was it? But they did prosper in the afternoon session through Mike and Walker in particular, then claimed 2 early wickets, so it was a sessionus horribilis for Glamorgan in the afternoon, but they've fought back a little in this evening session to reach the century stand between these two, which came up just before the players' departure. 111 for 2, and what are the ground staff doing? They're looking to be springing into action, so that means we won't get a speedy resumption.
They're told to bring the covers on. Whether that's, well, it must be precautionary, or whether that is that, because there's no sign of, maybe there is a little bit of drizzle in the air.
There's been just a few flecks at times, hasn't there?
Yeah.
Which are sort of imperceptible from inside looking out, but when you're out, now here comes the tractor drawing the covers. The stumps are still in the ground. Are they going to pluck the stumps out, or are they just going to park the covers there? Oof, there's a wheelbarrow being brought on. 4 members of the ground staff in attendance.
Well, that usually means that's it, isn't it? When they bring out the wheelbarrow and the...
But the umpires haven't pulled the stumps up yet.
Just waiting for them to do that.
Maybe at 6 o'clock they'll knock it on the head.
I'm pretty sure that they will.
So a bit of a disappointment for Leicestershire in particular, with 12 overs left, and Glamorgan, you would imagine, although they might not say it officially, would be delighted if that is knocked on the head for the day. So a few other chores to achieve. I think, Richard, we can possibly leave it there for the time being, if that's all right.
I think we can. I have there'll be a 6 o'clock update for BBC Radio Leicester, so I'll hang around and like the umpires hang around. Hopefully there's a bit of repairs going on to some of the bowlers' run-ups rather than run-throughs, so to speak. So actually behind the crease I can see Andy Ward doing a bit of tamping over there, but yeah, we'll update you as and when we know something certain. But just for now, as most of the crowd have decided that is likely to be that, and are heading for the Curzon Road entrance here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, we'll leave it at that just for now. But as I say, we'll come back to you to confirm when it is all over for sure. Say again, mate? Yeah, sure. I think they're off for bad light at the moment, but may not get back on. But yeah, no, that's fine. 6 o'clock, I can update. You can leave it on if you like. Oh no, probably better not, because it'll go out on the stream in the end. Thank you.
No, but yeah.
We play league cricket now, everybody will full flow.
Just, yeah, absolutely. They could do, yeah.
And as you may have just heard on the effects mic, the umpires have decided that the light is not going to recover sufficiently to get these last 12 overs of the day in, so that is stumps on day 2 here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, with Glamorgan 111 for 2 in reply to Leicestershire's 584 all out. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage from BBC Radio's Leicester and BBC Wales, Eddie Bevan, Nick Webb and